All right, guys, welcome back to another Bored Cyborg live stream. Today we are doing something absolutely crazy. One of my more popular videos on the channel is a video called 50 Found Footage Films Ranked. Take a guess as to what that video is about. It's about me ranking 50 found footage films, and it's consistently done very well over the years since I put it out. Every October it gets a nice big bump. And, sorry guys, trying to position here. And so I figured I'd follow it up with something similar. And I said, you know what, I could do another found footage film ranking. I think I have enough, I've seen enough for another one of those. But I figured let's switch it up and just in time for October, give you guys some sort of a catalog-like resource to check out some amazing, pretty much all good. That's the thing. I've seen about 160 slashers apparently, or maybe like 170, and this is going to be my top 100. So with that said, everything here is like a strong 2.5 out of 5 to 3, up till my favorites, of course. And we're going to start at 100, and we're going to go all the way down. We're going to have a couple breaks here and there where I just catch my breath, and because it's going to be a lot of talking. I expect to lose my voice, frankly. That's what I'm expecting to happen. So we've got a kombucha to give me a little bit of caffeine. We've got a water to keep me parched. See. Hello, Michael. My kind of show. Everyone watching, hello to all. Gungshi, what's going on? All right. So what I want to do, guys, before we start the countdown, which is going to be 100 slasher films ranked one by one, I want a couple caveats. One, these films are all similar. They're all from the same subgenre. Therefore, some of the details I might get messed up. I might misremember. I may think vehemently that I know this happened in a certain film, but I could be wrong. That's what you guys are here for. I'm a human being. I don't have many notes. In fact, my notes are really just about the history of slasher film and some philosophical points about the slasher film. So I will make mistakes, is what I'm here to say. Also, this list is my opinion. Just my opinion. There are going to be films that make you say, oh, how is that ahead of this? That doesn't make any sense. It's just my opinion. And I respect yours, so all I ask is for you to respect mine. And if you do disagree, tell me down in the comments below why. Try to do it with a little respect. I usually appreciate that. When I get disrespect, I just throw disrespect back. Maybe that's not the best way to do it online, but that's the way I do it. So those are kind of my caveats. Lots of films to talk about. Details will be missed, as well as, you know, this is my opinion. This is my list. And there are going to be a lot of films that are not on my list. For example, I don't have Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3 or Part 5 because they didn't break my top 100. They just aren't slashers that I really care about much. A lot of the Halloween films. I only like about 4 of the Halloween films, and one of them is not a slasher. So those aren't going to make my list. There are a bunch. We're going to talk about a few crappy ones before we get started. But before we really get into this, I want to give you guys a brief history with my notes. Trust me, I had to have some notes here, but I did write pretty significant 5 or 6 point history of slasher films, and I won't read it verbatim. Obviously, I'm just going to get a gist of what I wrote down, and then I'll let you guys know where I stand with it. So, the history of the slasher film. You could always go back further to say where something gained its inspiration. But I'm going to start this whole thing with Agatha Christie, and Then There Were None, 10 Little Indians. She was a suspense writer, I believe from Great Britain, who wrote body count-like mysteries. So what I mean by that is mysteries with a high body count, where people just start dying, and you have to figure out who did what. Now, these novels, as somebody who's read a couple, these novels are more focused, more emphasized on the mystery than they are the violence. It was a different time, you know, there were a lot of wars being fought. That kind of thing wasn't reflected in the literature as much as it would be in times of peace, or you know, all of this stuff is a reflection of culture. And so that's kind of what I'm going to get into here. So it starts with Agatha Christie. I would argue. And I would also say most of the horror films, this gets to my second point, most of the horror films up to the 60s and throughout the 60s, or I'll also say up to the 60s, like Universal, like, Universal monster movies, Hammer horror, etc., etc., those take place in a different place and a different time. Sort of all the way back,
Or I'll just say up to the
sorry
60s.
guys, 1700s, 1800s, in a time that we don't quite remember, in a time that was mysterious and enigmatic, in far-off lands, in Romania, Transylvania, all these foreign places to Westerners like me in America and in Canada. And so what happens in the 60s is that there is a whiplash of humanistic horror. And this comes with two films that I can tell, Peeping Tom and Psycho. And it's sort of a way, what I have here is that Psycho and Peeping Tom ripped us from the past into the equally terrifying present and exposes us to the humanistic horrors of our day, post-World War II. That humans, our own neighbors, our own friends, people that we piss off, whatever it might be, people that we disagree with, can end up harming us. And Peeping Tom, which was a British film that followed a young man who stalked women and then finally killed them on film with a knife. And this is really known for its first-person POV shots, along with Psycho, which does a similar kind of thing with POV shots, stalking killer, big reveal at the end, etc. We have our shower scene, our famous shower scene. Lucy says, personally, I think it starts with the Edgar Wallace books and adaptations. That's a good point, too. Like I said, this could always go back further. I just had to draw guidelines, essentially. I needed to, essentially, have bumpers so that I didn't go too off the rails. So with that said, guys, we're going to go to my third point. We hit the 60s here, which is... Okay, yeah, so the 60s, we roll out in the West here what's known as sort of the splatter flick. Now, the splatter flick is a gore-centric film. So in the early 60s, there was a filmmaker who was certainly inspired by the boundary pushing of Peeping Tom and Psycho, Herschel Gordon Lewis, who was more a businessman than anything, kind of like the 60s version of William Castle. Even though William Castle was around, he was kind of doing things more so in the 50s. Herschel Gordon Lewis was this sleazy filmmaker who made these low-budget, insanely gory films, but they were over the top. They were very low budget. They were grainy. They weren't very serious. Bad acting. They were ugly in the sense of exploitation B movie. A lot of things that we like about exploitation B movies. So Herschel Gordon Lewis would be doing that kind of stuff, but also Hammer Horror in the UK was doing increasingly more bloody and boobtastic horror films, starting in 58, obviously, with Dracula, which has the first, as far as I know, the first first film in color that shows any sort of blood in color. And so that would carry on throughout the 60s, and they would ramp it up a little bit more boobs, more cleavage, more blood, more violence, etc., as the Hammer films would go along. So the Hammer films I wanted to bring up because they were a big reason that the slasher comes about. Gungshi says, I agree that Peeping Tom and Psycho make a good starting point, which is why I chose them. So I think most people can agree with that. So up to this film, and I also want to really quickly mention 50s horror sci-fi, which was radioactive, giant animals, giant bugs, flying saucers, things from outside of our realm, unknown things getting bigger and taking us over, as opposed to the more war-reflected cinema of older times. Now, So we have point 4 here. I want to bring up Giallo. Now, Giallo is integral to this conversation about slasher films. I'll just say, I separated Giallo and slashers for good reason, because I plan to do a Giallo one at some point in the future. There are subtle things that Giallos, which differentiate Giallos. So, in the early 60s, we have a lot of films by Mario Bava, like Blood and Black Lace. Blood and Black Lace, in my opinion, in 64 is really the first Giallo that would incorporate what would become slasher elements. So you have a black-gloved killer, killing off, fashion models, I want to say, in the 60s with a knife in increasingly brutal fashion. It does feel like a slasher in a lot of ways, but it is more centered on the gore as opposed to the mystery. One of the things that I think slashers do differently is balance the gore and the mystery a bit. I find that giallo stories take the back seat to the murder set pieces. The stories are often convoluted, even incoherent at points, which adds to their dreamlike quality. And I don't think that's a negative thing. I think that's a good thing. But what the Italians did to innovate was to make the horror film artistically violent. What's up, Del? Thank you for tuning in, man. The Italians were able to take the horror film in color and make it artistically violent, elegantly violent, not grainy, low-budget, bad acting, bad stories, bad characters, etc. The Italians made it so that art or violence could be artful. And I think that was one of the main innovations that came out of Italy. I wrote here that the Europeans were making very elegant, sumptuous, elaborate giallos in the 60s and the early 70s, while Americans were focusing on grainy, lower-budget horror films and splatter flicks. The Italians proved that gore could be artistic, proving that murder can be artistic and even beautiful. Of course, in an artistic way. Blood splatters, sort of painting the screen with blood in an artistic way. And people like Argento, obviously, and Mario Bava were the progenitors of that. Pupi Avati, a lot of those early giallo filmmakers. Now, giallo is a separate list for those reasons. Here's a simple analogy. Rock and roll comes out in the 50s, right? It's inspired by a whole bunch of things, but we'll say rock and roll would lead to heavy metal, correct? Giallo would lead to the slasher film. All the different parts would come together from the American splatter flicks and the European giallos and come together to culminate in what I would say is the American slasher, with something most likely, I would say, Black Christmas in 1974, which has the teen-centric story, body count, masked killer or killer going around stalking, all in one place pretty much, holiday themed. All of these things would become staples of the slasher genre. Point 6 is that what I just pretty much went over, Black Christmas lays the groundwork for these things. Holiday, teen-centric, stalking, gruesome kills, final girl. Number 6 I have here, and then we'll get to some proto-slashers, and then what I can consider a slasher, then we'll jump right in. I know it's just a bit of a preamble, guys. I wanted to make this a bit historical for you guys, too, and educational. So this final point is on a more historical, philosophical, humanistic note, I think. And basically what I want to say is that why do we enjoy blood and violence and horror on the screen? Well, I believe that humans are inherently violent creatures. We're also inherently good creatures. Alexander Solzhenitsyn said that the line between good and evil runs through every man's heart. I believe that is correct. I believe in the theory of the banality of evil, that most of us are capable of horrible things if put in a specific situation. Now, with all that said, humans have a long, long history of enjoying violence. Now, if you could go back to the Roman Colosseum, it goes back even farther, to the Sumerians. It goes back to the dawn of civilization, really. But the Roman Colosseum is where people would go, men, women, and children alike, young and elderly, would go to watch people get torn apart by their fellow man, by other animals, watch animals get slain, men get slain. All sorts of violence and real violence was being watched at that point, and it was being cheered for. Of course, you have these theaters in the 1800s in Europe that are macabre theaters that delve into the darker elements of storytelling. You have, the guillotine. People would go and see the guillotine, definitely during the French Revolution, people would cheer for the guillotine. To watch that thing get dropped is actually when it was invented. So humans have a bloodlust. It's a terrifying thing to consider, I admit, but it's true. And I believe that slasher films satisfy this in a very deep way. I write here that it's always been with us. It can be seen throughout history, macabre theaters of Europe, extending to the UFC fights of today. UFC is the most popular sport on the planet, and I think for good reason, because again, it speaks to that violent nature of humanity. who are watching violence as opposed to engaging in it, which I think is a better step in the right direction. Watching violence, especially fake violence. I don't like UFC because it's real violence. I just don't get into it. I like artistic and fake violence, which is an escape, and hopefully helps to assuage the violent tendencies that are in my heart as a human being. I write here that we enjoy watching violence. We have for a long time. We're all capable of violence, and these things speak to that aspect of us. Slashers speak to that aspect of us. We could only hope that it's an evolution in progress, that it's better to create artistic violence and then to engage and witness real-life violence. It's terrifying to consider, but that's why we love it. In the modern era, we are, last thing I wrote here, in the modern era, we are channeling our bloodlust through art, which is better than exercising real violence or taking place in real violence. So that's sort of my philosophical take on it. That's the most serious we're going to be throughout this entire live stream. So I want to lighten it up after that sort of heaviness with what I consider some proto-slashers, and then I'm going to get into some of the worst slashers and then what I consider a slasher. So some of the early influential films: Peeping Tom, like I said. Psycho, I already explained why. Blood and Black Lace, I already explained why. Bird with the Crystal Plumage comes out in 70, and I think this is a big sort of flag planted by the Italians saying, hey, elaborate set pieces, beautiful set design, glittering glass windows in the beginning of that film, watching somebody get stabbed as if it's on a stage. Just beautiful set design that glistens in the light, and the blood splatters across the... It's all just very artistic and paint-like. And I think that's the first film to... Argento, I believe, was the first guy to go, you know what? I'm going to make this elegant and beautiful and theatrical, and that's what he did. Now, Bay of Blood would come out in 71. Mario Bava, who also did Blood and Black Lace. Bay of Blood has this wild, convoluted inheritance story that is going on, but also simultaneously, it's got this teen-centric sort of side story going on where these kids are visiting this place and they're getting knocked off one by one, again, in pretty gruesome manner for 1971. A lot of people say this is pretty much as close to a giallo can get as a slasher, and I actually agree. I think that's probably true. A couple that are just kind of my kind of thing. The Redeemer, Son of Satan, which is a really fun movie that takes place in this old school or church, I forget what it is, and it's this guy going around knocking these actors, and I forget, guys, what this one's about. Forgive me, some of the details, but I just remember the atmosphere and the fact that it was it felt like a slasher to me, and it was really early on, and then I would go to find out that it was more a proto-slasher. And then Warlock Moon in 73. Both of those films come out in 73. Warlock Moon is a weird little film with cannibalistic killers who don't quite fit the mold of your slasher, but it still, again, has a lot of the elements that would become the standardized slasher film. And then lastly, The Town That Dreaded Sundown in 76 is noted. I've seen the film. It's been a long time. I don't remember much from it, but I know it's noted as sort of a proto-slasher in the structure and the pacing of the kills, etc. And of course, a couple years later, in 1978, would come Halloween. So 74, I would say, is Black Christmas, proto-slasher, but almost a full-fledged slasher. And then 78 is Halloween, and thus is born the American-Canadian slasher film. And so with all that said, guys, I want to lay out 5 points as to how I differentiated this list. I came up with a 5-point system that I think is pretty accurate. So we have killer, antagonist, presence, either supernatural or human. A central killer or small group of killers drives the horror. Victim pool. So you got a body pool, a body of victims that piles up as the film goes on. There's a set of victims, often a group, friends, classmates, coworkers who are killed off one by one. Stalk and revenge or punishment. Stalk for revenge or punishment kill structure. So stalking, revenge, punishment, all of these things, usually the stalking is for revenge or punishment. Or even for like Friday the 13th is very conservative in its values, and it basically says if you're having sex premaritally, then this old woman is going to come and she's going to kill you, this old tradition is going to come and it's going to kill you if you're not doing what this society wants you to do. Very interesting if you start to talk about these films in that way. The victims are usually punished for something that they did wrong, or at least perceived to have done wrong. Murder set pieces. The kills are individualized, often creative or memorable, rather than off-screen or generic. Now, there are still films in this list that do have off-screen kills. I think off-screen kills can be done artistically, but it's a fine line, and I made some exceptions. And some of you might not think that these films should be on a slasher list. Oh, well, they are. Tell me why you don't think they are. That would be more interesting than just disagreeing. So point 5 here is the final confrontation, or the final survivor, which I'm going to call the final girl. Now, I do have a bit to say in the philosophical realm about the final girl. This is just my opinion on what the final girl represents. It doesn't always have to be a final girl. Sometimes it's a final boy, like in Final Destination. But most of the time it's a final girl, and there's a good reason why. In classic horror movies, I think, this is just my opinion, the genre of horror relied on male heroes to save the day. Van Helsing is the obvious one. Comes in ravishing, or maybe not ravishing, but old and erudite and seasoned, and, takes on the beast, while the helpless woman lays back and screams and she faints, or whatever it might be. The final girl, I said, emerges as a symbol of sanctity and purity, as well as innocence. That innocence is shattered within the slasher framework. So during the film, that innocence, it starts as an innocent, usually virgin girl, again, symbolizing purity, sanctity, innocence, and that innocence is gradually taken away from her as everything around her dies and is changed. It's really, slashers at their essence are loss of innocence films, even if the filmmakers don't know that that's what they're doing. This is the beauty of art and the beauty of art critique. Frankly, I think these things, again, this is just my opinion, but I think it's pretty obvious that where some of these things come from. I wrote finally that the final girl's innocence is lost through a very masculine force, right? So the woman has to masculinize, essentially, to fight off the usually masculine killer. And so what do? They grab a knife, which is, dare I say, phallic, and they fight back, literally penetrating back into that masculine force. So the feminine force borrows some elements from the masculine force to defeat the masculine force. It's almost like a monster becoming a monster. And that's what I think slashers are at their essence. So with that said, we're going to talk, those are my 5 points. We're going to talk about a few of the worst slasher films. I don't want to talk about them long, and then we're going to jump right into my list, because that's what we're all here for. The Black Christmas remake from a few years ago was one of the worst, heavy-handed, awful movies I have ever seen in my life. It was just basically, men are bad all the time, no matter what, especially white men who look alike. It was just a very stupid and daft and specious attempt at making a slasher film, and it was poor. The kills were poor. The acting was poor. Everything was poor. It was bad. Dell says it's also been shown that audience sympathy comes easier for a female protagonist in imminent danger. That is absolutely right. I was approaching it more from a philosophical standpoint, but that is another, well, that's another actually good philosophical point, is that the danger, imminent danger, is more present when it's a female. And I accept that. I think that fits right into my more personal opinion about what the final girl represents. What's up, Mr. Bob? How's it going, man? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Thanksgiving, one of my least favorite slasher films of all time. I hated it. I know it's a comedy. I know it's a parody. The first shot is just a set of tits, which is nice. But other than that, it has like 1 or 2 sequences I think are okay. But otherwise, it just drove me crazy. I hated it. Check out my review on my channel from years ago. Cutting Class, very forgettable slasher. Silent Night, Deadly Night, I would have enjoyed if it was half of it wasn't already just scenes from the first film. I was very confused about that. The Nightmare on Elm Street remake, I really think is a waste of time and money and effort and talent and energy and all those things, so don't watch that. Shrooms, one of the most disappointing things ever. I thought it was going to be like this psychedelic, trippy movie about these kids going into the woods. It's not really that. Like, most of that stuff is in their heads, and it's not even that interesting. Mr. Bob, Psycho remake is so shit, a shot-shot remake of the OG Psycho. That's an interesting point. If it's a shot-for-shot remake, why is it shit? That's something that I always ask people who think it's shit. Does that make the original shit if it's shot for shot? If not, what makes them different? That's a question that you could ponder, Mr. Bob. I won't be addressing it again today, though, because I gotta keep moving with this impetus here. Malevolence is another low-budget slasher film that does have a cult following that I just really didn't like. I thought it was drab and boring. And then the Candyman remake I thought was another heavy-handed piece of garbage that I probably will never watch again. I thought it was just, the writing was so bad. And I have a feeling Nia DaCosta did most of the writing because Jordan Peele's actually a good writer. I just couldn't stand it. The best thing about the Candyman remake or requel or whatever you want to call it was the trailer that they put out with the paper mache stop motion kind of puppetry or whatever it was, the marionette work. That was amazing. So without further ado, folks. Oh, I just realized something. Shit. I gotta go to my letterbox. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. We're just gonna have a little bit of a break here before we jump in. Oh, good. I'm already logged in. That's great. All right. Forgive me, guys. I wanted to shave for this, but I didn't have time to shave. It's all right. You guys will forgive me, right? Forget about it. Forget about it. All right. So I'm going to check in with you guys before I hit the ground running here, because once I get going, it's going to be hard for me to stop because I just know me. If you guys are enjoying this live stream up to this point, if you've learned something, feel free to hit that thumbs up button. And if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button as well as the little bell for notifications. And I really appreciate everybody that is tuning in for this live stream. Whoever's catching it on the archive, that's awesome. Thank you very, very much for doing so. Mr. Bob says Vince Vaughn is in it and I don't like him. Okay, well, that's fair. Vince Vaughn, I thought he did a decent job in it. But that's, another conversation for another day. All right, guys. So if you've hit that thumbs up, we are ready to go. The Hellraiser remake, wasn't too fond of it. And I did not count Hellraisers because you guys voted that Hellraiser was not a slasher series. So there you go. Totally agree on Black Christmas. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much. And disagree on Candyman remake. That's totally fair. I just couldn't get into the Candyman remake. A lot of it rests on the fact that Candyman... Well, I don't want to spoil anything, guys. So let's jump right in. And I'm going to do my best to take a look at every comment, answer every question, and we are going to go from there. All right? So, without further ado, we're going to jump right in. And a lot of you with my first pick are going to be like, oh my goodness, why is this film here? Because I had fun with it. That's why. Number 100. That didn't look good. Number 100 is Shredder. Shredder is a film that I had wanted to see for some time, and then my brother randomly watched this on Prime or something like that one late night. And he was like, oh, I loved it. Have you seen Shredder? And I was like, no, I haven't seen Shredder. I've heard good things. This is a little comedy, horror. It's a slasher film that knows what it is. It knows that it's making a goofy little slasher film. And the kills are cool. It takes place on a ski resort. It ends up being like the skiers versus the snowboarders. And that's sort of the core of why the killings are taking place. But it was a fun little movie. I don't have much else to say about Shredder, but I wanted to bring up this film as my number 100, which beat out, a few other films. I don't want to say which ones. I'll just say Bodies, Bodies, Bodies was my 101. And a lot of people don't consider that a slasher, but I think I think it is. I like the way it subverts the slasher sort of elements. And there's another film on here that sort of does a similar kind of thing. And so with that said, we've got next up, Silent Night, Deadly Night. All of these films I gave a 3 or more. So 3 to a 5. So Silent Night, Deadly Night, and that's 3 out of 5. Sorry, guys. Is the only Christmas slasher I have on my list. I have not seen Christmas Evil. And I've seen some of the sequels, but they blow, like I talked about earlier. This one is a little convoluted and disjointed in almost that giallo way, which adds an element of dreamlike quality to it. I really like the story in this one. The kills could have been a little bit better, but I like the crazed Santa Claus killer. I thought that was fantastic, and I always loved the great and creepy... This cover used to freak me out in the video stores, like Santa going down, you know, a chimney with an axe. It's really cool. It's a cool film, guys. It's not the best film in the world. I have some issues with it. In the middle part, I think it starts to slow down a bit, but it's not bad. My number 98 is a film that I don't remember too much about. I remember the conceit. I remember House on Sorority Row. What I liked about this one was the atmosphere, sort of this this sorority in the middle of the woods, this school. Very atmospheric, very sort of misty kind of atmosphere to it. These girls are fed up with their headmistress, so they end up killing her off. And then years later, somebody comes back to seek vengeance for that act. And I won't say much else. Obviously, it's twisty and turny, like all good Agatha Christie-style American slashers. This film comes out... Oh, I wish these would say the date. I guess I could just look at it right here. 1982. So Shredder was 03. Silent Night, Deadly Night was 84. And House on Sorority Row is 1982. So a good film. I remember this Blu-ray, the Cinema Cult Blu-ray by Shock, has some moments in the beginning where it glitches out and loses some of the quality. It was a little weird, but hey, is what it is. Here we have a modern slasher, Happy Death Day. I thought this film was very ingenious in terms of its conceit and the way it takes the Groundhog Day-like elements and weaves them in with a slasher film and brings us something that feels inventive. Lucy says, House at Sorority Row is on my list since a while. Yes, that's definitely one to check out. I think I'll like it even more upon a rewatch, if I'm being honest. It's been some time. Happy Death Day, like I said, has good kills, a good final girl. I really like the final girl in this one. I love the mask of the killer, the little cherubic face. I really enjoy that. What I don't like is the second half of this film. I don't like a lot of the exposition and where the mystery goes. I thought it could have been handled a little bit better, and I thought it was a little out of left field. Maybe I missed something, though, so I do need to rewatch this at some point. But I really enjoyed the film as a package. The Groundhog Day sort of elements definitely add to the fun. Next up, we have one that I don't own. Guys, I don't own everything, and this is one that I don't. I would like to own this trilogy, but I don't. This is the only one out of the trilogy that is on my list, and that is Fear Street Part 1, 1994. What I liked about this film from 2021 was the fact that it was this planned out trilogy based on these Lois Duncan novels, Fear Street, which I thought, or no, R.L. Stine novels. Was it R.L. Stine novels? And what stood out with this film was, first of all, the structure is very 80s in style and in pacing. It's a little longer than they usually were in the 80s and 70s. But the introduction scene in this is neon bathed, all these great neon lights, blues and reds and greens. It's these kids in a mall. It's all very 80s and very, very well done. And a slasher comes out, kills a couple people in the beginning in brutal fashion. There's some really brutal kills in this one, like the wood shop. Is it the wood shop kill that's in the first one, which is very disturbing? That might be in the second one, guys. I'm forgetting some of the I'm conflating some of the movies here. The third one I don't consider a slasher, and I also wasn't the fondest of the third one anyway. But my number 96 is Fear Street Part 1, 1994. I really liked the first film, and I liked how promising it was for the rest of this trilogy, which, in my opinion, doesn't get better. It gets slightly worse and worse. I like the second one. I like Part 2. A little less than Part 1, but Part 3 I thought it was the weakest of the bunch. Next up, we have another film that I don't remember all the details of, but I remember really, really enjoying this. And I discovered this film at some point in the late aughts, and I was like, how had I not heard of this film? And it's Colobos. I actually found this on VHS years and years and years ago, upgraded to the DVD eventually, and then finally got the Arrow Blu-ray here, which is all region. Now, Colobos, it says here on the back, The Real World meets Saw by way of Suspiria. Yeah, it's kind of like Big Brother or The Real World, where these kids are called into this home under the guise of participating in a groundbreaking experimental film. It says here, but with the entire property fitted out with cameras to capture their every move, what happens is the film becomes them. So somebody starts killing them off one by one in brutal fashion. The kills are pretty good, not necessarily entirely memorable. I don't remember any particular kills. A lot of knives, a lot of blood. A lot of neon lights, very inspired by Suspiria in terms of the way the film is lit, and sort of even some of its kills. In that sense, it's sort of painting with blood, Argento style. And Colobos is a really cool one, guys, so check that one out. That is number 95 on my list, and that film came out actually in the 90s, I believe, isn't it? 1999, so there you go. And I want to say it was, yes, it's an American film. I thought for a second it may have been Canadian, but it's not. Next up, we have the first, what I would call, I guess, horror comedy. I guess Happy Death Day is a bit of a comedy, but this one is outright horror comedy, and I'll explain why it's on my list as a slasher. What's up? I'm watching a slasher right now, but pause to step in here. Final Stab. I haven't seen Final Stab. Is that an older one? A bit older, Jack Frost. This is a film that was a go-to for me and my friends in the early aughts. We would rent this one all the time and have such a fun with its simplistic slasher structure with a goofy killer going around and killing people off one by one. David Dakota's Scream ripoff. That's it. I wanted to watch that one before this video, but I couldn't fit it in. This one is so much fun. It's got the one-liners of this talking killer snowman, icicle kills. It's got the carrot nose, I think, is a kill in there. On the back, there's a character that tries to use like a hair dryer to kill this, to melt the snowman. I mean, this is ridiculous stuff. It's like the later Nightmare on Elm Streets, just leaning heavily into the campy horror. And honestly, it's one of the first films to really do that. This film came out the same year as Scream. And the first 5 films, yeah, Shredder, Silent Night, Deadly Night, House on Sorority Row, Happy Death Day, Fear Street Volume 1, Colobos. Now we're on Jack Frost. I love this film. It's a lot of fun. Came out in 96, the same year as Scream did. And I just think that is a funny dichotomy, we'll say, where Scream is this meta, postmodern slasher that deconstructs everything in the genre, and this just leans into the campy, heavy horror, slasher camp that we all know and love, and it kind of branches from there. There would be tons of films that followed in this vein, and then there'd be tons of films that follow in the Scream vein. You could argue this is also inspired by films like Leprechaun and Wishmaster, or Leprechaun and primarily Freddy. I think Leprechaun is inspired by Freddy. So Jack Frost, ton of fun. 1996, my 94th pick on my list here. All right, guys, next we have a slasher film all about, what's the word? Police brutality. This is a really interesting and gory slasher with the titular character, Maniac Cop. This got a trilogy of films, believe it or not. Now, I haven't seen this film in many, 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 many years. I tried to get it in, but I just couldn't get everything in for a rewatch. There were also a lot of films that I wanted to watch for the first time. Meta slashers, throwback slashers, both had a boom in the late 90s. Says, I prefer Maniac Cop 2. I don't have that one. I only have 3. And the first one. I like this film for a couple reasons. Bruce Campbell and Tom Atkins are fantastic in it, as always. The kills are gruesome and over the top. I don't remember everything about this film, but I remember like a chase sequence and the Maniac Cop just menacing, just, city streetlights like splashing down on him as he walks towards their victims. I really enjoyed this film, but if I'm being honest, guys, I have to rewatch this. William Lustig directed this film. He'll be popping up later on in the list for another film that he directed. William Lustig was, yes, a fantastic New York City gritty exploitation filmmaker, horror, action. Maniac Cop is really a fusion of slasher and action movie, and it's there for that reason. I really enjoy it. Next up, we have Graduation Day, a very atmospheric slasher film with decent kills. More relies on the atmosphere and the mystery, with emphasis on the kills as well. They just aren't necessarily too innovative or anything like that. Graduation Day. This film takes place... I just watched this, too, the other night. After the death of high school track star during a race, that's right, a mysterious fencing mask wearing killer begins murdering her friends and teachers. Who could the killer be? Her disgruntled coach, her angry sister, her violent boyfriend? As the bodies pile up, a twisted mystery unfolds, slowly revealing itself as it moves towards a bloody climax. That's a perfect way to sum this up. I'm sorry that I had to resort to the box, but it's true. I watched this the other night. I thought it was very good, very atmospheric. But I've been watching a lot of slashers, guys. So Graduation Day from 1981 is my 92nd. Says I have a slasher list purely dedicated to high school slashers. There's a ton of them from the 80s. Brad Pitt stars in one of them even. Yes, Cutting Class, which I'm not a fan of. Lucy says William Lustig also did Uncle Sam. That's right, which I couldn't fit in, unfortunately, to my list because I hadn't seen it. All right, guys, all you motherfuckers, don't tell me what I should do. So that character is really the main reason why this film is on my list. I love this film. I think this film is ridiculous. The reason I have it on VHS, I'm selling the VHS and the DVD to get the Blu-ray. Love is a strong word. I like this film. I think it's a decent sort of reimagining of the first film. I love the quirky characters. In my opinion, some of them are just as good as the characters from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if not better, especially the guy that has the real southern twang and sings to himself, "Don't tell me what I should do," and he hates being told what to do, and all you motherfuckers. I just think his role in the film is hilarious. And I like the wacky family in this. Ken Foray is in this. William Butler. Viggo Mortensen plays one of the more dashing, handsome psychopaths. And I really like this film for what it is. I think it's pretty atmospheric, too. This one was directed by Jeff Burr. So there you go. Leatherface. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 is my number 91. Now, guys, I gotta be honest. I remember liking this film more than the ones I've already mentioned. But I don't remember much about it, and I need to rewatch it. I couldn't rewatch this. It's been probably 10, 15 years. Says, I enjoy 3, but to me it runs out of gas in the third act. I can agree with that. But I do enjoy its atmosphere and its sort of grunginess, and its characters. So that is my number 90, Prom Night. Prom Night by Synapse Films here. Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis pops up in a bunch of slashers from this time. Terror Train, which didn't cut the list. Prom Night, which does cut the list. There was a... Just going to read the back. What happened to Rob and Hammond 6 years ago was a game that turned into a horrible tragedy, and someone saw what they did. Someone waiting for gruesome revenge. So this is really classic, like a prank gets out of hand in high school. Years later, people start dying off. And that's how Jamie Lee Curtis gets caught up in this sort of thing. I have not seen Prom Night 2, 3, or 4. I have them all. I pulled them all out, ready to watch them, but I couldn't get to them, unfortunately. And I think I'd like the second one more than this one. Even though I like this one, I like the atmosphere. I like a lot of the lighting. I like the fact that a lot of it takes place at night. Leslie Nielsen is in a serious role in this film, which I think is interesting. It's got an okay twist at the end. It asks here, are you ready for a bloody night of disco madness? Yes, there is a good amount of disco in this. It almost feels like Carrie meets Halloween, in a sense. Good film, one that I wanted to rewatch before this giant slasher retrospective, but I couldn't get around to it. I'm only human, and I only have so much time, guys. The sequel is pretty nuts, similar to Slumber Party 2, which I haven't seen either. It's Terror Train without a train. There you go. That's a good way to put it. Next up, we have a really funny film with Larry Drake as the titular Dr. Giggles. This is a horror comedy with gruesome medical-oriented kills. So, like, all sorts of medical implementation, apparatuses, what's the word I'm looking for? Knives, scalpels, all sorts of things. Larry Drake is the reason to see this film. He is so over the top. Again, cut from the cloth of Freddy Krueger, who just delights in the killing of his enemies, or perceived enemies. And Larry Drake steals the show with this one, no doubt about it. Dr. Giggles is a funny slasher comedy that doesn't really do much to deconstruct. It just gives us a straight, goofy slasher with brutal, gruesome kills, a funny, quirky main character who you also start to sympathize with at a point because he's just that nuts. Larry Drake is fantastic in that movie. Asks, maybe you, or asks, yes, asks, maybe you said this at the start of the stream, but how do you loosely define a slasher? I would definitely recommend, for the first 20 minutes of the stream, I went into the history, philosophical pinnings of slashers, what I consider a slasher. I can't go over that all again, but definitely check it out. I think you and I would agree on a lot of certain things, but I spent a month coming up with a lot of the history, writing, curating this list, and making it so that I could just bring it to you guys with educated, informative, educational, and historical pinnings, and philosophical pinnings. Sounds good, thank you very much. No problem. All right, number 88, we get into another more modern one. That is Scream 5. Now, Scream 6 is my number 88. My apologies, guys. Scream 6, the latest Scream movie, is my least favorite Scream movie. Not to say I didn't enjoy it. I thought it was good. I liked the New York setting. I thought the New York setting could have been used a little bit better, utilized a little bit better. It could have been any ambiguous city. We should have got some subway scenes or, some dirty city streets. New York is not in the best shape, and upper Manhattan isn't the only thing that exists. There's a whole spectrum of people and the way they live in New York, and I didn't feel like the film represented that very well. It was very clean. A little too clean. If you're doing a New York horror movie, get a little exploitative, get a little grainy, get a little grimy, get a little grungy. With all that said, this was a solid slasher that continues on with the story from Scream 5, which does appear later in my list. I'll just spoil it now. I wish they played around with the concept of a revealed Ghostface killer for longer. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I just felt like the film was a little bit by the numbers. I liked 5 a little bit more. We'll talk about that soon. But I did enjoy the film for what it was. And I thought it had some good kills, very personal, visceral kills. The reveal of the killer I thought was okay, not as good as the other slasher films, and not as surprising, but still pretty good. With that said, we're on to number 87. That is a film I watched pretty recently, Cold Prey. Cold Prey is a film that everybody was asking for me to watch, and I watched it. I thought it was very solid. I didn't think it was a masterpiece. I didn't think it was great. I gave it a 3 out of 5. I loved the setting. I loved the fact that it was a different country. This is a Norwegian horror film. Is very excited to see Cold Prey. Yes, that is the reason I loved it so much, was because of the atmosphere. The snowy, snow-drifted landscape, the killer in this very iconic, I would argue, outfit, almost kind of like My Bloody Valentine, but iconic in his own right, kind of in the big puffy winter coat, and you don't really know quite what's going on. Obviously, there's a reveal, but this film is very good. Norwegian slasher film with good kills and great atmosphere. That's where this film shines, is the atmosphere. I do want to check out the other 2 films, 2 and 3. Yes, snowy alpine slashers have some of the best atmosphere. I can agree with that. Also, dense, hazy woods, as I'll get into later on. But yes, Cold Prey I was not disappointed by. If not, I guess I would say I was expecting to like this a little bit more than a 3 out of 5. But I did enjoy it. I was thoroughly entertained. I look forward to watching it again. It was my first go-through for a very popular slasher film. Next up, you guys will love this, that I put this ahead of Cold Prey. I love this movie. This movie's a blast. Doom Asylum. Doom Asylum is ridiculous. There's no mystery here. A guy gets in a car accident with the love of his life after ripping off like some insurance scam or something like that, or a lawyer that gets off scot-free with something that he shouldn't have gotten away with. He gets into an accident, the doctors think he's dead, and they start operating on him, but he's not dead, and he comes to life, and he wreaks havoc on people. A bunch of kids, really. Really over-the-top performances by these actors, especially the black dude. I forget the black dude's names, but he's got like this big chain, he's got this hat, he's got these bright, like late 80s, early 90s colors on, and he's just so over the top, and he has this thing that he sees this girl, you know, this other chick, and they kind of fall in love, but they never actually get to meet. It has all these ridiculous side stories with these anarchic characters. You have one that's like a Marxist, you have this punk band. It's just a fun, stupid, funny movie. Says fun, brief, gory. Yes, it's exactly. It's 79 minutes long, guys. Probably 75. Harrison White, is that the name of the actor, that plays the character I was referring to? Lots of fun. The killer in this has a lot of Freddy-inspired one-liners that just crack me up. It's very funny, wears its influences on its sleeve, and doesn't mind just having fun. Brightly lit, very little atmosphere in this film. It's just, here's the gore. It looks like, you know, pepperoni pizza, but here it is in all of its glory, in all of its gory glory. Actually, some pretty good kills. You could see the seams of the practical effects, of course, but some pretty gory and visceral kills there. So I loved it. Starred in a few other low-budget horror films. I didn't know that. I'd like to see that. Harrison White, he cracked me up in the movie. I thought he was fantastic. So Doom Asylum serves as my number 86, and Doom Asylum comes out in 1987, directed by Richard Freeman, guys. So next up, we have a film that it took me 20 years to get to, but I finally did. Hatchet. This film, I can understand why people like this film. It is perfectly straight-to-video aughts, if that makes sense. If you grew up during the aughts and was coming of age during the aughts like I was, I gravitated towards these types of films, but somehow missed Hatchet. This would invoke, almost resurrect the low-budget 80s slasher with a bunch of characters who are just there to be killed off in a unique setting. Hatchet is way higher on my list, yes, as it is for many people. The gore effects are brilliant. I agree, the gore effects are very, very good. Deal a lot with decapitations, obviously, because it's Hatchet and also dismemberment. So decapitations and dismemberment are really the theme of the kills in this one. A great killer, Victor Crowley, who's kind of inspired by the killer from The Burning, Cropsey in a way, I think at least. And he goes around this brutal Jason Goes to Hell-like character, chopping people up left and right. When this film takes some time to get going, I will say. It's got characters who are insufferably enjoyable to watch, if that makes sense. Some names, some people that you'd recognize too. But once this gets to the point where they're on the lake in the bayou, and their boat crashes, and shit starts hitting the fan, body parts start flying, it is fantastic. You cannot go wrong with Hatchet. A good old American horror film. That's what it says here. And it really does invoke that low-budget 80s spirit that was missing from the early aughts, and I think we needed in horror and would continue on in a parallel lane throughout the aughts and the teens. Now, I also have the Hatchet sequels here, guys. The Hatchet sequels, which I didn't get to, as well as Victor Crowley and Killer Movie, which were ones that I just didn't get to watching. Friday the 13th on steroids. There you go. That's a good way to put it. Not as gritty and grainy and atmospheric as Friday the 13th, but I agree with you. I think something about shooting on digital takes away a lot of that atmospheric charm, but it creates its own dry, sort of modern, digital atmosphere, if that makes sense. But it doesn't approach the 80s, in my opinion. Says Daniel Harris, Tony Todd, Kane Hodder, so many iconic horror alumni. That's very true. Very true. Mick Scrooge says, what's up? What's up, Mick Scrooge? Been excited for this video. I'm very glad to hear. I hope it delivers. I'm going to continue on. Hatchet was my number 85. Number 84 is one I also don't own. That is a film that came out this year. Wow, believe it or not. And I had a lot of fun with. I saw what it was doing the whole time. I was kind of, how do you say, it was kind of predictable in what it was doing, and it's part of this string of horror movies that do everything they could to destroy tradition. Not only destroy tradition, but show that tradition is evil and inherently bad. I don't necessarily believe those things. I think some traditions are good, some are bad, some need to be thrown out, but you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. But in our current political environment, Sorry, but film does reflect the political environment. It just does. I think it's rather nihilistic and anti-traditional in a way that's almost destructive. But with all of that said, it's art and cinema. They could do whatever they want. They made a compelling story with Clown in the Cornfield. Clown in a Cornfield is number 84. Do we get clowns in cornfields? Yes. Again, in 2025, we're very deliberate about what we do in horror. Clown in a Cornfield is the name of the movie. We get Clown in a Cornfield. In fact, we get multiple. Sorry if that's a spoiler. Now, this film has creative kills, a good, nice cast of characters to follow around, ones that you actually do care about. This film is directed by the director of Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. I did not include that on my list because I think it's too subversive. Even though it's subverting all of the slasher tropes, I don't think it quite fit into the category, and I think the fans' consensus definitely agrees with me on that one. But Clown in a Cornfield really picks up with its humor during the second half when the cast starts to understand what's going on after their friends start being eliminated one by one. And I think there are some really funny lines, some very ironic and darkly humorous lines in this movie that made me remember that the director of this film was the director of Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. So I really enjoyed Clown in a Cornfield. I liked the reveal of the killer, again, despite its message that I may not fully agree or disagree with. That's not why I watch films. I watch films to have my boundaries pushed, to question things that I already believe, etc. And so when a film does that in the modern era, I think that's a good thing. It might not change my opinion, but you don't have to change your opinion about things. Like I said, Friday the 13th is a very conservative, valued film. Some things I agree with, some things I disagree with. Do I think it's bad to have promiscuous sex? Not all the time. Do I think it's bad for kids to, premarital people to have sex? No, not really. Not all the time. Exactly. So there are, just because I agree with some things and I disagree with other things that a film tries to teach me or tell me or message to me, doesn't mean I'm going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Film is meant to challenge you. If you're uncomfortable, that's a good time to ask yourself why. Moving on to number 83. We have a film that I just watched pretty recently. Last week, I've been mainlining slashers, guys. Real quick, says, the best slasher I watched this week was I've Been Waiting for You. It's urban legend meets The Craft. I'll have to look into that one, I don't know that one very much. So next up we have... Oh, I just hit my chair a little bit. Next up we have Death Valley, which from 1982. This is my 83rd film. Isn't that weird how it's almost 80, the same year? Didn't do that deliberately. Death Valley I thought was very cool. I like these road slasher movies. I was going to put Road Games on here, but I just think it was too subversive. I love Road Games, and it does have slasher DNA, but it's a little too unlike slashers for me to have put. I like Road Games more than Death Valley, but I really enjoyed Death Valley. I'm sorry, Dale, for disqualifying Tucker and Dale. It seemed the consensus was that it wasn't a slasher and that it was too subversive. I do have a couple comedy slashers and parody slashers on my list. You're making me think that it should be, but it's not. If it was, it would be toward the top 30 of my list, I would argue. It's a fantastic and brilliant film. Death Valley is a lot of fun. The actor from Lost Boys plays the father. That's right. That's right. The head villain, or the head vampire. Road horror is great. Race with the Devil, Highwayman, Monster Man, love Monster Man, The Hitcher, so many good movies. Road Games is fantastic too. Death Valley is no exception. This has a cool little twist at the end, which I kind of saw coming, but kind of didn't, because I didn't think the film would go there, but it does go there, and I think it's pretty clever. I like Peter Billingsley in this, the little boy from Christmas Story. I like Death Valley more than A Christmas Story. Stephen McHattie plays a really interesting character. Paul Lamont, never really liked him, but Catherine Hicks from Child's Play, little boy's Andy's mother is in this. And yeah, some good kills. It definitely fits the slasher sort of stalking kind of structure. And the final girl in this film is more like a little boy. The interesting part about this is the little boy is watching, he thinks what's happening. He goes to this western town and they're all kind of role playing. And the killer seeps into that western town to try to play with the young boy, and the young boy thinks he's playing back. He's shooting his fake pistol while the real killer's shooting the real gun at him. Why? You know, we don't know, but we figure it out later. And the whole movie, the rest of the movie kind of plays out with Peter Billingsley thinking that it's a play, that it's an act. And so he's totally fearless, which is the way you should be in situations of crisis. It's very interesting, and he handles it like a calm adult would because he thinks it's for show. Very interesting film, good twist. I enjoyed the film quite a bit. Death Valley by Dick Richards. Yeah, the more I sit on it, the more I like it. Says that, and I agree with that. Next up, guys, we have American Gothic, which was a really cool little slasher film about a group of kids who are on a getaway. I think they have like an accident, engine trouble, that's right. And then they find themselves on this little island where this really weird and creepy family is, a la Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Very odd, you know, ma and pa they go by. They have some weird kids. And all of a sudden, these kids start dropping one by one in really cool ways. The gore in this one is especially good, from what I can remember. All-star cast, Rod Steiger, that's right, plays Ma. Yvonne DiCarlo. And it says here the family's living in the backwoods as if it's still the 20s, but what begins as a simple old-school hospitality comes a terrifying race for survival when they start dying, horrible deaths. Fleeing the outside world, many years ago the family has created an isolated domain. We're all strangers and sinners, and the killing has never stopped. So another very conservative, valued horror film about tradition meeting modernity, which is an age-old tale and has been told in many, many forms way before cinema. Way before cinema. That is my number 82. Number 81 is a film from 81, I think. There you go. It finally aligned, guys. Isn't that funny? That is Final Exam. Final Exam I've seen years ago. I just remember it having a very good atmosphere about this college campus, which was cleared out mostly for, for like finals week or whatever it might be. Let me try to read a little bit, see if any of it comes back. Exam week is coming to a close when some upper class play a prank on a staging of a phony terrorist attack. But the moment of excitement at the school won't be a prank. It's another one of those prank things where things get out of hand. That's a common theme in these high school and college movies. Students are falling prey to a knife-wielding maniac stalking the school, bent on making sure that for some, school is out forever. So, 1981, Code Red and Scream Factory put this little film out. Jimmy Houston directs it. I just remember really enjoying the simplicity of this. I do like the more simplistic slashers. This is one of them. Gives us exactly what we want in a 90-minute structure and is fun. Some unique kills. Very good, but I do need to rewatch it, so forgive me. I need to rewatch that one. Says I'm about to check out Fatal Exam this week. Always got those mixed up. Haven't seen that one. The most mean-spirited prank slasher I've seen is Slaughter High. I haven't seen Slaughter High. I need to see that. Mr. Scroggs says, I love the run-of-the-college campus slashers of the early 80s. Simple, fun, breezy, sometimes a good idea or two. I agree. And that is part of the reason why they do conflate in my head. Graduation day, final exam, prom night, all of those sorts of things kind of conflate in my head. But that's okay. I enjoy them. I remember the gist of them, and that's what's important. Next up, we have a film that most people are probably going to disagree with me on in terms of its placement. But number 80 is Urban Legends Final Cut. I watched this film back in the day, and I really enjoyed these sort of Scream-inspired kids making a movie while a slasher is going around killing people off. There's also a Japanese film called Reincarnation, which is very similar to this, which came out around the same time. I like these sorts of films. I like the ones that take place like a movie within a movie, like they're making a movie and then people start dying. I remember the kills being innovative in this, just like they are in Urban Legend, drawing from other, urban legends and things like that, and bringing those horrors to the screen. I know Anthony Anderson was in this, Hart Bochner from Die Hard, Loretta Devine, Jennifer Morrison, Matthew Davis, Joseph Lawrence. So a good cast of young people. Scott Derrickson actually helped write this film. Scott Derrickson would become a mainstream Hollywood director with films like Sinister and Multiverse of Madness, some of the Doctor Strange films and whatnot. Slashers for atmosphere these days. I agree. This one doesn't have too much, but I like it because I'm nostalgic for it, and it's a sort of a comfort movie for me. So long as you don't put this one above the original, I will let it slide. Definitely not above the original. Mr. Scroggs says, better than the I Know What You Did movies. I agree with you in one way. The original Urban Legend is in my top 10. Interesting. All right, I'm going to have a quick sip. I might have to take a pee soon. All right, just want to make sure everything's plugged in. We're not going to lose battery anywhere here. All right, next up is another film I haven't seen in many, many, many years, but I remember Michael Dudikoff having a very bit role in this, and I remember the hazy summer kind of atmosphere of this film, where these kids going around, killing off teenagers one by one, and you're not exactly sure why. It's Bloody Birthday. I love the title. I love the cover. I love the atmosphere of this film. Again, this is very early 80s. Ed Hunt directs this one. He did a couple others, too, and I can't... The Brain, that's right. He did The Brain. Diary of a Sinner, he did. But, yeah, Michael Dudikoff is in this movie. I think that's pretty funny. Susan Strasberg, Jose Ferrer. Let's try to recall some of the plot here. I also love when films take the taboo idea of kids getting killed or kids killing. I think this is the best version of that. I'm not a fan of Children of the Corn. I consider it somewhat of a slasher, but it did not even cut my list. I just am not a huge fan of that movie. I don't know why. I like its atmosphere, but it has nothing else going for it. Bloody Birthday is more my speed with the killer kids. Get ready for the rarely seen slasher classic from the 80s that may also be the most disturbing killer kids movies in Grindhouse history. I agree. 3 babies are simultaneously born in the same hospital at the peak of a solar eclipse. 10 years later, these adorable youngsters start beginning a kitty-killing spree of stranglings. So it's almost like Village of the Damned, updated for modern slasher-era times. And I do need to rewatch this. I remember really enjoying it. And I wanted to get this one in before watching this, or doing this list, but I couldn't. It is what it is. You definitely should check out Bloody Birthday. Severin put it out. Great transfer. Very good stuff. All right, next up, I'm going to be talking about Killjoy. Not 1, not 2. Those did not cut my list. I will mention them because they're interesting. What is considered, I think, as a misnomer is urban horror. I hate that. I hate that shit just because it has black actors and it talks about things that, the inner cities face and things like that. I'd rather inner city horror because the urban horror almost makes it sound like it's... I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of weirdness going on with the terminology. Of course, inner city kids can be black, white, Spanish, whatever. I'm from a city where it was a melting pot like that. So I hate that urban is used for black actors. The term is used when it's mostly black film, and I just don't like that term. I don't think it's apt. I think it's a misnomer. But Killjoy is a mostly black cast, inner city kids getting killed off by this killer clown. Number 1 and 2 are not very good. They're interesting because it was directed by a black director, and there aren't many black-directed slasher films. I watched a film called Hala in preparation for this list. It wasn't very good, by H.M. Coakley, a director from the Virgin Islands. I just wasn't very impressed, so it didn't make it. And unfortunately, it doesn't really matter I don't believe it matters what color a director is. I think it matters, where they came from, what they believe, etc. But Killjoy 1 and 2 aren't very good, but Killjoy 3 gets passed off to a filmmaker named John Lechago. And John Lechago takes the series in a promising direction with Killjoy 3. Quintessential urban horror is Candyman. Yes, and I think Candyman... Not going to talk about it right now. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I'll tell you later why. Killjoy 3 kind of takes some things, a lot, from Nightmare on Elm Street. And I'm pretty sure directly, group of unsuspecting college kids accidentally open a portal to Killjoy's demon realm. Now trapped inside a strange funhouse world, Killjoy and his trio of clown friends, Punchy, Freakshow, and Batty Boop, they must team up to survive his diabolical trials. So it kind of blends the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. It's very derivative of them. The 3rd film, 4th film, and the 5th film, I want to say. But they're a lot of fun. You never quite know when one's in sort of Killjoy's reality and when one's not. The sort of quartet of slasher characters are all entertaining and very House of a Thousand Corpses like. Definitely inspired by that kind of thing. Killjoy 3 does come out a little bit later. I forget exactly when. But you guys should check it out. It's very underrated. I think it's a very fun film. It comes out in 2010. So check it out. I might be crazy, but hey. Yes, Candyman, a slasher. I do consider it a slasher. Yes, and I have my reasons why. Next up is number 77, guys. Number 77 is a film that no one remembers except for me, called The Borrower. This film is from 1991. It's directed by John McNaughton, who directed some other stuff. Henry, The Portrait of a Serial Killer, Wild Harvest, a couple other, genre films there. But The Borrower is my favorite in the line of slashers / monster movies with an entity hopping from body to body. I like it far more than Jason Goes to Hell, far more than Don't Kill It, and that is The Borrower from 1991. Says it took me a long time. Oh, the Candyman one, I already... Yes, so, The Borrower is great. It does have an iconic poster of sort of this alien creature monster thing putting a face over its face, and it's kind of got like this weird, creepy smile with these glasses. In fact, I'll show you here. There it is. Really iconic. I used to see it in the video stores when I was growing up, but I didn't see this film until probably the aughts. And the Thingsploitation, is that kind of it? Yeah, I could see that. I do consider this one a slasher, though. I mean, he goes from body to body, stalking victims, looking for bodies, so each one of his victims turns into the thing that he starts walking around as. So I think it subverts slashers in really interesting ways, but it has sort of that procedural element to it as well, and just a lot of fun. I like the body hopping thing, and like I said, does it better than Jason Goes to Hell. I think Jason Goes to Hell is pretty weak. I do consider it a slasher, but I don't have it on this list. So that is my number 77. I don't expect many people to remember that one. All right, next up, guys, we have number 76. That is Nightmare on Elm Street, Dream Child. That is A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. So this one is my least favorite Nightmare film, but I still enjoy it. I think it has a lot of atmosphere. I think all these films have atmosphere. I think this is when the series starts getting, way over the top. This one, no. This one does have a lot of atmosphere. I love the very dreamlike quality of it. The whole film kind of feels like it's a nightmare. Like you're not really sure what's reality and what's not. And I enjoy that for what it is. I want to say, again, some of these details get messed up. This is the first one with what's her name? Lisa Wilcox, or Alice, as the main girl. The girl from Dream Warriors dies in Part 4, passes the baton to this new final girl, Alice, or who has the same ability as the prior girl did. I'm forgetting all the names. And to pull people into dreams and whatnot. A lot of people hate this film in the modern area. I think a lot of people are upset that the Nightmare series gets more and more over the top and ridiculous. That's what I love about it. What are you supposed to do? Keep making the same thing? It wasn't scary anymore. That's what happens to monsters when you expose them. They become less scary. And so that's why sequels end up becoming less scary, because you have to do something to destroy the monster you created. Wes Craven's New Nightmare talks about this excellently, in literally a line, a monologue from Wes Craven's mouth. It's brilliant. We'll talk about it later. I enjoy Dream Master for what it is, even though it's my least favorite. Stephen Hopkins directs it. I think it's okay. It's the one with the little weird baby. Anyway, number 75. Oh, I guess I could show that off, but I'll be dipping back into this, obviously, as we go. My number 75 is a film I watched the other night, and it was drenched with early 80s atmosphere. And it was a film that I knew not many people talked about, so I wanted to talk about this one, because it does earn a spot in my list here. This was from a director named Boaz Davidson, who did a lot of 80s teen kind of films. The remake will not be on the list. No, it will not. You're correct, Lucy. Dell says, so all the Nightmare movies made the cut. Interesting. They did. Not all the Friday, not all the Halloween. That tells you which is my favorite of the bunch. Hospital Massacre in 1981 comes out. I like this movie for a few reasons. Follows a young woman who goes in for some routine tests. Something happens and she has to be kept behind. She doesn't know why. Even the doctors are a little unclear as to why she's being held. Her tests results were kind of screwy, so they want to keep her against her will. And obviously that she doesn't like at a certain point. This film, I think, inspired Unsane in a lot of ways. The Soderbergh mental asylum film where a young woman is being kind of gaslit, seemingly, into why she's there. But it turns out there's a killer loose who is manipulating her numbers to make her stay in the hospital overnight. And it becomes this hyper atmospheric, even misty and foggy with bright lights down hallways and dark hallways, and just really, really cool atmosphere in this. And lights, flashing against figures that create silhouettes. Simple kills that don't really dwell on the violence very much, but still entertaining. What I love about the kills most is actually the these epic, like, choral singing, orchestral sort of music is going. That reminds me of The Omen. It seems, some people say it's out of place, I noticed, but I didn't think it was out of place. I thought it was epic and really enhanced the slashing scenes. I thought it was awesome. So Hospital Massacre from 1981 is one that not many people know about. A decent, an okay twist. I mean, I saw it coming pretty much the whole time. But it's a good movie. I think a lot of people forget about Hospital Massacre, and that's just what it is. AKA X-Ray. Thank you, Gungshi. It has a couple names that it goes by, but I watched it as Hospital Massacre, actually on YouTube, free of ads, in really good shape. So I thought that was awesome. Ghost of Anakin says, hello, Ghost of Anakin. Pleasure of you to meet us. I see you are the original Ghost of Anakin, not the Hayden Christensen Ghost of Anakin. So thank you for staying true to the original there. But thank you for joining, and we're going to get right back into the list. My number 74. Whew, we're moving right along. We're at 74 now. We are a quarter of the way through this list. Holy Mary. Another series franchise that I think is literally still going to this day, it was just rebooted, is Wrong Turn. This fits the slasher structure from my perspective. You have a group of teens out in the woods. I love the atmosphere of this one. I love the backwoods kind of horror kind of thing going on. The incest sort of the villains are a group of incest products of incest, I should say. So they're deformed, they're violent, they're not right in the head, they're psychopathic, etc., etc. Wrong Turn 2 I haven't seen. I'm sorry. 9 out of 10. Wow. Damn, I should have watched that. The original, though, I really enjoy. It's number 74. I love Eliza Dushku as the final girl. She's my girl. She was my girl at that point, too. I had a major crush on her. I just thought she was so cute. In a lot of those early teen films from the aughts. And I really enjoy this film. I remember some of the suspenseful scenes of when they go into the deformed incest people's little cabin, and they're hiding under the bed, and just very suspenseful, very good slasher. I really enjoyed Wrong Turn number 1. The original is good too. Ghost of Anakin says, I love your collection videos. Thank you. I discovered you through the Rambo video. And then your Mario Brothers video. Thank you very much. I was wondering, do you prefer Lord of the Rings trilogy or OG Star Wars trilogy? Lord of the Rings, but that's a video for another day. I love both very much, but Lord of the Rings is very close to my heart. That was my Star Wars when I was growing up. That's what I went to go see in theaters. So, all right, guys, next up we have number 73, a really interesting slasher directed by a female. Again, I don't think it always matters who or what gender or what color person directs a movie. I think it matters how good the movie is, but this one is notable because there aren't many slasher films directed by females, just like there aren't many slasher films directed by black directors. And the ones that we did get aren't too great. I always wondered, I've said in the 70s we had blaxploitation horror that goes away in the 80s. I would imagine the powers that be just didn't give many people opportunities. I don't know what it is exactly. Maybe the interest wasn't there from the African-American community. I don't know. But there was a lot of roles for them. And even leading roles, but not many directing of horror movies. And I think that you know, that's a topic for a whole nother thing. Says, Wrong Turn and Cold Prey has something in common for me. I guess I would classify them as survival slashers. Might be my favorite subgenre of slashers. Interesting. So it really pushes that final girl to masculinize, like I talked about earlier, and fight back the masculine force that is invading, encroaching, trying to eliminate you. And with that said, we have a very feminine slasher film here, directed by Amy Jones, and written by Rita Mae Brown. So this was directed and written by females, and stars mostly females, and then has a killer with a, ready for it, drill, which is supremely phallic as it could get. A drill is shaped like a penis, and it also drills. So, again, you'll have to listen to my philosophical sort of cultural analysis of what I think slashers are. But this one really leans into those tropes quite a bit. I like the killer in this, too, because he's this unassuming, small man who you don't think, you know, you feel like you could beat up. But he's accosting these young women and forcing, you know, some of them to fight back. So when Trish decides to invite her high school girls, basketball teammates over for a slumber party, she has no idea the night will be ruined by an escaped mental patient with a portable drill. It's a cult classic. I really enjoy Slumber Party Massacre for what it is. Hot chicks, boobs, blood, gore, all the things we love about slasher films, and I've yet to see the sequels. Isn't that wild? Still sealed. This is still sealed, believe it or not. Says, Slumber Party is fun. Whenever you have time, please check out the sequel. It features an electric guitar drill as a murder weapon. Yes, I am aware of that. I feel like that imagery is even more iconic than the first one, so there you go. That, guys, is my number 73. Ghost of Anakin says, what version of OG Star Wars trilogy do you own? I have the 4Ks. I have the old DVDs as well. I don't own the despecialized ones, no. Thank you for asking. All right, so next up, guys, we have number 72, which is a nightmare film. Nightmare 2, Freddy's Revenge. Freddy's Revenge is, I like it slightly more than 5 because I feel like 5 is just a bit of a convoluted but atmospheric and over-the-top and entertaining mess. Whereas Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is actually trying to say something. I think it's pretty obvious what it's trying to say. I think it's a story about a young man who was in the closet, who was having trouble dealing with his emerging homosexuality. I think it's pretty obvious that that's what it's about. At the time, I think it was less obvious. Now, I think it's very obvious. You guys could disagree with me. Feel free to let me know what you think it's about. McScrogg says, I missed the first 20. Hopefully, Dude, Pro Body Massacre will make the cut. I've never seen that one. I wanted to. It looks totally off the chain. But Freddy's Revenge is interesting, like I said, from a, how do you say, an allegorical standpoint. Everybody that is questioning, you know, this young man and his ideas, his motives, starts to die around him. Even the girl that he really likes, you know, is taken before his eyes. Or he thinks he likes her. And again, these things are adding to the fact that I think it's about a guy in a closet who has to stay in the closet. So instead of coming out, he just wreaks havoc. That beast inside of him comes out. And that beast inside of him is Freddy in a very possessive kind of way. This is more of a possession film. Freddy is possessing the body of this young man and causing him to do these crimes, which make it look like he's doing the crimes, obviously. So it's very unique in terms of it being a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. But it is also so divergent that it's one of my lesser favorites of the franchise. I like the more fun, over-the-top ones. What can I say? But I do like this one more than 5 because I think it's a little bit more serious and tries to tell a slightly different story, which is equally entertaining, but not to me as entertaining, not as good. All right, Scrog says it's interesting because they didn't realize the lead way gay when they cast. Yes, lead was gay when they cast him. I don't think makes the film better than leaning too much becomes satire. Exactly, or leaning too much into it becomes like a heavy-handed political message. That's how you get your message across. No matter what your message is, whether it's something awful, immoral, or good and moral. If you want to get it across, putting it in a story and nestling it under layers of narrative is how you get that message across. It's almost like a Trojan horse. A good story is a Trojan horse. It's, hey, watch this movie, be entertained, but also we're sending you a message about how we view the world. All art does that. Some do it better than others. I'd argue the last 10 years of horror have done it worse than the previous eras of horror had. They knew how to nestle controversial ideas, hot topic ideas, taboo ideas, in an interesting story and deliver it to you that way. These days, the message comes first, the interesting story takes the back seat, characters take the back seat. It must be, as Ghost of Anakin said, subtle and smart. And I think it's not that so much these days. I'm glad to see that some people are agreeing. There are some movies that aren't that subtle at all in their message. They Live is an example. That's another really good point. The message of They Live, I happen to vehemently agree with, despite its heavy-handed messaging. Again, though, at the time, people didn't take that movie seriously. And now, look where we are. If you're at all paying attention, They Live is trying to tell us something very real about people in power. And I think it's true. That's just from my perspective. Somebody else might see it and go, oh, well, no, the government's great. I love the government. The government's there to protect us. And that's their opinion. But I do think sometimes your political message has to be heavy-handed. I think Carpenter made it so that he was hammering people over the head. I think the fight sequence between Rowdy Roddy and oh my God, I'm forgetting his name. Oh, not Keith David. Keith David, yes. That fight scene is about Rowdy Roddy trying to get him to see the truth, and he can't, and so he has to beat the truth out of him. He has to beat the truth into him. And I think that, I think that's a brilliant way to do it. Now, I don't see too many of those these days that I think are on the nose, but that could be just because my opinion is going the other way. I don't know. Says, yeah, another example is some of Spike Lee's films. Yes, I don't mind a lack of subtlety if the execution is great, but the overall, I prefer subtlety. Yes, look at Bamboozled. What a great film that is not subtle. But again, it came out at a time where we needed to be heavy-handed with that messaging. Maybe that film speaks to the idea that there weren't many 80s and 90s black directors or black leading characters. In the 90s, there were more with Denzel, but you catch my point. Scrog says, not horror, but Starship Troopers is one of the most obvious satires, and people still often miss the point somehow. Exactly. Then we always have those types of things. I'm getting off track here, guys. We got to jump back on the rails. Next up, we have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003. This film I saw in theaters. I really enjoyed this film. I have one gripe. It is not grainy, hazy, grungy. A lot of its grittiness is cleaned up to a point where I think it's a detriment to the atmosphere of the film. With that said, I still think this is a very good remake and a very good slasher. Everybody's a little bit too pretty, a little bit too clean, a little bit too glistening, a little bit too Michael Bayified, if I may. But I love the kills in this movie. They're certainly more gruesome than the original. They take what the original did with Inference and kind of stretched it into a more gruesome aughts era, post-Saw, or Saw era, we'll say, because it came out around the same time, kind of thing. Says it has such a disturbing opening scene. Yes, it does. The film peaks within the first 15 minutes. That's interesting. Ghost of Anakin, is the 80s your favorite decade for cinema? Yes, no question. And the 70s. And then probably the 30s. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake from 2003 has a bunch of great characters who are fodder, who are there to get killed off, but they're interesting enough. It has some really gruesome sequences like the bullet hole through the head, and you see through the hole, kind of like you do in Quick and the Dead, Sam Raimi. Brutal stuff. Marcus Nispel, who made some very mean-spirited films. I think he also did what's the film? Exeter. That's right, he did Exeter, which is another very grimy, almost slasher film, but I chalked it up to more possession, demonic. Dell says, subtlety is generally better, but sometimes you need a hammer to the head, as like NG, as the hammerer is skillful. I'm not sure what the last as like. Yes, well, I agree with you, Del. Sometimes you need a hammer. Sometimes you need a hammer, and that hammer might make you think, or you might disagree with it, and you might have good reason to do so. Stick to your principles in a time of chaos, which is, I believe, what we're in. Next up! Alright, guys, I am looking for what is... where is it? Where is it? Alright, I'm not sure. Hold on one sec, guys. Alright, well, it is what it is. I'm not sure where I put... I know I have it here somewhere. I just can't find it right now. But it houses all four, or I should say 4 out of 6 of the Final Destination movies. And Final Destination 4 is the only one that didn't cut my list, actually. Says a lack of subtlety can highlight the absurdity of something. The films of John Waters is a good example, or Paul Verhoeven. Very, very well said. You guys are so smart. Honestly, you guys are fucking smart. You're spot on. You're right along with the same kind of thinking that I'm going along on right now, and I think you guys are adding to it and supplementing it in really interesting ways. This is a whole video for another day, right? They dabble in hyperbole and extravagance. Yes, they do. Perfectly said. Very articulate and very eloquent. And all of you guys, Del, all of you guys are very, very articulate with what you're trying to say here. Great example. Good stuff. All right, so next up, guys, we have, like I said, Final Destination 4 did not cut the list. I think it's the weakest of the 6 by far. A lot of people agree. I think it's comically bad at points, almost a parody of itself. It should have just been a parody. However, number 70 is Final Destination 5. This one recuperates after a pretty low nadir and starts on the up again before the franchise, sadly, meets its demise until a new one would come out this year. Number 5 is solid, has a great opening sequence on a bridge that goes on for like 20 minutes. It's really good and shows a bunch of deaths. Not as explicit and gory as number 2 and maybe number 3. But 5 is a very clean-looking movie. It's very digitized. It has that almost post-The Ring look to it. American The Ring, sort of those blues and the blacks and the moody colors that create a specific cold atmosphere. Final Destination 5 has those things. It has some interesting characters, some interesting deaths, but nothing that surpasses some of the other films in the series, like 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I did not. Final Destination ticks all the slasher boxes for me, except for the fact that evil is personified, right? Evil is an entity in the Final Destination films, and I think this entity serves as one of the best slasher villains in any slasher film of all time, frankly. The way it kind of weaves its mousetrap-like traps is kind of always there. And some Final Destination films get it better than others. And I think Final Destination 4 and 5 don't get it as well as the rest, where you feel like death is a personification. It's lurking around every corner. It's all around you. You cannot escape it. And I think that's why Final Destination is a slasher film. Death is the slasher. Yes. Creates interesting tension because often you want the killer to die, but not in this series. Right. In this series, the killer is death. You cannot kill the killer. There is no killing it. Therefore, it requires very smart writing to try to subvert it. And I think some of the better films in the franchise do that. It's a really, really interesting series I'll talk about more. But that's my number 7, Final Destination 5. The thing could be argued to be a slasher, so can Alien, can it? Alien ticks all my boxes, has one of the best final girls in all of history. But there's something that separates it, and I'm not exactly sure what, if I'm being completely honest. Because if a Predator, you could draw the line anywhere, you know? And so I had to keep it compact. I worked for a month, literally, coming up with a list and with ways to differentiate and make distinct my slasher list here. So number 69, guys, is absolutely a slasher film. This arose at a time where the slasher was mostly, I'll say, mostly dead. And it was traded off for the torture porn genre of horror films, which takes hold with Saw, tons of sequels, Hostel, tons of sequels. I never really liked the torture porn thing. I thought it was a little weird. I think it was a reflection of the era that we were in, the Iraq War, the Middle Eastern War era, where we were sending our young men to go fight a war that they didn't understand, a lot like Vietnam, in a place that was far, far away with different culture and customs. And I think the horror of the world was reflected, the horror of those wars was reflected in our horror films. The slasher had been beat to death after the Scream era, and it was a bloody pulp. And so James Wan took that bloody pulp and made a whole subgenre out of it, the torture porn subgenre. I blame the war on terror for the bad 2000s horror and bad military films. Thank you, That is exactly what I said, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. The war on terror was the reason for these lackluster films, which I never got into. I loved the first Saw. Second Saw I thought was good. First Hostel and every other Saw beyond that I thought was garbage, frankly. So I never really got into it, and it reflected maybe even my mindset at that time. It was a dark time to be growing up. To be having fun while, a lot of our brothers and sisters were over fighting a war that they didn't understand. And I'm getting emotional and upset. So here we have Laid to Rest, guys. After that preamble, we start getting, with Hatchet, we start getting these, I don't think this film exists without Hatchet, we get these low-budget, kill-centric slasher movies. And when I say kill-centric, they take the torture porn aspects of realism and violence. So torture porn, one good thing is they really were inventive with their practical effects. They went for realism as opposed to over-the-top absurdity. Realism was the name of the game in the aughts. And so the slasher films that would arise, starting with Hatchet and thereafter, would really lean into the realism and the disturbing, the lingering violence, the crunchy sound effects. Very reminiscent of the 70s zombie films and Fulci films like The Beyond and Zombie and the Giallo films, but more so Fulci, more so D'Amato, more so Sergio Martino. Crunchy, violent, lingering death sequences. And this one has it with a really cool killer, too. Says Hatchet and the rest walked so Terrifier could run. Yes, Hatchet and Laid to Rest walked so Terrifier could run. That's absolutely right. Ghost of Anakin, I will say the 2000s did have fantastic comedies. Yes, it was the best time for comedy. No question. That's a whole nother topic. You wouldn't get away with half the stuff that came out in that era. I agree. I call them neoclassical slashers. There you go. I like that. And I remember reading some of your slasher stuff. It was very good. For a movie that's got some pretty dumb moments, they have some very clever foreshadowing for the villain and later kills. The last kill is nice. Yes, it is. Chrome Skull is iconic to me. I like this film better than Hatchet. Obviously, I put it higher than Hatchet. But I love the Chrome Skull look. I love the gritty digital film, almost shot on video kind of feel to this movie. It's dark, it's atmospheric, it's got crunchy ass kills from the digital era. It creates its own violent atmosphere. The blues, like I said, sort of the blues and the blacks, the grays, the chromes. It has a nice color scheme to it. Good characters. Who's the old guy? I always forget. Thomas Dekker is in this. That's right. Kevin Gage is in this. Kevin Gage was in Heat. He was Wainwright from Heat, the guy that sabotages them. He's really good in this. Very fun character actor. And Richard Lynch, so it has some good character actors here. And Robert Hall directs this. I did not like the sequel, though. That one fell off the bandwagon when I was creating my list. Says Laid to Rest and Hatchet are reactionary slashers in that they reacted against the tamer Scream ripoffs. Yes. They went to go back to the honest, gritty gore of the 80s. Yes, yes, yes. Spot on. Spot on. So the slasher dies, torture porn emerges, slashers become softer and not as violent. Torture porn emerges, then the this new brand of filmmakers like Hall and like Adam Green and Aja take that extreme nature, the more realistic, visceral gore, and create a new brand of slasher films with Hatchet and Laid to Rest and Hills Have Eyes and things like that. Not saying that's a slasher, but, you know, in that milieu. And do away with the meta element. That's right, then we do away with the meta element until the 2010s, because we dive headfirst into the meta element around the mid part of that decade. That's a whole other topic we'll get to, I'm sure. Alright guys, number 68 is my first Friday the 13th film on my list, and that is 1988's Part 7, The New Blood. I like The New Blood. I don't care. I don't care what people say. They were also influenced by the French New Wave, the French Extremity movement. Yes, no question. That's what I'm saying. Inspiration is a big topic. I plan to write a book about these things one day. It would be so much fun for me to write a book about these things, and I think I can. I believe in myself. But A New Blood is my number 68. This film is when things just go totally off the rail after number 6. Number 6 says, you know what, fuck it. He's a zombie. He's a zombie Jason. He's undead. Who gives a fuck? Let's do it. Well, I don't want to say. Then number 7 comes around and just throws things totally off the railing with telekinetic powers. For years, I thought Jason was the one with telekinetic powers, but he isn't. It's the little girl. It's kind of like Carrie meets Friday the 13th. We get this crazy telekinetic power sequence at the end with this young woman that's moving things around, lighting shit on fire, trying to fight the force that is the undead Jason. You have Bernie, what's his name? Kaiser, from Weekend at Bernie's. What's the frickin' guy's name? Terry Kaiser from Weekend at Bernie's. You have Kane Hodder, obviously, in the costume in this one. I remember Terry Kaiser being a fun character, kind of one of the unbelieving characters who gets it in the end. Imagine if we had an unrated version of New Blood. Is it cut down? I wasn't familiar with that. Film wasn't butchered by censorship, it would be way higher. That's fair, and I haven't seen it in a while, and some of the kills could be kind of insinuated or inferred in my head. Or embellished in my head, I should say. But I do enjoy Friday the 13th, Part 7. It's goofy, fun, atmospheric, and a lot better than 8 and 9, that's for sure. Unfortunately, Jason Takes Manhattan fell off the list, and Jason Goes to Hell fell off my list. But it's okay. We have a couple more Fridays. We have a few more Fridays to talk about. I also didn't have 2 and 3 on my list. I know, that's heresy. That is heresy. I'm just not too into them. Maybe the next time I watch them, I will be. Next up is a film I saw back in theaters with some friends. My parents allowed me to see it. It's a slasher film. I share a name with it, and that is Valentine. So I think that was part of the reason my family let me see this movie in theaters. And, you know, it was, I guess my mom found out that it wasn't, you know, too violent. There weren't too many boobies and stuff like that. It's light sensuality, whatnot. But Valentine, I really adore. I'm very nostalgic for it. I think the kills could have been better in this movie, if I'm being honest. Some of them are pretty creative, but the sort of the arrow to the heart is iconic because I get it, you know, Cupid shooting the arrow at the heart. I get it. It's clever. There's a lot of clever kills. I almost threw this at my face. I like the twist in this movie. David Boreanaz is in this movie, who was coming off of Angel. A lot of young, beautiful people. Denise Richards, who was hot at this point. Katherine Heigl is in this movie. Marley Shelton. I have a lot of fun with Valentine. Says they love Valentine. I gotta run some errands. Thank you for streaming. Take care. Check it out later on. Ghost of Anakin, thank you for tuning in and adding to this great conversation we have going. Says, it's so much fun. I have such an affinity for Scream, Buffy, Dawson Creek inspired slashers. And that is exactly what this is. I do too. I'm a big fan of those movies. We'll talk about more later. I did a riff review of this years ago where I kind of leaned into making fun of it. But I do love this. I couldn't hide my love for it at the end. And very atmospheric introduction, too, with Katherine Heigl. I think it's excellent. And, yeah, this is a good slasher movie with a good twist and a great atmosphere. And it takes place during a holiday, Valentine. And it shares my motherfucking name. Let's go. All right, guys, I hate to do this, but I gotta pee. I gotta pee. So while I do so, you guys hang tight, keep that conversation rolling, and hit that thumbs up button for me, if you don't mind. I'll be back in 1 minute, guys. All right, we are back in the building, folks. We are back in the building. All right. Hello. All right, guys, so where did we leave off? With number 67, which is Valentine. What up? What up? What do we got next? All right, I'm going to take a sip. I'm just going to check in with you guys, make sure everybody's doing all right on this fine Tuesday evening. I hope you're all enjoying this crazy live stream. We're not even halfway done, folks, and it's 6:30. I plan to be doing this till 8:30, so I think we're about on pace. On pace to do 8:30. And as we go on, obviously we're just going to talk about films I love more and more. So it's going to get more and more exciting for me, at least. And I hope so for you guys. All right. Moving right along. And we got some controversial ones. Some ones I'm not sure if you're going to agree with me in terms of it being a slasher. But that's okay. It's my list. Tell me why you don't agree. All right, next up we have a double feature here. I did not include When a Stranger Calls, despite it being highly influential to the slasher genre. The first 20 minutes of that film are a slasher film, or a He Knows You're in the House kind of film, where a stalker, a caller is stalking this young woman. It's fantastic. Says, I hope you do a live stream, Top 40 Giallo. Yes, I would love to. Honestly, I want to get into Giallo heavier than I ever have. I've only seen around 20 or 30, so. When a Stranger Calls has a great opening introduction that Wes Craven would literally borrow the 25-minute, 30-minute sequence from this. It's really an act for the beginning of Scream. Now, I didn't include When a Stranger Calls. The first 20 minutes are excellent. The rest is rather boring and is slasher adjacent, but I didn't count it. But Happy Birthday to Me, I think, is rather iconic. Do I love it? Not quite. It's almost at love. We're getting to the point where a lot of these films are almost love. Really, really like. So, Happy Birthday to Me has some great iconic imagery with the skewer to the mouth. Some great kills. A good twist, which will flip your wig. Which is kind of... There's clues scattered here and there throughout the film, which I really appreciate. And when it delivers, it delivers pretty heavy, I'd say. I thought the twist was pretty cool. And let's see, it is iconic. I agree. Yes, he did. Eli Roth ripped this off and paid homage. Yeah. Yes, I agree. We'll get to that soon. I love Thanksgiving. Or yeah. Anyway, Happy Birthday to Me. Super creepy, especially the last 15, 20 minutes. My God, some of the imagery with the stormy night and all the... I don't want to spoil it, but there's an image of a bunch of dead bodies in a room, and it is just so disturbing and so awesome. I love the final girl. I think she's really interesting. And yeah, just great imagery, great iconic mystery going on, and it's a fun film. Happy Birthday to Me is my number 66. All right, my first Halloween film on the list, I believe, is Halloween H2O. Number 5, number 6, Resurrection, and Rob Zombies, and the new trilogy. None of those made my list, because I don't think they're good, frankly. But Halloween H2O is post-Scream, so it's sort of... when Scream destroyed the slasher structure and premise and pacing and conceit, and deconstructed it from a postmodern worldview or view. what should I say? Wes Craven demolished the slasher by deconstructing it through a postmodern lens of the world. And he pointed out all the absurdities, all the rules, etc. Once he did that, it took some time, or some of the old slashers were reinvigorated. So we had 1998, we have H2O, which sees a chance to bring back its killer in a more modern era. I'm not explaining this very well. Sorry, guys. They are polarizing. Yeah, Rob Zombies just don't really cut it for me. But yeah, so H2O I don't remember too much about, but I remember really, really enjoying it. I remember liking that Jamie Lee Curtis was back. Josh Hartnett was in it. It's a good-looking film with solid suspense and reinvigorates in a good way, in the best way we had seen from the decade, the character of Michael Myers. I am not a fan of 5 or 6, and like I said, Resurrection is kind of a joke. It's kind of a parody of itself, but H2O tries to take itself seriously in a post-Scream landscape and brings back, actually, Steve Miner, who directed Friday the 13th 2 and 3. I like H2O more than both of those. Yeah, H2O does have a bad mask. I can agree with that. Number 64 is another film that I love. I saw in theaters with my friends. It's a bit of a parody of the franchise, but like I said, I appreciate Friday the 13th because it continues to get more and more over the top, because it figures, well, what the hell else can you do? But they didn't kill off their character like Freddy did. In Halloween, the movies just get more serious and serious until they're so fucking convoluted and the story is ridiculous, and then Friday they just keeps getting more and more ridiculous. So I think that's the best route to go. Well, I think the best route to go was killing Freddy and then deconstructing it with New Nightmare. But the second best way to go is Jason X. Jason X is fantastic. Says, I'd encourage you to check out the theatrical cut of Halloween 6 if you haven't. It's very surreal and very brutal film. If you could suspend your disbelief, the atmosphere is great. I will try. I've only seen those films a couple times. One of these days, for sure. But Jason X is over the top to the point where it literally brings Jason into space. Yes, just like the Leprechaun would go into space. And yes, I count the Leprechaun as a slasher franchise. Jason X has some great kills. One of the most iconic of the whole series is the kill where he's like freeze-dried and then he smashes the guy's face, I want to say. Is it Cronenberg's character, I think? That like the face gets shattered. It reminds me of like reading about Unit, 347 or whatever it is from the Japanese concentration camps during World War II, where they would run experiments by freezing people and smashing the limbs and see what would happen. That's what that reminds me of, but really crazy over-the-top kills. It has parodies of itself. It literally parodies itself with this sort of virtual Friday the 13th-esque campground where he starts like bashing chicks with sleeping bags, which is an homage to older films. I think that even went down in the film Prophecy. But anyway, it's a great film that is self-parodies. It knows what it's doing. It's got a tongue in its cheek. It's a little absurd. It's ridiculous. And it's a ton of fun. And I saw it in theaters, and boy, was it a fun theater experience. Back when people just had a little bit more respect for the theater. You know, in the modern era, people are like throwing shit at the screen and like popcorn and yelling and screaming and running around like chickens with their head cut off. I'm talking about like the Minecraft movie and all that shit. I think it's absurd and absolutely irresponsible and ridiculous. But back in the day, we had fun. We talked to the screen, but we did it with responsibility and with timing, and we'd make jokes. Individuals would make jokes. There'd be little, but it wasn't disrespectful to the people that worked there or whatever it might be. So that was my experience of Jason X. It was a super fun time. It does lack I agree, it lacks the gritty atmosphere. If it was shot on film, I think it would have had that. A lot of these films suffer because they were shot digitally. I can admit that. My number 63 is another Halloween film, Halloween 4. Now, Halloween 4, I remember really enjoying where it took the series after 2 with Jodelle, what's her name? I've got it right here, so I might as well. Danielle Harris, thank you. Damn, I almost forgot. Danielle Harris, Donald Pleasance is back. Michael returns to Haddonfield for Jamie Lloyd, the orphan daughter of Larry Strode, and her babysitter Rachel. Can Dr. Loomis stop him before the unholy slaughter reaches his innocent niece? Now, it does follow a lot of the same beats as Halloween does, but it takes its own kind of turns at certain points, especially towards the second half of the film, where it starts to play with the idea. I don't want to say what the idea is, but I think it's very interesting how this film ends. And I wish they went this direction. Every time the Halloween franchise hinted at moving away from Michael Myers, the fan backlash was so great that they rebuked and said, okay, never mind, we're doing Michael Myers. So my favorite Halloween in the series is Season of the Witch. I love Season of the Witch. It's not a slasher, but nobody was really a fan of that one because no Michael Myers. 4 comes back, brings you Michael Myers, hints at something that may move away, and then goes right back into boring Michael Myers stories, from my perspective. Entertaining, sure, but not great. Bye, Lucy. Thank you very much. It's after midnight in your time zone. Very, very much so appreciate you hanging out, Lucy. Check out the rest of it on the rebound. Says, my main problem with Halloween 4 is that I don't find Michael intimidating in this film. Fair enough. I can't really speak to that detail. I do have to rewatch the Halloween films. Just couldn't get around to everything, like I said. For the reasons I like Halloween 3, I dislike Halloween 4. That's fair. And I love Halloween 3. You're talking to the right guy. But Halloween 4 at least brings back a somewhat intimidating Michael from my perspective and starts to tell an interesting story about the niece. And that's directed by Dwight H. Little, a good director. All right, and that, guys, is my number 63. My number 62 is I Know What You Did. I'm sorry. I still know what you did last summer. I still haven't seen I'll Always Know What You Still Did Last Summer. But I did watch pretty recently, and for the first time, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer in my 88 films trilogy here. Why do I like this film? I watched it a few weeks ago, and I was just so refreshed with that early or late 90s slasher Dawson's Creek vibe like mentioned earlier. I Still Know has a great setting. Yes, it does. The island setting where people are getting knocked off, I think is fantastic. So sort of like this resort where they think they're going to party and vacation, but everybody's actually leaving for vacation, which is part of the killer's plan. And so they're stranded on this island, and there's some really great, colorful characters like Jack Black's character, who's like this pothead stoner drug dealer guy, who's very entertaining. Brandy is in this as kind of like a badass fighting back chick. She's really, really hot in the movie too. I will say Jennifer Love Hewitt is great as always. Gungshi says, it's 6:35 a.m. here, and I've been up all night. Good to have a great company and content to keep me company in my insomnia. Sounds good, Gungshi. Don't let that get out of hand, though. I want you to stay healthy. If this film had a better script, it could have been an all-timer. I agree. It's a really good atmospheric slasher. A lot of rain in this one. Great twist. I kind of saw who the killer was, or at least one of the killers was pretty early on. But that's okay. It still delivered the kills, the set pieces, the very Argento-like set pieces with an emphasis on the set piece as opposed to the actual deed. And really enjoyed the characters, really enjoyed this follow-up to the original, which I thought was really good. And I'm mad I didn't see it back in the day. I saw I Know What You Did when it came out with my family. Same thing with Scream. We watched these together. My parents didn't want me watching them alone at that time. But we missed the sequel, which did go to theaters. Mr. Scroggs says those sort of slashers are like buttered popcorn. You crave it sometimes. It's not filling, but it can hit that spot. Very well said, Mr. Scroggs. And this one, being a first-time watch, definitely hit the spot. I loved it. Or, I really, really liked it. That came out a year after I Still Know, so 1998. And it has one of the first examples, an early example of a kill in a tanning bed. I think it goes back to the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, but tanning bed kill. Next up, my number 61 is one that might surprise some of you guys. This is one I saw in theaters with my buddies back in the day. We were a fan of this comedy troupe and their films, like what came out before this? Super Troopers and Beer Fest. And they did a little horror comedy called not a little horror comedy. This is a big horror comedy. This is almost a 2-hour horror comedy here. Wish I knew you growing up. None of my friends were into horror, so I wasn't a hobby I could share with others. Luckily, I had a core group of friends that was into these kinds of films in high school, so it was a lot of fun. Not in middle school, but in high school. But Club Dread is Broken Lizard's foray into the slasher genre. Now, they do a lot of things that interestingly and subtly subvert slasher tropes, which I think is clever. The gore could have been better. There's some blood. The violence, the kills could have been a little bit better. They are iconic in some... I love some of the iconic scenes. Like there's a scene in a mini hedge maze where this killer with this corn cob comes around a corner and he's at the end, and once the deed has been done, it kind of zooms out and spins, and it's really interesting. And I think Jay Chandrasekhar directed a very solid slasher film that I watched the unrated, uncut version. I think if it was cut down a little bit more, like the original cut I saw, it's a little bit better. I'm not sure if the unrated's better or worse. But I really enjoy this film, guys. Subverts it in very interesting ways. Has a really quirky and cool final girl who you'll just fall in love with. She's really hot, too. But her personality shines throughout the film. I really like, what's his name? Kevin Heffernan's character. Kevin Heffernan, who's just like this fat guy, but it subverts tropes. You know, the fat guy's always made fun of. Well, in this movie, the fat guy is like the shit. He can, like, make himself skinnier. He could do kung fu. He can meditate for 4 days. He doesn't have to eat. He could, like, do all these... He has so many talents. Hunt and, like, all these crazy things. He's just very talented. And I think that's funny. It has a funny performance by Bill Paxton, who plays this Neil Diamond kind of ripoff, who runs this Pleasure Island. It's got this funny, catchy little song. I hate it, but you're supposed to hate it. And they all start dying off one by one. It has this Rastafarian Indian English character. It has an Hispanic character named Juan, who's played by one of the guys who is certainly not Hispanic. Just the Broken Lizard squad is here. I also like the iconic character, the sort of trench coat wearing poncho. He's wearing a poncho. That's what it is. It's very interesting and very iconic in my opinion. So this film, I do think some of the fat could have been trimmed away, but it's a fun movie, and it's got a different atmosphere than most slashers. It's very well lit and vibrant and playful, despite some of its... I wish it leaned into the dichotomy of gruesome horror and vibrant setting a little bit more. That's all. But it is a comedy film at its core. Not so much a parody. It does parody a lot of the tropes, but it's more a slasher comedy. The Head on the Turntable. Yes! There you go. Getting some love. Sammo Hung has a few roles like that. Alright, guys. That is my number 61. My number 60... is Scream 5. Scream 5, I think, did as well as a modern meta slasher can do. A film that's aware that it's a film that was within a film, and it's a film, too, in a film. I get this stuff gets kind of exhausting, and which is why I think the slasher franchise, or the Scream franchise, has to die soon. Hopefully it's over. But... I just feel like when you go this deep into the rabbit hole and you feel like you're the 100th, little Russian doll that's this big inside of a bigger Russian doll, I just feel like the meta-narrative just gets a little exhausting. But it was, I agree with them, better than any right it had to be. I went into it with very low expectations, and I got something that I really enjoyed. And I do have, exactly, but I do have little interest in, I feel the same way. I feel like revisiting the first 4 was a blast, and I'll do that over and over and over again. But Scream 5, I like quite a bit. I enjoyed it. I was surprised. They kill off some characters. I think that was bold and a good direction. But it does, and it calls out all the things that requels and sequels and how we're just swarmed and smothered by these unoriginal ideas. But at the same time, it's an unoriginal idea in and of itself. There's really not much room for it to grow. And the filmmakers that do them, they did Ready or Not and a lot of other good stuff, Radio Silence. I want to see more films by them, but not in franchises. And the studios are just whipping them around to do these franchise films, and I just feel like it's not where their real, true talent lies. Scream 5 was good. Under the end reveals, just felt kind of lazy. Still great overall. Yeah, I agree. It was very good. For me, Scream 4 is the perfect ending to the saga. I agree. If they had stuck to the original ending for 4, that might be my favorite Scream film, or tied with 1. Yeah, well, I'll talk about it soon. But Scream 5, really cool, very personalized kills. Again, that's what's cool about 5 and 6, is the kills are, you feel them. They linger. The knife goes in, it focuses on the face of the person dying, struggling to breathe, and just and then it goes to the knife getting torn up the torso, and they just go on. They linger in very mean-spirited ways, like this era likes to do. So, all right, guys. Next up, we're breaking into the 50s here. Number 59 is such a crazy film. Ryuhei Kitamura's No One Lives. Is this a slasher film? I don't know. I think it is, though. It feels like a slasher film to me. It had me guessing. The reveal, the twist is crazy. I figured it out a little bit before they revealed it. Pieces is in my list. That's all I'll say. But when the full reveal happens and you're just like in for the ride, this movie is crazy. No One Lives is my number 59. And it really all rests on an incredible performance by Luke Evans. The British actor Luke Evans, who is just putting on a crazy, maniacal, psychopathic performance. The cool part is, the first half of this film, I really love his character. I think he's a very principled character. He has morals. He's very, he lives by his principles and he sticks by them. And it come to find out that he's got some ghosts. He's got some demons, we'll say. Godzilla Final Wars versus Midnight Meat Train. Yes, Downrange I need to see. But yeah, No One Lives is crazy, and I can't really talk about it much without spoiling it. There is this couple meets this family and the couple start interacting, and it gets weirder and weirder up until the point where you realize exactly what's going on, and it's crazy. It's a really cool slasher film that subverts a lot of the tropes, deconstructs some of them, but also reinvents some of them. Like the final girl in this is really, really interesting and very cool. And Luke Evans is so debonair and handsome, and once he is blood splattered, absolutely psychopathically, sociopathically terrifying. So 59 is No One Lives. It's one I checked out a couple weeks ago. It's fantastic. All right, number 58, guys, is another Nightmare on Elm Street film. Directed by Renny Harlin, one of my favorite directors from the 80s and 90s. Renny Harlin would do Cliffhanger, Long Kiss Goodnight. He did a great film called Prison. I believe he did Prison. He did... Good to hear. Downrange is his take on road games. That is, let's see. Nightmare on Elm Street, where was I? Number 4. Renny Harlin directs The Dream Master. Sorry, guys, I'm getting a little sidetracked. Dream Master is the one that has Heather Langenkamp coming back. No. I'm sorry. The girl that Heather Langenkamp passes the torch to in number 3 comes back in number 4 as a different actress. Arquette does not come back to play her. And I forget her name, but she's the middle girl before Alice is the main girl. And the Dream Master, again, this is when things start to get a little bit more over the top. Dream Warriors, I think, is where it starts, but it's still scary somehow. Dream Master takes it a little bit more over the top. Freddy talks a little bit more. He's a little bit more crazy. And I what can I say? I really like The Dream Master. Some of the details of these films do get lost on me, even rewatching them. But it is not my favorite Nightmare on Elm Street. I still have a few more to talk about that I like more than number 4. But 4, I really enjoy. We'll just get a little bit of the plot since I'm blanking. Freddy Krueger is resurrected from his apparent demise and rapidly tracks down and kills the remainder of the Elm Street kids. However, Kristen, who could draw... Kristen is her name. Draw others into her dreams. Wills her special ability to her new friend. So this is the one where Kristen actually sacrifices herself for Alice in a really cool scene, and Alice becomes the new final girl. The continuity is a mess. Yeah, it is a bit of a mess. I like how it loosely follows itself. follows a narrative, but the details get lost. Well, we'll talk about it soon. All right, number 57. I can't wait for all you guys to start yelling at me in disagreement and tell me how insane I am for putting this above things like Nightmare 4 and I Know What You Did Last Summer 2 and Urban Legends 2, Graduation Day, House on Sorority Row. But that is Unfriended. Unfriended. Go ahead. Lay it on me. Lay all the vitriol on me. I know it's coming. Unfriended is brilliant. And it is a slasher. And I will tell you why. Found footage. I have an idea to do found footage slasher. I don't think it's been done. I think serial killer has been done. Not quite the same thing. I've got some ideas. I'd love to do it at some point. I've actually scripted a bit of it. But from found footage, we get a subgenre of the found footage genre called screen life or screen horror. Screen horror takes place all on the screen. So Unfriended on a computer screen. This whole movie takes place on a young high school girl's computer screen as she's talking to her friends, and as people start dying and they try to figure out what's going on, there's an urban legend of a young girl who was made fun of. We see some of this through video, and she comes back to wreak vengeance on these teenagers for some reason you find out during the film. It is absolutely a slasher. There's no question about it. Supernatural slasher, I would say. This is a slasher because it has teenagers getting killed off one by one by a killer in a very structural form. It's got a body pool. It's got a killer with lore behind it, seeking revenge. It's got gory kills. Could have been gorier, but not bad. I think the second film does a lot of these things almost better, but I don't consider it as much of a slasher. Where the brilliance of this film is through... Well, hold on. Let me read some of the comments here. Mr. Scroggs says, I think Unfriended become a lot more prescient following the lockdowns during COVID. Yeah, have you seen We Are All Going to the World's Fair, like the other side of the coin from this subgenre? Interesting. I'll have to see that. Oh, it's like the film I tried to recommend you earlier this year, Red Rooms. Ah, I call them techno horror, live stream horror. There you go. So what I really love about this is the language of computer discussion and chatting that is prevalent in this. For example, when our young main character is trying to make a decision, she hovers around the button where she's supposed to click. She may move away from it. She may hover around it, thinking about it. Little things that we do, the language of chats, you know, how we communicate with each other via chat, how we interact with the computer, the interface, before we make a decision on the computer. All these things are done so cleverly in Unfriended, and I think this will go down as a slasher classic, cult classic at some point. I really do. We're falling into love territory. I really do I'm starting to love some of the films we're talking about here. So Unfriended, I think, is brilliant. And it is a slasher film, and it has a final girl. It's got all the things. It checks all the boxes. So that is number 57, guys. I wrote a review on Letterboxd. Check it out. I think my review gets into exactly why I love this film. Check it out soon. Number 56 is not Tales from the Dark Side, not Graveyard Shift. It is April Fool's Day. Now, I know what you're thinking. This isn't a slasher because... blah, 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 blah. You might be right, but I think you're wrong. I think this is just as much a slasher as Scream is a slasher. Now, this subverts the genre in really, really interesting ways. Always has you guessing. Takes place in a fun house of horror that was rigged by this young woman named Muffy who invites everybody to a rich house, and everybody's kind of, you know, playing April Fool's jokes on each other. Nobody knows who's telling the truth, who's not, but things get serious at a point, and which causes the final girl and her boyfriend to start taking things a little bit more seriously and try to investigate and see what's going on. Pulse. Yeah, Pulse. You talking about Cairo, the Japanese film? I agree. I was driving, but listening made it home. Sounds good, Del. Excellent. I'm glad I could carry you home. It's a slasher for 99% of the movie. Yes, exactly. If TCM is a slasher, then April Fool's Day is 10 times as much a slasher. Absolutely. Del says, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer is a good pick. Don't bother with I'll Always Know. That's what I hear. April Fool's Day, honestly, I can't really talk about the twist, guys. I know a lot of us know it at this point. but it smacks you right upside your motherfucking head, and I can imagine how some people would say that it's dissatisfying, but I think it's totally satisfying. It fits perfectly with the rest of the film, with the paranoia that's built up slowly within some of our characters. I just think it's a brilliant setting up the dominoes and watching them fall down. I love the film, and we're in love territory at this point. Fred Walton really created an interesting film here in '86, 10 years before Scream. And I think April Fool's Day, films like Popcorn, which we'll talk about later on, sorry for spoiling it, helped set the groundwork for the rules of the slasher film that would be subverted and deconstructed by Wes Craven. Absolutely a slasher, says Mick Scroggs. The twist is awesome, and I think it's actually pretty influential for the Scream-type satirical meta-slashers. Yes, took the words right out of my mouth. The more slashers you watch, Scream simultaneously becomes more and less impressive. Good point. For example, I think Psycho 2 is one of the most underrated deconstructive slashers ever made. I didn't count Psycho 2 because I didn't count Psycho 1, and I felt like I needed to draw the line there. I'm sorry. I'm only human. But yeah, '86, April Fool's Day is fantastic, guys. That leads me to number 85, number 55, which is The Terrifier. Terrifier comes out in 2015 or 2016 and makes everybody feel very uncomfortable with its obscene level of gore. Does this film come out before Bone Tomahawk? I think it does, and it does a very similar cut down the half kind of kill, if you know what I mean. It's very disturbing. Lingers on the kills. This is the culmination of the torture porn era and the retreat back into 80s gore-centric slashers like Alexander Aja would do and Adam Green and a lot of the French New Wave filmmakers, etc., Marcus Nispel. So Terrifier is the culmination of this. As said, the Laid to Rest and Hatchet needed to crawl before Terrifier could walk. And I think it took a few years in between Laid to Rest and Terrifier, but Terrifier hits the ground running with this very low budget, very New York, grimy, gritty, grainy feeling nighttime horror movie with Terrifier, which almost feels like a black and white movie at times, with its stark black and white dichotomy, especially of the killer Terrifier, the killer clown. Psycho 1 is a proto-slasher. Psycho 2 moves into full-on slasher, in my opinion. Fair enough, and maybe I should have fielded out. I found that the consensus on the internet was that it wasn't. But that doesn't mean that you're wrong or right. Doesn't mean I'm wrong or right. It just means what it means. But Terrifier comes back and gives us these reinvented tropes, the 80s-style gore-centric kills, the lingering of the Fulci-esque zombie and the Beyond type of films. Films by Joe D'Amato, and also the films of, sorry guys, I'm losing my train of thought here. But yeah, so we get this new type feeling slasher, even though it's just borrowing from old tropes. And you have the final girl, you have all these things, but the kills are the centerpiece here. They are the reason to see the film, just like Laid to Rest is. And so this is the culmination, this is the start, Terrifier, I think, of a new era of slasher. And Art the Clown, again, pulls those deep-seated fears of clowns out of the past and brings it back to the modern era, at a time where clowns weren't scary anymore. You know, Pennywise had put that to rest, and I had been afraid of clowns, and then I wasn't, and then it was back again with Terrifier, and I think that's, like is saying, the birth of what we would call the modern slasher. Terrifier is the birth of the modern slasher for me, running parallel with Scream 4 and Happy Death Day. That carry the torch of postmodern slashers. Yes, Happy Death Day is certainly another postmodern slasher, but Terrifier says, fuck all that postmodern bullshit. We're going to give you a gritty, grimy slasher film where you care a little bit about the characters. You care more about the characters in the sequel, but we'll get to that soon. Number 54 is a film that I've always loved from back in the video store days. You have Terrifier that's sincere, and then stuff like Freaky instead does self-aware, high-concept, hybrid genre slashers. Remember I said how they kind of start like bifurcating, and you have two lanes, one where it keeps the seriousness, and one where it keeps the comedy? That's exactly what you just articulated. So there you go. We're onto something here. We should write a book. That would be a good idea at this point. I think we're on the same wavelength. Here we have a film that I would rent all the time from the video store because my mom let me. She didn't think it was too bad, and I'd watch it over and over again. I thought it was so funny, so quirky, and so much fun, and that is Leprechaun. The original Leprechaun movie is the only Leprechaun movie that cut my list. I enjoy all of them. I do. There 2 and 3 are like 3 out of 5s, 2.5 for 4, but I love all of them. I watch them over and over. I really do. Leprechaun in the Hood. The second best is probably Leprechaun Returns, which was Stephen Kostanski. It just missed the list, honestly. Also, wasn't sure if I should consider that one a slasher, but I guess they're all kind of supernatural slashers. Again, I think Leprechaun had to run or got to run because Freddy Krueger walked, to use the parlance that we're using here. I think the Leprechaun played by Warwick Davis is just as iconic, in my opinion, as Freddy. I know he's not as loved, and maybe not as iconic. Okay, not as iconic, not as culturally iconic. But the Leprechaun, I love his look, I love his rhymes, I love his performance. Such a spirited, worldly performance by a young Warwick Davis, who is just so funny. Every time he kills somebody, he has some sort of quirky one-liner as he hops around and kills people with pogo sticks and all sorts of things. A great final girl in the Leprechaun film who brings her friends out to this house that her father owns or whatever it is, and they find a cache of gold. They take the gold. Leprechaun doesn't like that, and he lets them know why. So he starts killing them off, and Jennifer Aniston is the final girl. Beautiful. Obviously, I have a major crush on her. I always have. And that may have been the start of it. And I just think it's a great, goofy comedy slasher. It's definitely a comedy. It doesn't take itself very seriously. It's light. It's got its tongue in its cheek. Feels like Nightmare on Elm Street 3, 4, and 5. More so than anything, in my opinion. Freddy teleported so Leprechaun could walk tiny steps. I knew a lot of you would disagree with this one. It's okay. Mr. Scroggs, Leprechaun one-liners remind me of the cheesy action movie one-liners from the 80s. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's what Freddy was invoking, the one-liners, of the action movies of the time. Next up, guys, we have number 53, which is Urban Legend. Urban Legend. I adore Urban Legend. Very nostalgic for this film. I remember the twist. I remember the twist shocking me. I love the look of the killer, with walking around with the axe, killing people off in all these in a variety of ways depending on certain urban legends. So like kissing in the car and somebody gets killed. You've got a bunch of those different types of things, and it takes place on a school campus, so it's of that sort of milieu of school campus slashers. It comes out in the late 90s, so it is a 90s slasher, 1998. Jamie Blanks directs it. Jared Leto, Rebecca Gayheart, Joshua Jackson, very 90s cast here. Tara Reid, Michael Rosenbaum, and Robert Englund, who I believe plays a professor of some kind. But great kills in this, a great atmosphere. I like the characters quite a bit. I'm very nostalgic for it, which is certainly one of the reasons why it's towards the latter half of my list. And I love this. I need this on Blu-ray. The fact that I don't have this on Blu-ray is baffling to me. I tried to rewatch this so I can have a little bit more details for you, but I couldn't get it in, guys. Says, love the film. 10 out of 10 for you. I love everything about it, but in particular the atmosphere and the music. Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. It's a great movie. Number 52 is Child's Play 3. Not a big fan of Leprechaun, but love the first Urban Legend. Sounds good, Del. We can agree to disagree and agree on Leprechaun, or agree on Urban Legend. Got to get the 88 Films trilogy set. Yes, I do. I need to get that. Number 3, Child's Play 3 is my number 52. I really enjoy Child's Play 3. I liked it more upon the third viewing. I watched it as a kid, thought it was good. Second time, I was like, it's not as good as the rest of them. But you know what? It may not be as good as the first two, but it's very good in its own right. Andy is recast. I think the new guy is great. I love the sort of budding romance that him and one of the badass kind of take no shit chicks, Bud, how the friendship they form and the romance kind of thing. I love the military school atmosphere of this, and it seems to be a decent trajectory for me. Where everybody thinks Andy's crazy, obviously, so what's the next best thing? Send him to military school, knock all of that craziness out of his head with some good old militarism. And obviously that doesn't go very well, and there's some crazy scenes in this that require, or that there's some controversial scenes in this that I think are really cool. I love the ending set piece with the carnival over the hill. They see this carnival and they go down to chase Chucky down there. And I just think it's very cool. I like the characters. I like Chucky in this. He's just as chatty and loquacious as he was in the second film. I like the second film more, but we'll talk about that soon. Number 3 is growing on me. I like it. I think it's a fun film. All right, next up we have, let's see here. Yes, we have The Prowler. The Prowler is a great early 80s Tom Savini. Keep in mind, Tom Savini was doing effects for all these movies, a lot of these movies, Maniac, The Burning, Friday the 13th, The Prowler. And that's the reason to see these films. This film is a little slow, I will give you that. But I think that pace adds to the atmosphere of this film, which I do think the film has in spades, sort of that grainy early 80s atmosphere. Is a great boring slasher. Thank you, The Prowler. Thank you, I agree. And I mean boring in an affectionate way. Yes. It's boring. The dead space is still fun to watch. The slower moments, you're still anticipating when the great iconic killer. I do think it's a very iconic killer. It's a hazy kind of movie with good splatters, good kills by Tom Savini with very, very, what's the one? Isn't there a fire poker through a mouth or something like that? I forget. But yeah, so one night on her graduation dance, young Rosemary and her date are brutally murdered by a prowler through thought to be a jilted soldier home from the war. So this oil-slicked soldier who looks like he just walked out of like an oil spill and stalks the town and starts killing people off. Very cool look, iconic, I would argue. I think it has something to say about veterans as well. I need to rewatch it. Great direction by Joseph Zito, who would also direct the fourth final Friday the 13th. Joseph Zito would also direct Red Scorpion. He had a sense for visceral gore, and I think he did it very well. The Prowler is very good, but one I certainly need to rewatch. Next up, my number 50. Cutting the top 50 here, guys. Mr. Scroggs, I watched it 2 nights ago. I love the look of the killer before the end where he's fully revealed, and the kills are awesome. Savini said it was his best work. I might agree upon a rewatch. The Prowler goes hand in hand for me with The Intruder. Similar strengths and weaknesses. Very interesting. I think I agree with you. My number 50 is such a fun popcorn movie. That is Popcorn. With one of my favorite scream queens, Jill Schoelen, who I believe was in... Jill Schoelen was also in Stepfather, more famously probably Stepfather, and she is just, I think she's gorgeous. First of all, she's just my type of girl, but I really like her as a final girl. I think she's quirky, she's charismatic, I think she's cute. Obviously, that has a lot to do with it, let's be honest. I need to finish Popcorn, only seeing half of it. How dare you? You must see the other half. The second half's excellent as well. The first half is probably a little stronger, if I'm being honest. But I love this film. I think Popcorn is another one that laid the groundwork for the Scream postmodern deconstruction of the slasher film. It even has a sequence that's very reminiscent with a group of students who are conversing in a classroom about a college classroom that's like the film club, conversing about what their favorite slashers are, what their favorite horror is, what movies are their favorites, what they don't like, which was directly ripped from Wes Craven into the Scream movies, multiple of them actually. And then this follows a group of students who put on this great show at this old theater, or plan to have this great show showing these old 50s monster movies, all in movie movies within movies. So they created these 3 movies within the movie, one about an electrified man, one about a giant mosquito, and one about a stench, like a Japanese horror film about a stench. And all these have William Castle-like gimmicks to them, which obviously start being manipulated by this maniacal killer. I won't say what or who it is, but it's a pretty good reveal. I think the reveal comes a little too early, if I'm being honest. Sorry guys, my nose is itchy. I'm about to sneeze. But I do think the kills are iconic. Like the giant mosquito kill is great. The ripping the face kill is very iconic and actually is often noted on some of the screens. Good kills, great set pieces, an interesting killer, good twist. I really enjoy this movie. I had a ton of fun with it watching it the other night. Another thing I love about this is the music. The score is fantastic, and the lighting is very Argento inspired. It's really good. You should certainly start a slasher podcast. These live streams are kind of turning into something like a podcast, I have noticed. So I'm not sure if I want to make it a structure and do like a podcast where I talk about new movies. I talk about movie news. I talk about, like, I don't know, nunsploitation, just like a specific genre. And then, I don't know, some recommendations. I'm still piecing it together. I need to get some more structure. Number 49. Number 49. A lot of you are going to be shocked by this choice, and it is Freddy 5, Freddy 6, that is The Final Nightmare. I think Dream Master and Dream Child are very atmospheric, very over the top, very goofy, convoluted in a dreamlike sense, but I think The Final Nightmare takes that dreamlike structure and really, really leans into it, to the point where the whole film feels like a nightmare. It may just be a nightmare, the whole thing. It may be all in the characters' heads. It's almost post-apocalyptic. It's dystopian. All the kids have been wiped out. It starts with this splash screen of all the kids being killed, most of them. And the ones who aren't are in, homes, like mental asylums and whatnot. And I just think it is a really cool setup. If I'm being completely honest, I think it's a cool setup. Sorry, my screen just went a little wobbly because I kicked the chair. Sorry guys, let me just make sure my camera is steady here. All right, so my podcast structure can be whatever I like. That's true, Del. I just have a problem choosing. Cody Leach isn't watching this live. He would have a heart attack. Yeah, I bet. I don't watch Cody Leach, but I'm familiar with him. All right, I'm trying to get centered here again, guys. Sorry, but I really like the structure and the conceit of Final Nightmare. I like the final guy in this sense. It's not quite a final girl. It's more like a final guy. All right. I'm having a hard time centering this here, guys. All right. And I love the I just love most of the sequences in this film. I really like the main characters. I like how they all interact with each other. I like the setting. I like how grungy and dilapidated everything is. And, all right, that's a little bit better. I think I've got it centered. And I just really enjoy The Final Nightmare. What can I say? It's a wild movie. Yes, I agree. The camera's fine? All right, cool. Sorry, I keep moving around and stuff. I apologize. But yeah, so I really, really enjoy The Final Nightmare, and that's why it is number 49, despite some disagreement. So that is that. Number 48... Sorry. Number 48 is a film that I definitely wanted to rewatch before doing this live stream, but I didn't get a chance to. And that is House of Wax. I saw this in theaters with my friends back in the day, and I really, really enjoyed this at the time, and I still feel like I'd enjoy it today. I remember I watched about half of this about 6 months ago, and I loved the first half. I was just so into it, and then I passed out. I couldn't continue, and I never went back to it. But Jared Padalecki, Paris Hilton is in this in a perfect role. She plays this dim-witted, ditzy blonde, and it's just perfect. And her death scene is one of the best. the melting flesh. It's just so cool. So many great goopy effects that are reminiscent of the Incredible Melting Man for me. I know. Loves House of Wax. Unbelievably awesome effects and so entertaining. I do need to rewatch this, but it still landed in my top 50, guys. It definitely is cut from the cloth of that extreme era of horror, the Alexander Aja. This is actually Jaume Collet Serra, who I believe is a French filmmaker. I'm not exactly sure. But it has that same sort of extreme vibe to it. You know, the browns, the earthy tones, the rustiness, the dilapidated environments, and a really interesting killer. I just really, really enjoyed this movie, and I had a great theater experience with all my friends back in the day. Says extremely underrated. It got a ton of unfair hate because people hated Paris Hilton back then. I know, I remember that. I was like, she was perfect. She's good in the role. When I saw it, Paris Hilton annoyed me, so I reflexively disliked it. But now I feel like it's a lot smarter and a good postmodern slasher than I give it credit for. Agreed. House of Wax is really good, but could be better if it were shorter. Agree with that. It is a little long. 2 hours is a little long for any slasher. Next up is one of the most fun films, slasher films for me. Guys, grab a couple friends and watch this film. It is a blast. That is Blood Rage. It's also known as a few different titles. Night in Shadow, or Return to Shadow Woods, or The Night of Shadow Woods. What else? It was also known as something else. Bunch of different titles this goes by. But I know it by Blood Rage. Now, Blood Rage, we'll talk about this for a minute. 2 hours is a little long for any slasher, he says, before revealing Terrifier 2 at top 10. I know. Stop it. Blood Rage is such an over-the-top, gory slasher. So much blood, buckets of blood in this movie. It's got a firm tongue in its cheek. Even its killer, its main killer, who we all know who it is, but it's played with because the killer is a twin. In the beginning of the movie, one of the brothers kills the psycho, the real psycho of the film, kills an innocent person, blames it on his younger brother, or his twin brother. The brother goes to an insane asylum for 10 years or whatever, comes out, and then the psychotic brother sees this as an opportunity to resume his killing spree, and does so while framing the other brother. It's brilliant. It takes place at Thanksgiving. There's even a Thanksgiving dinner scene, so there you go. It has some of the best 80s synth ever. It is so badass. It's unbelievably cool. It's awesome. The effects aren't necessarily like Tom Savini in terms of realism, but they are so over the top and gore soaked that you can't help but have a blast with this. I actually think the goriest is the first one, where the kid is just slashing this dude's face, and every time we see the guy's face, there's just more slashing on it. I like the final girl. She's very, how do you say, vanilla. She's very, what's the word? Not vanilla. She's a little bit overacty. She overacts quite a bit, but it fits the film. Everybody's kind of overacting. I love the environment. It takes place at an apartment complex, this newly built apartment complex, in the woods surrounding it, and the stalking takes place all about, but you know what's going on. You know who the killer is. Where the story, the interesting aspects come in are how the bad brother frames the younger brother, and the ending is awesome. The ending is really fun and really disturbing. So, a great performance by their mother, too, by the way, who is one of the scariest parts of the film. She's just insane, but for good reason, and she's just lost her mind by the end of the film. Blood Rage is great. Am I burnt out on slashers after making this list, or are you down to take some recommendations at the end of the stream? Absolutely. I do think I'm going to switch subgenre soon, because I want to keep doing things like this, and this last month has been so much fun for me. Watching these slashers, making some shorts about them, doing some posts about them, getting you guys interacting with it. So, my number 47 is Blood Rage. My number 46 is a film that I really loved the first time. I loved how it subverted a lot of the tropes of the first film, almost parodying the first film. But also, I also am not positive how much of a slasher this is. I needed to rewatch it to tell you that. But what I do remember are the confrontation between Dennis Hopper and Leatherface in that great makeshift sort of building at the end of the movie. It's a chainsaw fight, quite literally. It's awesome. This is the Chop Top character who picks at his head and eats it, and you know, half of his head is like a dome. He's got like an implant, metal implant in his head, played by the great Bill Moseley. Bill Moseley would become a horror character actor after this in House of a Thousand Corpses and a bunch of other pretty good flicks with the great Bill Moseley, who was just a really good character actor. I think a lot of this inspired House of a Thousand Corpses, Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses. I really do. I think it most of the grindhouse kind of grungy backwoods, you know, Rob Zombie like extreme, carny, you know, insane clown posse, all that kind of stuff from the late 90s and early 2000s that Rob Zombie would represent starts in this film. I will repeat when I say on another stream, people say TCM 2 is a comedy of the first film. If you watch the original TCM enough times, it too becomes a black comedy. Hooper himself insists this too. I agree. I think it's a black comedy as well, especially the second half of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It is funny. That family is insane. It's Spider Baby. It was inspired by Spider Baby. Spider Baby was a dark comedy. How people don't see that is beyond me, but I agree with you. I'm about to work through the TCM franchise. I've either missed some or it's been too long since I've seen them. Yeah, I've only seen like 4 or 5 of them. I know there's like 8 or 9 now. No, actually, I'm only missing the beginning, Texas Chainsaw, and one other. I forget which one. So I think I've seen the majority of them. Yes, it's hysterical and absurd. Exactly. It's absurd. And every time the young woman thinks that she finds somebody that's going to help her, they just end up being just as psychotic as the last person. Each person in this world of ours is easily more insane than the last. I love the absurdity of it. It's great. But it is a slasher, or at least a proto-slasher. Most of, I'd say, the structure comes from Black Christmas and that film there. Number 45 is a film that I do have on Blu-ray. I swapped out the regular Blu-ray case for this yellow case, which I thought fit it pretty well. It's sort of neon 80s kind of vibe. This film is great. I love, who's this guy? Adam Devine. He's such a funny character actor, this guy. He's so funny, so good. Very talented. Also, Taissa Farigma is in this as the final girl. She's the final girl, one of the final girls. She's fantastic as well. This is about a young woman. This is a meta slasher, a postmodern slasher, no doubt about it, post-Scream, which follows a young woman who is the daughter of a famous Scream queen from the 80s. Let's see there. Friends reluctantly attend an anniversary screening of Camp Bloodbath, and they are sucked into the silver screen. So, that's right. So they are literally entering the movie within the movie to help, because they know the rules of these movies, because of movies like Scream, they help the characters in the movie within the movie fight the final killer, or the killer. It's really, really good, and honestly, one of my favorite post-Scream slashers. I like Totally Killer. I like Happy Death Day. Says, and then he was also a member of the family. Jolly Good says, hey Mike, speaking of Adam Devine, he recently did an R-rated movie, Netflix animated movie. Didn't know that. Scrog says, love Final Girls. Meta slasher comedies in the last 15 years have killed it, and the more you love slasher films, the more you enjoy this specific type of movie. Final Girls is fun, but a bit too meta satirical for me. I totally understand that. I like this more than Happy Death Day. I really, really like this. I enjoyed pretty much everything about it, and I can't pick apart the film too much because I only remember the things that were good. I'm sure if I rewatched it, hey, I gave it a 3.5, so it wasn't perfect. But I really enjoyed it, and out of all of the meta slashers I've seen over the last 15 years, I thought that one was towards the top. Yeah, Dell says, I love Final Girls, but I'm a big fan of well-done meta movies. Sorry, guys. Big Girls is fun, but a bit too meta. Yes. Here we have, next up, a lot of people love this film. I really like this film quite a bit. It's a solid 3.5 out of 5. I want to rewatch it because the first time around was very dreamlike, and some of the characters in this were just so weird and very late 70s, even though this film came out in the early... Oh yeah, it did come out in the mid-70s. So this I would consider a proto-slasher, but still a very influential one. And so if things like Texas Chainsaw are on the list and Black Christmas, I feel like this should be on the list. Any guesses? I did miss you, Jolly Good. Thank you so much for tuning in. You have plenty to catch up on the rebound. Alice, Sweet Alice. I've only seen this one time. It really reminded me of Nicholas Roeg's Don't Look Now in terms of its dreamlike quality and sort of its stark terror that kind of confronts you. This is very Italian giallo, but also borrows some of the elements from early proto-slashers from America and Canada and infuses them into Alice, Sweet Alice. Alice, Sweet Alice stars a young Brooke Shields who is savagely murdered by an unknown assailant in a yellow rain mac and creepy translucent mask. Yes, the iconic translucent mask with the yellow raincoat, which was obviously inspired by the red raincoat from Don't Look Now, which is interesting in its proto-slasher sensibilities in and of itself. The girl is terrifying. It's very similar to Don't Look Now. I agree. It's almost like a more horror version of that. And says, and also similar to Lucio Fulci's Gialli. Yes, like Don't Torture a Duckling, and I'd say especially. Dell says, I will be watching Alice, Sweet Alice for the first time either this week or next. Very nice. Says, for me, Argento influenced stuff like Nightmare on Elm Street, whereas Lucy influenced the more grounded slashers. Yes, Nightmare is art house meets mainstream slasher. That's what it is. And you can argue Argento was certainly making art house slasher films, especially like Suspiria, where Lucio influenced the more grounded and violent, I'd say, visceral slashers. Yes, this is more Argento inspired, no question. I remember a big fat character in this, one of the tenants of this housing complex that the woman lives in. This big fat guy, and you don't know if he's good or bad. He has moments where he seems like he's a good guy, and then moments where he seems like he's a creep. And I just think it's really interesting. I have to rewatch this to get all the details again, but I remember the hazy film grain atmosphere. I really enjoyed it, almost like that overexposed film at certain points, and just really cool, really giallo inspired. But I do consider it a proto-slasher, enough of a slasher to make the list. The biggest knock I have against Alice is that it's a bit too disturbing and uncomfortable at times. Interesting. A bit too disturbing. I don't necessarily enjoy the film as much as I do other slashers. That's fair. I don't necessarily enjoy it either, but I recognized it's... I do enjoy it. I may not enjoy it as much as some of the other films that came under it, but I do recognize its masterful sort of American giallo proto-slasher essence. And I do think it's very good. And I'm happy to have it in the collection. Number 43 is a film that went way under the radar. And way under the radar at the time where the slasher had a resurgence with Scream. And this comes out in the year 2000. Directed by Jeffrey Wright and written by Ken Selden. Wright's a very clever slasher film called Cherry Falls. Once you watch the film, you'll understand why it's called Cherry Falls. There is a killer in this movie who is targeting virgins. And I can't really say too much as to why. This film stars Brittany Murphy, Michael Biehn, Gabriel Mann, and Jay Moore. This definitely focuses more on the mystery than the kills, but the kills are there, and the kills are good. A great final girl in Brittany Murphy, who has a father played by Michael Biehn, who is an interesting character, that's all I'll say. And, yeah, so they have this party, this Pop Your Cherry party, where they go to because they realize that the news is out that this killer is killing virgins, so they all try to lose their virginity. And obviously things get completely chaotic and out of hand at that point as the city kind of steps in and all these things. So I really like the characters in this movie. It's a great mystery, and it's a very good slasher film that I really enjoy. Cherry Falls is from that post-Scream era, right before the slasher would die in favor of the torture porn film. And we got some really cool set pieces in this, which are inspired by giallo. Great stuff. Cherry Falls, ironically, also has some giallo influences. There you go. And you're taking the words right out of my mouth as I'm speaking them. Jolly Good Show 2019 says, and 16 years after Brittany Murphy's death. Yes, she's fantastic and charming in this film. I have to check out Lover's Lane. Yes, that's another one that I want to check out. That's a Valentine's Day slasher, right? Twin movies. Dell on Movie says, as soon as you said targeting virgins, you explained the title. That's a good point. I did. I guess it's not much of a spoiler to say that the killer is targeting virgins. Cherry, pop, waterfall, or blood falling. There you go. I thought I'd make it a little bit more gruesome for you, a little bit more intimate. So, next up we have number 42, another slasher. Another comedy slasher, dare I say, a parodical slasher. Definitely a parodical slasher. This film is so funny in its in the way it handles its subject matter. This is the closest thing we get to a slasher film, found footage film, a slasher found footage film. Super iconic, I think Leslie Vernon is, with his little what do you call it, like hook, a scythe. It's like a mini scythe, a hand scythe. I don't know, kind of that weird little mask. He's like frowning. Really goofy and kind of lame, and I think that is the point of it. But we do have Scott Wilson. Robert Englund is in this movie as a really cool character who kind of Van Helsing-like comes in to say, we'll just say that. Let's see. I still need to see Behind the Mask. Did you see the first-person POV slasher from last year? No, I did not. Okay, so somebody already did the idea that I've been conceiving. Excellent. All right. I'm always a little too late. And so Scott Glosserman directs this film, and it is a found footage film that follows a documentary crew which is trying to track down this serial killer named Leslie Vernon, who is on a rampage, and they find him, and the documentary crew is allowed to interview him. And so they follow him along as he's doing his kills and he's exercising. There's a great scene where she's like, how do you always chase down your victims? How are you so fast? He's like, cardio. I do a shit ton of cardio. And it shows him running on a treadmill and stuff. It's very funny, deconstructs the tropes in a very interesting way, in a way that breaks the fourth wall, unlike, Scream breaks the fourth wall, but this is almost like the fifth wall because it's found footage, so it's supposed to be a mockumentary, and it's very funny. Very funny and a great slasher, too. All right, number 41 is another Chucky film. That is Curse of Chucky. I really, really, really liked Curse of Chucky. Says, I appreciate that you don't discriminate against any specific subgenre of slasher. The list has a bit of all eras. Absolutely, I'm all over the place here. Curse of Chucky, I thought was a great reimagining of Chucky 2, probably more so than anything. But it follows a young woman, I believe Brad Dourif's daughter, isn't that right? Who is in a wheelchair and is confined to her home, so it's got a bit of Rear Window in there, or Abominable, if you guys know that little splatter flick. And Chucky is back in town. I forget most of the plot, if I'm being completely honest. Here, let's... I just remember the great cinematography in the house. I remember the good kills, the great suspense. It was all shot by Don Mancini, who I hated his scene of Chucky, but I really, really enjoyed Curse of Chucky. After a mother's mysterious death, Nika begins to suspect that the talking red-haired doll visiting her niece has been playing with may be the key to the mounting bloodshed and chaos. So Brad Dourif's daughter, Fiona Dourif, plays the character in the wheelchair, which automatically adds suspense for me. The people that I follow, some think the same of it, some absolutely hate it. So there you go. I gave it a 3.5 out of 5. I thought it was a great way to reimagine, or I should say reboot, the Chucky franchise. Brad Dourif is the voice. He's fantastic as usual. And really enjoyed Curse of Chucky. Nice bottle movie. All takes place in one spot. Asks, if you had to choose, would you keep the original 3 Chucky films or the more postmodern sequels that came after? I'd keep the original 3. I love Bride of Chucky. That might be my favorite. Probably second favorite. I'm spoiling shit here. Damn it, you're making me spoil things. But I do love the first 2. All right. So stop baiting me. Stop baiting me. Norman baiting me. There you go. Next up, we have Scream 3, guys. Scream 3 is the from the original series of films by Wes Craven. I really like this movie. I like that it's a movie within a movie kind of thing. Obviously, A New Nightmare does the movie within a movie before, I would argue that New Nightmare is what kind of sets the groundwork for where Wes Craven goes with the story in Scream 3. It's very, very, very similar. Takes place on a set. Heather Langenkamp is on the set of a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Nev Campbell's on the set of a Scream movie that's being shot. It's very, very reminiscent. Good twist. I like the killer's motives in this. I like the kills. I like the characters, as I usually do. David Arquette, all the old squad is back. Patrick Dempsey is in this film. That's right. Lance Henriksen plays the film director. That's right. Patrick Warburton, Parker Posey, Emily Mortimer, Jenny McCarthy. A great cast in this movie. But yeah, it's a really fun slasher film with a good twist. All these films have good killer reveals. And yeah, awesome movie. I love Scream 3. Scream 3 is somehow underrated, even though I think it's the weakest of the original four. Agreed. Is he supposed to be the Grim Reaper? Who's that? Ghostface? Sure, why not? Scream 3 is extremely watchable. They're all watchable, aren't they? The first four. Scream 3 gets too much hate. The opening was really well executed, I agree. I think the ending is what really hurts the public perception. I agree. Let's see here. Patrick Warburton's great. He was great in it, yes. He's not for long, but he is great. Del on Movie says, glad to see some love for Scream 3. Absolutely. Next up, guys, we have my next favorite Chucky movie. At 39 is Bride of Chucky. Bride of Chucky is a super fun, rollicking, new metal adventure, I'll say, with a great kind of late 90s, mid-late 90s soundtrack. Very gothic, very of its era, you know, very The Craft. It's a very fun movie with great characters, especially Meg Tilly, who is, or Jennifer Tilly, sorry, I get the two mixed up, obviously, who is obviously steals the show as the Bride of Chucky. And let's see, we got some. My biggest knock on Scream as a whole is that it lacks an iconic music theme and lacks incredible kills. It's a fair point. Other than that, it's my favorite slasher franchise. So this is a box set movie. Yeah, this is just, I show this box set every time I'm talking about one of the films. So Bride of Chucky, again, Meg Tilly steals the show as Tiffany, and her and Chucky's interactions are just hilarious and so deconstructive and funny, and I love it. I like the kills in this one. I like the story. Like I said, it's very well paced, short, doesn't waste any time. Ronnie Yu brings Hong Kong sensibilities to films like this and Freddy vs. Jason, with, you know, quick camera angles and sort of quick cuts and things like that. Just a very Hong Kong-inspired style Ronnie Yu brings into these American slasher films. And I think it creates a very distinct and dynamic film. This and Freddy vs. Jason. So Bride of Chucky, awesome movie. I love all the interactions between her and Chucky. It's fantastic. Del on Movies, don't do that. Jennifer Tilly eats Meg Tilly. Yeah, fair enough. I haven't seen enough by each of them to be able to differentiate. Says, how much would I have to bribe you for Universal Soldier Day of Reckoning to end up on the list? Damn, yeah, that's a good one. It's real close, man. It is certainly a slasher film. It's adjacent to slasher films. That would have been in my top 20. That movie's just fantastic. Next up, so hard hitting. It's like it's like action slasher perfection. Next up, we finally have number 38, which is the original Friday the 13th. This is my box set tin here. Friday the 13th, the original, is such a solid film. It really is, and the more I watch it, the more I think the twist is pretty brilliant. I think the film is about traditional conservative values, believe it or not. Hear me out. I think the idea of teens going into the woods and having sex and doing drugs and etc., strip poker, is the ultimate punishment for this mother, Jason Voorhees' mother, whose son was killed while two kids were fornicating, she says at the end of the film, as if that's like evil, right? And so she takes it upon herself to slay all these children, to remind them to stay in line, you know. And I think that is a very interesting perspective from today's standpoint, where we have a lot more liberal affectations when it comes to horror. But this was a great horror film, I think, nestled in conservative and traditional values, which is interesting. Anyway, Scrog says Evil Dead Trap or some Asian slashers. Not that I've seen many make the list. What makes you prefer the original over Part 2? So not a Steelbook box set. OG F-13 is beyond iconic. Yes, it's very iconic. That's why I think it's more iconic. I love the twist. I think the twist is fantastic. I think the kills are better. I think it's better in all realms. I think it's more atmospheric. It's got that cloudy sort of northeast or North Pacific kind of woodsy environment, of course, with the film grain that adds to it. It's got decent characters. I gotta be honest, the characters are not the strong suit of the movie. Pamela Voorhees, when she comes around, absolutely just rips the show out of everybody else's hand. The final girl's fine. She carries on to the second film, but not for long. I do need to rewatch 2 and 3. I didn't get around to it. I don't hate 2 and 3. I just don't necessarily enjoy them very much, and they didn't make the cut. But Friday the 13th, it's iconic. It's got all the great things that would solidify the teen-centric horror film or slasher film. You enjoy the characters in Part 2? Agreed. The characters in Part 2 are better. I just think Part 1 does most of the things better. However, I think the Friday the 13th remake from 2009 does all of it better than the original. I love the reinvigoration of the character of Jason as this almost supernatural but humanistic thing that runs after its prey, traps its prey, tricks its prey in various ways. Very reminiscent of the Scream, or I should say the Saw and Hostel era torture porn affectations of the decade, which I'd take those torture porn gore, add it with modern, at the time, horror sensibilities with gory deaths, and we get Friday the 13th, a very good reboot. I think the characters are better than the first one. It loses the hazy, laid-back atmosphere of the original 6. I agree with that, but I think it trades it for a frenetic, even more kinetic filmmaking style with its editing, its Dutch angles, its pacing. It's a little bit more uppity. And so I'm not saying I like it. Obviously, it's very close to the original on my list here, so I just happen to like this one a bit more, or at least the last time I watched it, I did. And I like the pacing a little bit more. I just think it's a very good slasher from the aughts, mainstream slasher from the aughts, and we didn't get too many of those mainstream slashers. More high octane. Thank you, grittier and more high octane. Do you have some Steelbook movies? Yeah, I've got a bunch of Steelbook movies. Not many in terms of the slashers, though. Dell says the reboot has some of the franchise's most brutal kills. Yes, it does. Another part of the reason why I like it. They are mean-spirited. For sure, it's grittier and more high octane. Who directed Friday the 13th? Was it Nispel? Yeah, Marcus Nispel, who does Exeter. And didn't he do... Who am I thinking of for Texas Chainsaw Massacre, guys? Was it Marcus Nispel? Yeah, okay, so he was really good at those gritty, sort of high-octane aughts horror films. I'd argue that he helped with some of the film language of that decade. Or at least he borrowed it. Alright, guys, so next up, we're moving right along. We have number 36, which is a film I really, really do enjoy. And I enjoyed it just as much upon rewatch about last month. My favorite 2000s horror remake is Bloody Valentine. I've yet to see it. I unabashedly adore that film. I need to see it. I Know What You Did Last Summer from 1997, coming right off the coattails of Scream, which is so ironic because it's written by the same guy. So in the same 2 years, we have Kevin Williamson writing a complete deconstruction of the genre with Wes Craven, a postmodern meta look at the slasher genre and even horror as a whole in ways. And then 1 year later, we have a complete by-the-numbers, mystery-centric, set-piece-centric, not gore-centric horror slasher called I Know What You Did Last Summer. The mystery is the centerpiece here, and it's a good mystery. I really think so. It's not a great mystery, but it's a good mystery. The kills are good. The young kid who shows up while they're trying to what's the guy's name? Oh, damn it! What's the guy's name? It's the he was in Rings. The guy's name is Johnny Galecki. His death scene in like that fishery I thought was very iconic and was the closest I had ever seen any director get to recreating an elaborate sort of set piece for murder like Argento did. I just feel like Argento did that so well, and in I Know What You Did Last Summer, Jim Gillespie really paints some pretty good set pieces. I think the strongest is one of those early ones in the fishery, but I think it's a lot of fun. Says, I Know What You Did Last Summer is so enjoyable. It's not the most intense or inventive, no, but it's very atmospheric. Yes, it is. The New England sort of atmosphere always gets me, the fishing town kind of atmosphere. It reminds me a lot of the first 3 Final Destination films, spiritually, yes. The remake for My Bloody Valentine is pretty good. If I recall correctly, I Know What You Did Last Summer was actually written before Scream, but got filmed because of Scream's success. That makes sense. That would make a lot of sense. But a very by-the-numbers, traditional slasher, I Know What You Did Last Summer, which is really good, doesn't rely on the gore, but it relies on the mystery with really great characters who you do end up caring about. Freddie Prinze, Jennifer Love Hewitt, Ryan Philippe as sort of the hotshot, and who else? Jennifer Love Hewitt, what's her name? Sarah Michelle Gellar. So that is my number 36, a film that I really do enjoy. Oh, here's my Final Destination. There it is, folks. My number 35 is a film I saw in theaters, and wow, was it a hoot. We loved it. We were hooting and hollering in that theater, respectfully. And we all loved seeing this movie. It is Final Destination 3. Final Destination 3 was really, for me, like quintessential high school movie. It came out in 06 when all my friends were graduating. I had dropped out in 04, and I got my diploma in 06, a little later than my friends. Or no, I got it in 07. I dropped out in 05, sorry. I wasn't a fan of school. That's a whole other story. I was very good at it. Very smart, but it was boring. I hated it. And so I got my high school diploma doing the night school and working a full-time job. With that said, we went to go see this one summer night. I want to say it was summer. Yeah, if we ranked them based on their titles. The title is straight out of the craziest 70s gialli. That's right. My Vice is a locked room and only you have the key. All the colors of the dark, all those crazy, beautiful, elaborate titles from the gialli. Almost as elaborate as the set pieces within those gialli. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, I love those. I have a story called Little Mary and the Wind Chime, which is very much a short story that I've scripted, which is very much in... Your Vice is a locked room and only I have the key. There you go. Casper from 95 counts as horror, but they do have bad words quite a bit, but very memorable. Yeah, Casper is certainly not a slasher film, though. Jolly good. Mr. Scroggs, I still think Final Destination is the most well-rounded in the series. I'd agree with you, but I think the last act, it slows down a bit. I love all the characters. I think the characters are amongst the most interesting in this movie. They're very funny. James Wong comes back and directs this after David Ellis took over number 2, and does a really good job. One of the best opening sequences with this. I had a theme park near my home, not really near my home, but about 20 minutes, 25 minutes in Rye, New York, called Playland. And I swear the theme park in this movie, in 3, reminded me of Playland. And Playland had this roller coaster called the Dragon roller coaster. And we used to go on the Dragon all the time. And the roller coaster they go on reminds me of the Dragon. It was old, it was rickety, it kept up to date. And my mother used to say, yeah, it's old and rickety, that adds to the terror. And I was like, okay, fine. My mom used to go to that roller coaster. And this movie obviously connected with me for those reasons. Creepy, rickety old roller coaster I grew up going on. Goes terribly wrong in the beginning and kills all the characters. And is the accident that sets the groundwork for the rest of the characters surviving and one by one being killed off, because death doesn't like being subverted. Final Destination 1 is one of my favorite movies of all time. 10 out of 10 concept, 10 out of 10 execution. For me, it's horror equivalent of Back to the Future, where I never grow tired of it. Well said. Final Destination 3 is awesome. I love a lot of the kills, the nail gun kills in this, which are reminiscent of an older slasher that I'm blanking on. I'll probably remember when I get to it. But yeah, Final Destination 3, guys, I absolutely adore it. But some of you are going to be mad at me for this. I'm not sure if I like it more or less. Number 34 is... Oh, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Oh, I love her. She's so good. Number 34, I gotta say, 34 and 35 are pretty interchangeable. I'm gonna give them a tie, but I'm gonna move on to my 33 after I talk about it. Final Destination 3 and Final Destination Bloodlines, I think, are on equal playing field. Final Destination Bloodlines I just watched. It's an incredible... I thought it was a very, very good movie. Very, very good modern film. Which does as much with the concept as humanly possible. No more can be done. It's over. It's done. Please stop. Because you nailed it. They nailed it. 6 is fantastic. The opening sequence is like a little short film in and of itself. It's wonderful. It ties... I won't, don't worry. It ties to the older films in very unique ways. The final girl is fantastic. It subverts your expectations at every turn. It gets you thinking about the rules of this universe like Scream got you thinking about the rules of the slasher universe. It's got some crazy, surprising death sequences that some are elaborate, some are blunt and right in your face and quick. And very smart. This movie is very smartly written. I really, really like it. Almost as much as Final Destination 3. They're on an even keel. What can I say? Awesome. So I hope you guys enjoyed the Bloodlines, because I thought it was great. I was trepidatious. I thought I was going to be underwhelmed, but I wasn't. It's very good. I don't own that yet. Moving on, we have the 13th film. That is a film I saw in 2003 with my group of friends who enjoyed horror. A friend named Derek, Mikey, Dom, a couple other buddies, Mike, my boy. I think we all went to see this. I forget who was there. But we all went to see the biggest movie of the summer, the biggest horror movie of the year. That was Freddy vs. Jason. Dell disagrees on it being smartly written. Interesting. Fair enough, Dell. We'll have to agree to disagree for now. Says, not to sidetrack, but have you heard of One Battle After Another? Yes, I can't wait. I've seen it 3 times. Yes, it's Paul Thomas Anderson. I think he is going to have a lot to say about our modern era in a time where no other filmmakers are saying anything of worth, in a time where we are going through more changes than the 60s, and no filmmakers have been able to conceptualize that and bring us something interesting. Except for Paul Thomas Anderson, who's a true American filmmaker. Friday the 13th, Freddy vs. Jason, guys. Freddy vs. Jason came out to massive fanfare at the time. Oh, I'm sure I will. Freddy vs. Jason was this thing that we talked about in the 90s. You know, what if it was like, what if Freddy and Jason met? Who would win? What if Chucky fought the Leprechaun? That was another one we did all the time. What if Ash fought Jason? And Ash versus Evil Dead or Ash versus Jason versus Freddy was actually supposed to be a thing. There was a script moving around at the time where it was. This film finally comes out in 2003 by Hong Kong director who was brought to the U.S. to do like Bride of Chucky, but I think he gets it even better in Freddy vs. Jason. Yes, it does feel like a 90s movie. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I guess in this, I guess yeah. Okay, so Freddy vs. Jason. It's better than says it's better nightmare film than it is a Friday film, but it's a kick-ass great time. That's actually a fair film. It's more of a fair point. It's more of a nightmare film. I'll give you that. But it's awesome. I love the sequences of them just banging out, actually fighting. There isn't really a winner, like there always isn't in these versus movies. But we get to see the two of them kill off these characters, these teens, as well as fight each other. It's awesome. It really does a good job of blending both franchises together while bringing this Hong Kong sensibility, this kinetic style of filmmaking and editing to these franchises, and I just thought it was fantastic. Is it a masterpiece? No, it's not. It's campy, but it's campy in all the right ways. And at the time when this came out in theaters, when I was 14, 15, it was a big, big fan. It's a better Nightmare. FJ, yes, it's a blast. Says, some Die Hard Friday fans don't like it because they feel Jason got a bit shafted. Oh well, Cry Me a River. The cornfield scene is an all-timer. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Cry Me a River. I hate fanatics. Fanatics piss me off. Next up, we have another great film. I'm going to have to take a break here. When we hit 30, I'll take a break. Another great film that I just finished today that definitely did a lot with pushing the slasher genre forward in a humanistic way. We know who the killer is this whole time. This film comes out in 1980, directed by William Lustig, featuring the effects of Tom Savini, the maestro of special effects for realism. He was the reason why effects got more realistic after the goofy splatter gore effects of the 60s by Herschel Gordon Lewis. Savini said, you know what, I'm going to do this realistic, and he did. Dell says, for hip-hop fans, Jadakiss and Fabulous did drop a joint album a few years ago called Freddy vs. Jason. I didn't know that. It actually uses the concept throughout. Huh. I'm a big fan of Jada. Fabulous, has his moments. Maniac. Love Maniac, says, one of my favorite character actors. Yes, Joe Spinell. That leads me to Joe Spinell, who is absolutely fantastic. One of, like said, the best character actors of the time. He plays this character who is traumatized from a terrible childhood. Deeply disturbed guy who talks to himself throughout the film, trying to reckon what he is doing. He knows it's wrong, but he knows the bad people have to die, quote unquote. The sinners and whatever it might be, and he's just a broken individual and we're in his psyche the whole movie. The movie is really from his perspective, which changes up the slasher formula. We get POVs, but the movie is never explicitly, up to this point at least, was never from the killer's perspective as he stalks around, killing people in very brutal ways. This film has one of the great kills of all time, where where Joe Spinell's character jumps up on the hood of a car with a shotgun and blows Tom Savini's head into a million pieces. Ironically, the guy who did the effects. So I just think it's fantastic. It's a great, like is saying, a great New York film. It's gritty and grainy in all those great New York ways, seedy in the great ways New York exploitation films were, low budget. William Lustig was great at that and really was a product of his environment. Great sequences, death sequences, very bloody. An ending that will absolutely disturb you. Perfect blend of grimy, gross, and disturbing. Exactly. Seedy, grainy environments. The shotgun kill. The ending with the mannequins and him sort of finally succumbing to the loss of his mind. Just conceding completely to the insanity is really disturbing. And, this is a movie where you do sympathize with the killer at certain points. I know it's horrible to think, but he's a human being, and he's going through, obviously, a mental psychosis, and he can't escape it, and it's a death spiral for him, and it ends just as tragically as it plays out. And Joe Spinell brings life to that tragedy in a way that not many slasher films do. Maniac is fantastic. You really can't go wrong with it. Next up, we'll do number 31, and then I'm going to have to take a pee. Flesh Pot on 42nd Street. That sounds seedy as hell. The city will never sleep. There you go. Was Ghostbusters filmed in New York? Oh, heck yeah. It even has that same vibe. Albeit cleaner. Number 31 is such an underrated slasher. Intruder. I love this movie. I'm super nostalgic for this movie, which is why it's a little higher than it usually would be, maybe. This is the director's cut. It has a great cast. Sam Raimi is actually in it. Ted Raimi, bit roles. Renee Estevez, Danny Hicks. Bruce Campbell has a bit role, along with Lawrence Bender, who would go on to produce this film. And, this is a slasher film that follows a group of people who work at a grocery store overnight. It's 10 p.m. and the employees are in for a really bad night. The place is shutting its doors for good, and the night crew has a long shift ahead of them. That's right, it is a night crew. So it takes place overnight in one place, and they start getting stalked, killed with various, butcher supplies and things you'd find in a grocery store, like a meat slicer, which is a grimy, gruesome little scene. And people get knocked off one by one. There's a mystery afoot, of course. There is a twist. I won't go into what it is. But it's great. It's atmospheric. It's grainy. It's, again, seedy in that great 80s way. Synapse put this out. It's a great bottle film, as is saying, all taking place in one spot. And, you know, directed by the guy who helped write, and written and directed by Scott Spiegel, who would help write Evil Dead 2. And there's a bit, you could see a bit of that DNA in Intruder, without the wacky Sam Raimi, you know, dynamism or kineticism. So Intruder, though, is such a cozy little slasher film from the 80s with great kills, great gore, and a pretty good killer reveal. I think it's a good killer reveal. All right, next up is number 30. We are down to the top 30. We've got, it's 8 o'clock. Holy shit. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Oh my dear goodness. All right, guys, we are back in effect here. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty, huh? Ugh. Speaking of New York, I grew up on Long Island as a kid. Oh, very nice. I grew up across the pond in Stamford, Connecticut. Literally right across from you in Long Island. We could have waved at each other if we were both on the sound at the same time. A lot of cultural similarities, too, there. Says, Jolly Wow, I've been to New York 3 times. Love the city. Yes, it's a magnificent city. Or it used to be. It's falling from grace, I think. But hey, as all cities do. All right, number 30 is... I know it said that 3 times, but... I don't know what that means. Okay, so moving on to number 30, guys, is a very underrated slasher, in my opinion. One that follows the original film very effortlessly, fluently, and that is Halloween 2. I love how by the numbers this slasher is. I love Donald Pleasance back in his role. This movie picks up, I mean literally, right where the original begins, and I think that's really cool. I always forget, did Carpenter write this film? Yes, he did, with Deborah Hill. So it really is a true sequel. I'm sure that Carpenter did not want to make this film. I'm sure he didn't want to write it. Because it honestly goes against what the original film was about. Well, in ways. The original film, I'll talk about at some point. It's about an entity that's evil. They dehumanize. Pleasance dehumanizes Michael because he's pure evil. Usually we say, wait a second, he's still human. Pleasance goes, no, pure evil. And so I think it's a real interesting blurring of the line there. But in 2, that evil, which is disappeared at the end of the film, comes back immediately. He gets right up. So I think it kind of doesn't ruin the original ending. I take films as they are, so you could still view the original Halloween as an ambiguous ending. But this picks up as if he got up when they looked away and continued on his massacre. Hospital settings and slashers, but that's a me problem. I don't fault the film. Fair enough. See, I love the hospital setting. Hence why Hospital Massacre was on my list, too. I love how cozy this film is. I love how dark it is. I love the blacks, the oranges, the lighting in this film, the hot tub kill. There's some good kills in this. I love the finale of this movie with the fire and the inferno that Michael finds himself wrapped up in. I think it's very cool. And I just enjoy the fact that it follows the original and sticks to a by-the-numbers slasher where Michael is pissed and he's killing a whole bunch more people off. And I think it's very good. I think it's a very enjoyable film. I've watched this many, many times. I used to watch it over and over as a kid. I actually liked the second one more than the first one before I saw the third one. And now I like both of those more than the second one, but I still really, really appreciate it. I like its coziness. And I think it's, you know, picking up right where the original left off. I think that's pretty bold and pretty cool. Move to PA. Very nice. Very nice. Says, Pleasance's character is the real villain of the franchise, in my opinion. But I'm a Rob Zombie fan, so that follows. See, that's really interesting, and kind of plays into what I was saying, where Pleasance's whole role is to dehumanize a human. And from my perspective, I'm a student of history. The dehumanization of a group of people or a person is the beginning of what would become totalitarianism or genocide, or the wiping out of said people. To dehumanize them is usually the first step in genocidal activity. And so I think that's really interesting. We'll talk about these things at some point for sure. Number 29 is another Friday film. Number 4. Number 4. Do I think zombies are real jolly good? Metaphorically so, yes. I think they're all around us all the time. Unthinking zombies. I think we're in a society of zombies at any given time. I think history is full of zombies, but not literal zombies. All these things are reflections of real life things, I think. The first Rob Zombie Halloween is my favorite in the franchise. Wow. But RZ's Halloween 2 is my least favorite. I didn't get to rewatching both of those. They didn't leave as much of an impression as they should have to have been on this list. Friday the 13th 4, the final chapter, is one I think all of us can agree on. What a great Friday movie. In my opinion, out of the first 5, the best Friday movie. It's got the best soundtrack. It's got the best characters all meeting up in this house in the middle of the woods to party it up and die one by one. It's got the famous... Doesn't this one have the... Does this one have... Remind me. Does this one have the machete kill where they slide down the machete? If so, that's such an iconic kill. It might be from number 6. Remind me, folks. But it has great kills. Crispin Glover is one of my favorite side characters in the whole franchise because he's just so clownish and languid and like just kind of loopy all over the place. He's like a noodle man. He's funny. He's quirky. He's weird, and I really like that. I love the setting of this film. I love Tommy Jarvis. Obviously, this is the first film that Tommy Jarvis is in, played by Corey Feldman. After his revival in a hospital morgue, Jason fixes his vengeful attention on the Jarvis family and a group of hitherto carefree teenagers. So there you go. And it's a really great film. I saw this in theaters with a packed theater a few years ago. It's a couple of years ago now. Arguably the best in that franchise. Yeah, it's one of the best. 4 is great, but for me, the pacing has always felt slightly awkward. I agree, it's a little bit off. To me, the film lacks a rhythm, whereas 1 and 6 flows so smoothly. That's interesting. I think the kills and the characters put this one above number 1, but certainly not above number 6 for me. I feel like the film stops and starts in the middle. Interesting. I think the final set piece, that last 20-30 minutes, is fantastic. It's almost like German expressionist with the shadows coming in from the storm outside, the lightning. The lighting is really good and very severe angles and German expressionistic inspired aesthetic. I thought it was really cool. So I slightly disagree with you there, but I do agree partly, which we'll see soon. And of course, Joseph Zito, who's great with the effects, comes back and does the effects from that. And I'm pretty confident that is the slide down machete kill. Next up is a controversial one, I think. I hope you guys agree with me that this is a slasher, because when I watched it, it was a fucking blast of a slasher. Dare I say, bad pun, never mind. It didn't make sense. Malignant from 2021 came out in a time where we needed escapism. And this film takes slasher tropes, takes action movie tropes, smashes them all together in only the way that James Wan knows how to reinvent tropes and cliches, and brings us something totally fresh and totally surprising. For me, it was at least. Very gruesome kills, a distinct killer, Gabriel, who has a very distinct look and a very distinct stalking style, and one of the craziest twists in modern movie history. I mean, it's up there with like the 70s, like Don't Look Now in terms of shocking, like just sleepaway camp style twists. It's one of the best twists in the modern era, easily. And it came out during COVID when everybody needed a release, and this movie was so much fun. It even has some over-the-top massacre scenes that I consider like an extension of the Burning massacre scene, but more action-oriented in the post-John Wick world. And so it's still a slasher scene, but it's very, very John Wick inspired. And it's very, as I'm saying, very Giallo inspired. It moves like a Giallo. It's almost paced like a Giallo. The mystery unfolds like a Giallo. It's almost perfect balance of Giallo and slasher. A bit of Japanese horror too. I could see that. We didn't have COVID when I was a kid, yeah. Yeah, maybe we did. Who knows? Malignant is a ton of fun. Yes, it is. Malignant is such a blast. And again, I don't want to spoil it, but boy, when that twist hits, it is... Whew! Does it punch you in the nuts and keep on a-punching. I love it. I love the killer. I love the final girl. I love everything about it. It's fantastic. It was so good. Number 28, the final girl is Annabelle Willis, by the way. Or Wallace. And just when James Wan, I thought, was done reinventing the wheel, he reinvents it again. And I hope he can do it one more time because he has been roped in to the superhero stew, the sort of machine that pumps out these fucking terrible superhero movies for these big studios. I'd say there's even some Hong Kong horror in there. Yeah, I think he throws it all into a blender and something so coherent. More coherent than it needs to be. More coherent than any Giallo I've ever seen. I say that with love. If you've seen Dreadnought, there's a bit of Dreadnought. I haven't seen Dreadnought. Is that Yin Bio? Sammo Hung directed movie? And there are action horror scenes. Interesting. Is there Canadian horror? Oh, of course there's Canadian horror. In fact, I'll be talking about it quite a bit soon. Next up is another controversial one, but I figured I'd have to have one parody film on this list. It is a slasher film in that it follows the same beats, structure, and pacing. People die, even though they come back later in the series. Who cares? It's a parody. Scary Movie 1. This was such an influential film for me in my early days. I saw it when it came out. I shouldn't have seen it when it came out. I was very young. My father took me to go see it at the theater, as well as number 2. I love number 2. Not a slasher film in any way, though. It's more parodying The Haunting than anything else. But, and those types of possession films. Exorcist as well. You've not seen Scary Movie. You must see Scary Movie, Scary Movie, at the time, was hilarious. I still think holds up very well. I know that its tropes could seem outdated, because I'm starting to seem outdated in my cultural pinnings. But I do think the characters are over the top and so funny in all the right ways. Marlon Wayans is like an over the top black character in these films, or like even a character from like a hood drama like South Central, just kind of thrust into a slasher film. Cindy, playing a Sydney-like character. You've got Lachlan Monroe playing the hotshot. You've got Ray, who plays this this very handsome jock dude, but he's a closeted gay dude. Not even that closeted, because throughout the film he's doing super gay stuff, and all of his friends are just like, dude, come on, stop touching my asshole, like things like that. They don't necessarily care that he's gay. It's just that he's like sticking his fingers in his friends' butts and stuff, and like, nah, please stop. He has so many funny lines, he's one of the funniest characters. Him and Marlon are just two of the funniest characters. They also write the film, and their older brother directs the film, Keenan Ivory, or is that their father? I think Damon's their brother, or Damon's their brother, the oldest brother. Keenan Ivory's the father, I think. Anyway, so you have somebody who did I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker, from the 80s, which is a parody of the blaxploitation films, and they kind of bring that structure to the slasher movie. Keenan Ivory does, to bring us a great slasher parody, which is so funny. You have the scenes of the Ghostface smoking weed and getting high, and then his mask changes. You have so many great funny scenes. Shorty is the character, Marlon Wayans, who's like a pothead. He gets stabbed in the movie, and smoke comes from the stab wound. It's classic. It's a great movie, guys. I think it's tremendous. Number 26 is a modern film. We have a few modern films coming up here, and that is In a Violent Nature. I thought in a time where you couldn't reinvent old tropes, I'm always surprised when somebody figures out how to. Does it work as a horror film, or is it solely a comedy? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. It doesn't necessarily. It's a parody. It works as a parody of the slasher film. So if I fit this into it, maybe I should have fit Tucker and Dale. I agree with you. It is solely a comedy. I can't say that it's like Club Dread where it tries to have horror elements. Maybe that's the odd man out. I'm very nostalgic for it, so whatever. It is what it is. Dell hates all the scary movies. Laziest type of spoof. They just reenact entire scenes and add a fart or something else dumb. I agree that that is what the series becomes, but I think the Wayans' first two are a little bit more than that. I think the Wayans were, their writing was a little bit smarter than that, and I do agree it's a bit lazy. It's not the most clever way to do something, but it's an entertaining film. I love it. I saw it in theaters back in the day with my pops. I still think it's funny because I'm old, and I miss parody movies of this type. We got Naked Gun recently, which is cool. So I guess I wouldn't consider Naked Gun a police procedural, like I wouldn't count, like I shouldn't count Scary Movie a slasher. That's fair. It's still on the list. It is what it is, even with all those asterisks and caveats. In a Violent Nature from 26 from last year. In a Violent Nature absolutely blew me away. I love that the entire film was from the killer's perspective, not literally, not POV, but following the killer, almost as if the killer was in one of those video games like Dead by Daylight or something. I've never played it, but I know enough about it where it's kind of following the killer in a third-person perspective as they walk from place to place, stalking these grounds where these teens are. Now, I'm pretty sure In a Violent Nature is a Canadian film. It is a Canadian film by Chris Nash. And the Canadians know how to make slashers, as we'll find out as we get closer to number 1. In a Violent Nature is absolutely unforgiving in its portrayal of violence. It is at once over the top, but disturbingly visceral. You only know what I mean if you've seen the film. One of the best kills in cinematic history. I would argue one of the best kills in slasher history is in this film. It takes place with a nice, beautiful young woman who is stretching on a mountaintop, and she stretches a bit more with that kill. It is fantastic. It is like The Terrifier in that it lingers on the violence. There's a scene that goes on for 5 minutes of somebody being killed. So it blends that torture porn with the more blunt force violence of the slashers we know and love, and give us that lingering violence that continuously disturbs and unsettles us. It is very, very good. The characters are nothing to write home about, but they are the backseat. The main character here is the killer, who is iconic. Who is iconic at this point, I think. He is fantastic. And he is resurrected in almost Jason Lives style in form, where it starts in the beginning. He's resurrected because of an act by one of the characters, and that begins his rampage. He reminds me of the killer from Just Before Dawn in a lot of ways, as well as, you know, he's got a hood over him. He uses a big old knife. I believe it's a knife. And, yeah, it says, an iconic new killer after a locket is removed from a collapsed fire tower that entombed its rotting corpse. So that act of removing that locket starts the chain of events that we see in the film. Can't wait for the sequel. I thought this was an incredible, incredible slasher from the point of view of the killer, follows the killer. We get inside of the head of the killer and how he thinks. He watches as they move from place to place. Should I strike now? Should I strike now? It's very interesting, and I loved it. There's a lot to say about that one. Next up, number 25 is a film that we all know and love and is a classic slasher for good reason. Sleepaway Camp. Sleepaway Camp doesn't necessarily have the greatest, goriest kills. They're cheap, they're over the top, they're not even that bloody, There's even some cutaways, like the curling iron is a classic, iconic scene where it's actually a cutaway, if I remember correctly. But Felissa Rose is in this as a great main girl, final girl character who is part of one of the wildest shock endings you will ever see. I've heard people say it's offensive in the modern era. I've heard people say it is progressive in the modern era. I don't want to say much, but when I saw it, it fucked me up. I'll tell you that much. This was at a time where a lot of this stuff wasn't like mainstream. If you know what I'm talking about if you've seen it. I have seen the sequel. It didn't quite cut it because I hadn't rewatched it, and I haven't seen number 3. But I do remember having fun with number 2. Oh, you went to camp when you were a kid. Very interesting. So this is another campsite sort of horror slasher. It is a downright slasher. 1983. This summer, Martha decides to send them both to Camp Arawak, a place to enjoy. Yeah, she lives with her cousin Ricky. Shortly after their arrival, a series of bizarre and violent accidents begin to claim the lives of various campers. Has a dark secret returned from the camp's past, or will an unspeakable horror end the summer season once and for all? A great, good effects when they're there. A great final girl performance by Felissa Rose. Very shy, very introverted, for good reason. And it is an excellent twist, good story that keeps you invested, but it is lo-fi slasher from the 80s that we all know and love. Very iconic. Unhappy Campers is amazing in terms of first film on its head. I do remember it being a bit of a parody of the first film. A lot more comedic, whereas the first one was more severe and serious in its tones. Quick thoughts on Kenan Thompson remaking Sleepaway Camp. Kenan Thompson? Like Kenan and Kel? Kenan Thompson. Why do I know that? Kenan Thompson, like from Kenan and Kel, is remaking Sleepaway Camp? That reminds me of when Chris Rock wanted to reboot Saw, and it was one of the worst films I had ever seen in my entire fucking life. So I'd say if that's the case, no thanks. All right, moving along, we have number 24. 24. There we go. Thanksgiving beats out Sleepaway Camp. Yes, it does. Thanksgiving just is a by-the-numbers, gruesome, mean-spirited in its kills. That Kenan is remaking it. Wow. Thanksgiving brings back all the tropes and brings them all to us in modern, digital fashion. I agree that the film would have served better in shot on film, like the original short film was during Grindhouse, but by Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez. But Thanksgiving still brings us a really great slasher film. I've seen it twice now. And I love the conceit. I love the idea that kids are being punished for the consumerism and the disgusting nature of it. In the beginning of the film, there's a riot that occurs at a grocery store who's doing a Black Friday sale. People die in all sorts of gruesome ways. It's awesome. And that sparks a killer to start going on a rampage, killing off these teens in the name of that Black Friday massacre. And it's awesome, guys. Really great effects. A good mystery. Really balances the kills with the mystery very well. Had me guessing till the end. I like the reveal of the killer. I think it's solid. Thanksgiving has everything I want, but I can't get over the digital sheen. The digital sheen I can get over, if I'm being completely honest with you. They are two different looks. Would the film had taken on a different countenance if it was shot on film? Yes. But I think the package that Eli Roth brings us is a very good modern digital slasher. I think it looks good. I think it's atmospheric enough for a digital film. The oven kill in Thanksgiving is very good, says Dell. The final sequence reminds me a lot of Happy Birthday to Me. I mean, it was pretty much ripped from Happy Birthday to Me. Excellent. I hate the bluish sharp tint. I didn't really get that from it. The bluish sharp tint. My mind has a lot of warm, like, Thanksgiving-like characters. There is a bit of the blue tint, like that city blue kind of look. But, yeah, Kenan Kel from Good Burger. Kenan is remaking Sleepaway Camp. That's wild. But Thanksgiving I really thought was great, and honestly my favorite Eli Roth film, bar none. The only other one I like more is Cabin Fever, which is arguably a slasher where the killer is a parasite, water in this case, a parasite in the water. Very close to adding that as a slasher. If I did, it would have been in my top probably 30 or 40 for sure. So I'm not sure. Do you guys consider Cabin Fever a slasher? Number 23, guys, is... Here it is, Terrifier 2. Yep, I admit it. 2-hour slasher, Terrifier 2. This film absolutely had me invested in the characters. You really grow close to the characters. I've said this is like the Game of Thrones of slasher films. Game of Thrones made it so that characters dying had real weight to it and real consequence to it. For the first time, I'd say, in real TV history, as TV was getting more cinematic. And I think because you care about the characters in this film, that's what makes it different than slashers of the older times. You grow close to these characters as they try to navigate this horrific situation they find themselves in. The original trailer was shot on grimy 16mm, so I was bummed. Yeah, I agree. I'm going down to 1, Jolly Good. Hot take. Thanksgiving and Cabin Fever are Eli Roth's only good movies that he directed. You're 100% correct, Del. That is not subjective opinion. That is objective fact. Or close to it. Terrifier 2, like I said, Leone's innovation is to make you care about the characters. Make you care about the fodder in these movies. Make your final girl totally non-helpless. She can take care of herself and the ones around her, or at least she tries to. And that's what makes the tragedy so great. This film will kill off all the people you love. All the characters you've grown close to, it doesn't give a fuck. And I hear 3 is even more mean-spirited. I can't wait to watch it. Well, I can wait. I'm going to wait till October. I've been holding it off because, frankly, these movies make you feel a certain unsettled and unsettled way. They're very disturbing in ways that I thought modern horror couldn't be. So Leone is single-handedly innovating the genre, which is a reflection of our nihilistic culture, our culture that's obsessed with violence, offshores violence in the name of protecting our peace, politically speaking. And I think all of that is reflected here. Martin Luther King once said in a great speech before he was killed, a lot of people say this is one of the speeches that got him killed, was that exporting violence in Vietnam and in my era, in the Iraq War area, the War on Terror era, was a good way of having that violence come back to your culture. And it started being reflected in our culture. Martin Luther King was spot on. If you export culture as a political entity, as a violence, if you export violence as a culture, as a political entity, which we all are a part of, whether we like it or not, that violence comes back home to roost. And I believe it's roosting right now. Sadly, it's a very serious topic, but I think Terrifier 2 is a reflection of that very serious political reality we find ourselves in, where the violence is confronting us on a daily basis. Look at the news. Shootings, political figures being gunned down, all of that is a reflection of our time, and these films reflect it very well. They will be talked about for a very long time because of that. Far too long, I agree, Del, but man, is it effective. We'll also watch Terrifier for the first time this month. Yep, you reap what you sow. Exactly. I think we have a lot of the same beliefs. I love my country, but I don't love a lot of the things that it has done for the last 60, 70, 50, well, since World War II. It's an awful, awful story to tell. But Terrifier 2, some of the most offensive kills in any slasher I've ever seen. That just go on, and rip your heart out. It's terrifying. Pun intended. All right, next up, guys, and Art the Clown becomes an icon. I already thought Art the Clown was an icon before this. I was talking about it for years. And then everybody was a fair weather friend. Art's great, Art's great. When I was talking about him for years, from 2016 to 2020, nobody knew anything about Terrifier or All Hallows Eve. But this comes with the territory of getting older and, I'll say, having a pretty decent opinion on things. I could say that about myself. Next up, we have the film that arguably laid the groundwork for what would become the slasher film in America and Canada. You got to understand, Canada has just as much right to the Western slasher film than America does. For this reason. 1974 brings us Black Christmas. Black Christmas is Bob Clark the Canadian director, who came off of Christmas Story, Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. Actually, Christmas Story would come later, so he did this before. Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. Death Dream, which is like a monkey's paw story. It's great. Black Christmas is so iconic from top to bottom. Okay, so Terrifier 2 blows one out of the water, no question. Black Christmas time. I prefer Black Christmas over Halloween. That's a hot take. Black Christmas has the teen killers. It's a bottle movie. It takes place in mostly one area. The teens that are being killed. Has a body count. Has gruesome kills. Has a creepy stalker who's calling them and is hiding out somewhere. Then they can't find him. And has one of the more iconic kills right there from any slasher film of the young woman in the rocking chair who has been suffocated. It takes place on a holiday, which is another Western slasher trope that we'd see time and time again, which John Carpenter would borrow. All of that makes this a proto-slasher, but one that has 1 foot in modern slasher territory and 1 foot in proto-slasher territory. It is a fantastic movie, and talk about atmosphere. Dell says, I'm in the Black Christmas's boring camp. That's fair, and I can understand that take. It is slower. It's a bit of a slower burn kind of thing, has more of that giallo pacing at times. But I do think the atmosphere is thick. I love the graininess of this. I love the darkened atmosphere, the shadowy house that they find themselves in, the creepy caller. I do need to rewatch this. It has been some time, and I plan to rewatch it within the next few months here, leading up to Christmas. I also plan to watch Christmas Evil at some point, too. So, yeah, Bob Clark. I love this movie. Good final girl. It's very atmospheric, and that's one of the reasons it's so high up on the list is the atmosphere. Just sticks with you, and it's really creepy. It's one of the scarier films in this list, I would argue, and definitely one of the scarier films from the 70s. All right, next up we have a film that's even more atmospheric, but in the opposite way. Whereas Black Christmas takes place in like a nice little small town, well-to-do kind of town with well-to-do people. This movie takes place in the hazy wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. And some beautiful landscapes. And I swear to God, the humidity of this film just exudes from the screen. You feel it. And I love when a film could be this atmospheric and it takes place in the wilderness. I think it does it better than any wilderness slasher. I think it's fantastic. If not a little slow at certain points, but with that said, that's really my only gripe. This is a 4 out of 5. That is Just Before Dawn. Jeff Lieberman's Just Before Dawn. Jeff Lieberman is one of my favorite filmmakers. He did 3 incredible films in the 70s. Squirm, which is about killer worms. Disgusting effects of worms burrowing into skin. Just Before Dawn, Blue Sunshine, comes out in 78, which is one of the most underrated films of all time about MK Ultra people who are tested on by the government, who go crazy many, many years later and just lose their minds and start wreaking havoc, losing their hair. It's a great film. And then in 1981, we get Jeff Lieberman's Just Before Dawn. Yes, I'm glad you love this movie, because I do too. For me, it has 1 foot in slasher, 1 foot in deliverance exploitation, for sure. But I do think because of its structure and its kills and its focused on violence, it does fall into the slasher category. The slasher category of the like that we know who the killer is, and it's just about how the killer appears and how they do their deeds that we look forward to. I think this has some great kills, especially the first one, which is like the machete, the giant machete through the gut. It's very, very gross, very, very grimy. It's got some great kills. Anytime this kind of pig squealing killer is on screen, it's terrifying. But the atmosphere, the unrelenting wilderness, is the true villain in this movie. And I like the characters. Chris Lemmon, I think, is the main dude, along with the final girl. I like George Kennedy, who is sort of like the Van Helsing. He comes in to kind of try to save the day, or the Donald Pleasance type of character. Says, if you haven't seen, please check out Rituals from 77. Just Before Dawn, but better. Wow. Absolutely a slasher. I know an early 2000s kid, but I'm a fan of the stuff. I love the stuff. Just Before Dawn is quintessential 4-star slasher. I agree. 4 stars, no question. I love the Mike Kellen drunken hunter role here, where he's just kind of like bumbling about the forest, running away from our killer. And I just think it's so cool. I also think this movie has some really great, the water sequence where they're like making love in the water, and then the kid, the boy swims out of the water, and she thinks he's still playing with her, but it's not, and then she realizes he's on the shore, and she's like, oh, fuck, what the, what the fuck was that? It's awesome. Just Before Dawn, totally catapulted to the top 20 upon my second viewing. I'm sorry, 21. It's my 21st favorite film. Gongshi asks, have you seen Banshee Chapter? That was about the MK Ultra thing too. Yes, I have. Yes, I think Blue Sunshine gets it better. Madman is a much worse version of Just Before Dawn, but still atmospheric. Awesome. Do I have Madman? I don't think I do. Madhouse. No, I don't have Madman. I have Slaughterhouse, which is... I thought of Madman for a second. Alright, guys. Top 20. Let's do this. I'm getting tired, I gotta be honest, and it's getting late. I want to do stuff on my day off. Alright, but I promised I'd do this, and there's no stopping me now. Shout out to the Mutilator. I agree, Mutilator's fun. It just missed my list. I like it, though. I like its setting. It's atmospheric. It almost made the list. Number 20, I felt compelled to put this in my top 20 because it's a film that I don't think too many people appreciate or have even heard about. And maybe that's because of its title, Evil Dead Trap. Now, Evil Dead Trap automatically makes you think of the American horror films Evil Dead. This has nothing to do with the Evil Dead. This is Toshiharu Ikeda's slasher film. This is equal parts American slasher, Canadian slasher, meets the Italian giallo of the 70s. This has your crunchy kills, your gross, visceral, lingering kills that go on for a long time with very good practical effects. Yes, you do need to see this. A great, hooded up killer who's very iconic, if not a bit generic, but still iconic. The translations for some Japanese horror films are pretty bad. Not this one. This is by MVD Visual. Unearthed Classics put this out. It's fantastic. You won't be disappointed with this. One of the great theme songs of any 80s horror movies, in my opinion. I love the little tune they've got that plays throughout this film. It's so good. I wish I can remember it. 1988, this film comes out in Japan by, again, Toshiharu Ikeda. And it follows a group of kids who, I think they find this snuff film. This woman that works at a TV station finds a snuff film. And they go to investigate the snuff film. And they find this really dilapidated, rustic, abandoned sort of industrial area. It's rusty. It's dilapidated. It's falling apart. It's grimy, grungy. The whole film has very earthly tones to it, but more rusty tones. Like all the films of Rust exist within this film. Again, the theme song is fantastic, iconic imagery. It gets a little convoluted in the way that Italian giallo do, like films like Phenomena, or even some Japanese horror films get a little convoluted. I think it's more giallo-esque convolution, if anything. But it's still easy enough to follow. You know what's going on. It's got a cool reveal. I love this film. And it actually has a sequel, which some people consider slasher, some don't. If I considered it a slasher, it would have been in my top 20. Because it's just as awesome as this. I might like it more. It's called Evil Dead Trap 2, Hideki. Hideki is crazy. It's a crazy film. It has a final girl. It has killings. It's giallo-esque. I really should have included it on this list. If I was to, Evil Dead Trap 2 would have been right there, maybe right underneath Evil Dead Trap 1. The year I was born was 88, and yes, Evil Dead Trap comes out in 88. I've yet to see it on Blu-ray. I grew up watching it on VHS from the video store, and then in the aughts, or DVD from the aughts, I should say, not on VHS. I remember seeing it on VHS, but never actually watching it. Alright, next up, we have a film that is definitely not the best film on the list, nowhere near the best film I've talked about. But in terms of fun and exploitation, and over-the-top gore, and absurdity, and what the fuck am I watching? is just so much fun. Quintessential 80s slasher goodness. And I hear the original cut, the Spanish cut of Pieces, is more giallo in its pacing, whereas they nicked like 4 to 5 minutes off of this for the US theatrical release, and honestly cut it into more of a slasher kind of pace and structure. I've yet to see the Spanish version. I rewatched this last night to make sure that I loved it as much as I used to, and I still do. It's absolutely fantastic. This has both cuts. Mil gritos tiene la noche. Something free has the night, or something like that. That nights... the screams of the night, a million screams of the night, I believe that is, or 1,000 screams have the night, or of the night. Anyway, Pieces is in its uncut form here. Both cuts are uncut, so it also has a CD in this, which is awesome. It has all the music, which is phenomenal. Synthy music. Oh, it's so good, guys. Definitely watch it. This is an all-region release put out by Grindhousing. I just opened this last night. So it has this awesome CD here, and fantastic, fantastic cover. This movie is about a psychotic killer who is going around rebuilding, seemingly, rebuilding a body of some kind. And so each person he kills, he takes a different body part from, and then he builds his puzzle. You know, the arms go on, the head goes on, whatever. The head goes off, and then the head goes on in his puzzle, etc. New York Ripper and Bay of Blood. I've seen New York Ripper and Bay of Blood. New York Ripper I wasn't big on. Bay of Blood I love, but not quite a slasher. A little bit too much of a proto-slasher, even though it lays the teen-centric groundwork before Black Christmas does, and it does it in 71. I love the look of the killer. It's you could say it's simple, but it's just black clad, black top hat, black mask, black gloves, black trench coat, everything black. Wields a chainsaw, which is definitely the best tool for the job of hacking up body parts, dismemberment, decapitations galore. This film has a kill every 5 to 10 minutes, it seems. It is fantastic. The way it ends is absolutely insane. I don't want to spoil it. I agree with you, Del. The bathroom sequence is awfully disgusting and awesome. Even the aftermath of it that we see is iconic, with the sheer clinical white with the blood splatters everywhere. This film has a lot of blood. Lots of blood. It doesn't shy away from it at all. And great cheesy 80s effects. Even great characters like the big, gardener guy towards the end, or throughout the film, who's kind of like an obvious red herring. Bastard! 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 That was my best rendition of one of the famous lines, which is just the word bastard 3 times. It's fantastic. Oh, how could I forget the ninja sequence? They were like filming another movie at some point on this. I don't know. There was a ninja. They asked the ninja to do a scene. He's in one scene where he does a couple kung fu kicks, and then we never see him again. Huh? What the fuck? I have no idea. I am looking forward to seeing Mil Gritos Tiene la Noche, which is the uncensored director's cut of the film. It's 4 minutes longer. It's known to actually linger a bit more on the violence, but it cuts away a few minutes for the U.S. release to make it a little bit more U.S. slasher friendly, which is interesting. Yeah, secretly be perfect. I might agree. I might agree. All right. Oh, good. My list just shit the bed. Where'd it go? Is this dying or... Okay. That was number 19. Number 18 is a film that is incredibly, sorely underrated. Sorely underrated. Talk about atmosphere and great soundtrack that accompanies the atmosphere. Very ethereal and otherworldly. In fact, I would argue this film is ethereal. The way that the effects move in this film are ethereal. Tourist Trap. Guys, this film, if you have not seen Tourist Trap, you must see Tourist Trap. Full Moon never put out a better film, in my opinion. This is the best Full Moon film easily. David Schmoller directs the hell out of this incredible slasher film that comes out right on the coattails. This is a 70s slasher, guys. Right on the coattails of Halloween. It's really impressive when you consider that. Oh, you guys have some movies to watch. Better than Transfers. Or Transfers, yes, even though Transfers is awesome. Better than most. This is the uncut version. It is fantastic. So it follows a group of teens who find this roadside attraction, which is being run by an incredible performance by Chuck Connors, an old TV actor who was, it was a shock to see him in this sort of thing at the time, playing this nefarious, seemingly nefarious sideshow host, I should say. A great score by Pino Donaggio, who did Don't Look Now, Carrie, and Dress to Kill, so a lot of De Palma stuff. It's a great soundtrack. You cannot go wrong. Like I was saying, it perfectly accompanies the atmosphere of this film, which is, you know, hazy, misty, foggy, but also very dark, and things lurking in the corners. And once they find themselves in this tourist trap, they have a hard time finding themselves out, and they start dying. What really sets this apart, it is like House of Wax in a lot of ways. Totally. It's inspired by that. Is the presence of mannequins and the otherworldliness, the uncanny valley, the ethereal nature of these mannequins. Who are they moving? Are they not? Are they doing the killing? Are they not? Is there a human factor here? Is it supernatural? All of these questions are left ambiguous. And interestingly, I'm sorry if I'm spoiling anything. I'm trying my best, guys. And I just love this film, guys. It has one of the great shock freeze frame endings of all time. And you have to check out this film. 1979 Tourist Trap. So underrated and ahead of its time. Dr. Phibes, I consider a proto-slasher. Actually, I think it's a proto-torture porn film, too. Super influential, way ahead of its time. One of my top 20 films of all time. I would argue Dr. Phibes, 20 or 30. But I didn't consider it for slasher because the consensus is that it's not. And it fits a bit more firmly into proto-slasher. It doesn't have a final girl. That's one thing, or a final character, really. It doesn't have teenagers. There is a body count. There is unique kills. There is a revenge story. So it's very close. It is very close. I also wanted to mention Theater of Blood as another Vincent Price proto-slasher, which follows the same structure as Abominable Dr. Phibes, where this down-on-his-luck Shakespearean actor who can't find any jobs starts killing off critics in very elaborate ways that are reminiscent of Shakespearean plays and set pieces. And it's phenomenal and very proto-Saw. Proto will say torture porn, proto-slasher. And those two films I did leave off because they don't quite fit the mold. Next up is another one that I know is not going to be in a lot of top 17 slasher films of all time. Some might even not call it a slasher film. That's all right. But it certainly is, especially with its incredible twist ending, which is so cool and so just makes you go, wait, what? It makes you want to rewatch the film again. That is 1982 film by Jack Sholder, who Jack Sholder actually would edit. What did he edit? He edited something I watched last night. Was it The Burning? Yes, I believe Jack Sholder edited The Burning. So he was a part of that milieu. Gungshi said, I love Theater of Blood. I do too. It's one of my favorite Vincent Price. And yeah, so Robert Shea would produce this. He was known for the Nightmare films, of course. But he did this one a couple of years before, written and directed by Jack Sholder, who has very underrated genre film director, produced by Robert Shea, and brings us one of the wackiest casts of the 80s as well, in a great slasher structure, and that is Alone in the Dark. A mental institution's electricity fails after being insured. The audience is insured that could never happen, and of course it does. And so it's almost like Halloween in that sense. And then we have Jack Palance, Martin Landau, known as the Preacher, and Dr. Bane. I'm sorry, let me read from the back because I get some of the characters mixed up. Deviant menaces. So Palance, Landau, and this big fat character, as well as this very quiet, introverted character, are the escaped lunatics and are the ones that are doing the slashing. I can't say much about the twist because it really will hurt your experience of the film. Blood rage in some ways. They both feel like very cursed objects. Yes. And so Landau and Palance together, just like in Without Warning, they light up the screen with over-the-top character actors. They almost seem to be one-upping each other. But Dr. Bane, played by Pleasance, not unlike Loomis, maintains strict order as the new doctor. There's a new doctor in town. played by Dwight Schultz. Jack Shoulder directs this movie. And like I said, people start leaving. Power outage in the whole town, essentially. So the whole town is in the dark. And that creates such a palpable atmosphere as people start dying off one by one. And now the maniacs are free to roam the streets and hunt down the man they believe has invaded their lives. With the area quickly descending into riots and chaos, the innocent few must fight for their lives when they are left terrified. So that's where our core group of characters come into play. It is a really cool movie, guys. Again, with a twist that'll just make you go, what the fuck? I gotta watch this again. K-Mark agrees with me, apparently, and says Alone in the Dark is so underrated. I agree with you. This has nothing to do with the video games, but it is such a solid slasher film that doesn't get talked about in slasher circles, but is agreed upon as a slasher film. All right, number 16 is Canadian horror classic My Bloody Valentine, a well-loved classic for good reason. This movie is fantastic. I watched for the first time the uncut version, which I think had a bit more gore and a bit more boobage, if I'm not mistaken. But talk about a great atmosphere in this one with the mines and an old mining town that has seen better days, and the mine is closed, and it's sort of, this movie's kind of a reflection of mining towns going out of business and sort of the culture that they created and the culture that was kind of being left behind. And it follows a great iconic titular character who dons a pickaxe, and the pickaxe is perfect with the mine setting, obviously, but the pickaxe is used in such creative ways. I love slasher films that use one object in many different creative ways. I like the films that use multiple objects too, but there's something intimate about the pickaxe, and we get a pickaxe through the eye, through the head, dragging people with the pickaxe through the heart. All great little effects, and gushing with blood. We get the iconic scene of the woman in the dryer, which is fantastic. Takes place during Valentine's Day, so there's a lot of reds and pinks and flirty kind of stuff going around. Good characters, solid enough to be interested in them as they all get killed off. Good twist at the end. Stands up with Black Christmas as the best Canada has to offer in its off-slighted slasher horror subgenre. But yeah, so that's really what it's about. And it's about a lost era that feels like it was left behind. And it's a really, really interesting Canadian slasher, really by the numbers, but I tend, as I get older, to like the more traditional slasher movies that really have a great gore, good characters, a great soundtrack, and great atmosphere. So, My Bloody Valentine, I adore. It's hard, guys. All these top 20 films are in the same realm. It's hard to put one over the other. It adds to the original. Excellent. I know I haven't seen a bunch of horror films. What Canadian movie was filmed at? Well, My Bloody Valentine was filmed in Canada. Dell said, I've seen the lame cut, but recently purchased the uncut version Scream Factory put out. Haven't watched it yet. It was my second viewing of the film, and I definitely like it a lot more the second time around. And I understand why people love it. I just think it's classic. It feels classic. It takes place on a holiday. Classic slasher with a good mystery and a good killer. A great killer, I would argue. Great, iconic killer. Talking about iconic killers, here is arguably one of the most iconic killers of all time. And that is Chucky. Chucky. We all grew up calling the first Chucky film Chucky. Little did I know it was called Child's Play until I finally watched it. Everybody knew Chucky growing up, but I couldn't watch it until I was a little older, for obvious reasons. And the first Chucky, I adore. I think the first Chucky is fantastic and really sets the groundwork for sort of the horror with comedy, slasher with comedy elements, which was borrowing from Freddy Krueger, no question about it, in its one-liners and its chatty, loquacious killer style, but would carry on through Leprechaun and Wishmaster and a lot of other films that are still with us today. And that is Child's Play from 1988. 1988, or was it 87? Yeah, 88. Tom Holland directs this, and he directs it very, very straight. Almost like a police procedural because of the presence of the cop played by Chris Sarandon. And I like that. I like the blending of the urban sort of crime procedural with your creature slasher feature. And I think the both of those two help create a subgenre of comedy slashers, or slashers with a more comedic bent. Chuck E. Cheese has the worst pizza. Chucky vs. Leprechaun would be a great film. Yes, it would have. We talked about this as kids growing up. Obviously, this film has great suspense leading up to when Chucky becomes animate in the eyes of all the characters. And it's great because it starts with Andy and nobody believes him, and then it passes on to the mom. The mom knows the truth, and then she tries to pass that on to Chris Sarandon, and then he finally learns the truth towards the end of the film, and he's like, what the fuck happened? Voodoo. I love that it blends voodoo. Brad Dourif's voice is one of the most iconic of all horror slasher villains of all time. You fucking bitch! Like, I think that scene, I may be misquoting it slightly, but when she's about to throw him in the fire and he comes to life and he's like, not happy. And he starts cursing at her and throwing a conniption fit, and his little ass gets thrown across the thing and he's scattering around. I just fucking love Chucky. It is such a great movie. But I don't love Child's Play as much as I love Child's Play 2. Child's Play 2 is just as good as the first one. Honestly, they're about on an even keel. I just think Chucky 2 gets right into the action. No build-up or anything like that. So I do think the first film is great with its build-up. Child's Play remake is underrated. Interesting take. I disagree. I thought it was the weakest Child's Play movie that I've seen. Maybe it's better than Seed of Chucky. I'll give you that. Freddy vs. Pinhead would be a great film. Share my slashers ranked list with you later. We have a lot of overlap in rankings. I'm sure we do. Jolly, not missing anything. All right, so next up, Child's Play 2, which came out in 1990. Like I said, this cuts more to the chase and gives us a straight-up creature feature slasher flick with the titular Chucky, or I shouldn't say titular Chucky, but the iconic Chucky character. The ending sequence of this film is so iconic in the Child's Play Chucky doll factory, where they're going through all these things, and there's a great kill, of course, with a head that is like decapitated and created, turned into like a toy. I love how colorful that ending sequence is. Usually ending sequences are dark and, people are being chased, but this one is a well-lit factory, this factory line, sort of assembly line setup where these Chucky dolls are, and some great gory kills happen, mixing toys with gore, and it's just so cool. So fucking cool. I love the story. There's a lot of iconic kills, like the, Chucky, was that the one where he was like smacking the teacher to death with the ruler? But yeah, I love Child's Play 2. My favorite kill is the father when he gets it, which is just adds a layer of visceral violence that we hadn't seen in films like this up to this point, where it's just him hanging there as dead weight. I want to say it's from a fan, or let's see. I know he trips down the stairs and then he hits his head and he's strung up and he's just kind of hanging, and it's just a terrible, terrifying countenance that actor has. But Child's Play 2 is great, stalking this young woman in this house, and the final confrontation is fantastic. It's a great slasher film. I'm still holding out hope Your Next will show up on your list. For me, it's such an underrated slasher that shares elements with Terrifier 2. The first time I watched Your Next, I was not too impressed. I'm sorry. So it did not cut the list. I love in Child's Play 3, Mr. Bob says, when Chucky swapped the paintballs with real bullets. Yeah, that's the scene I was trying to remember, where the stakes are super high, and I was like, holy shit, this dude is not playing games. It's a great scene. Your Next is amazing. Damn, okay, yeah, I should have rewatched it. But hey, guys, I'm human. I can only do so much. Next up, guys, we have, going back to the Final Destination franchise, numero dos. My only gripe with Final Destination 2 is that it doesn't have much atmosphere. There's more atmosphere in the first and third films, and I chalk that up to James Wong's direction. David Ellis is not as good of a director. But why is this film number 13? Nostalgia has a big part to play with it. Going to the theater to watch this with my friends and then watching it at home with friends and being shocked by the deaths, by the gore. Yeah, it totally lacks atmosphere, as I just got through saying. I agree with that. The first and third ones have a ton. But this one makes up for it in its non-stop, gruesome action. With a bunch of fun characters who I really love. I like Tony Todd's little role in this, as he is in the first one. I like that Ali Larter comes back and to kind of show these kids the ropes about what's going on. I really liked Ali Larter, her role in this. This is not the best slasher that I've talked about. It is not the best Final Destination that I will talk about. But it is, in my opinion, an undeniably gruesome little slasher film from that era, which is mean-spirited in a way that not many films were in 2002, or 2003. I think it's like turning that corner that we would see in 2004 with Saw into mean-spirited violence. Like, they kill a kid in this. He gets out of the dentist after being tortured by the dentist. He gets out of the dentist and something like a glass pane falls on him and crushes him into bits and pieces. It's fucked up, but it's awesome. And the log scene is incredible and iconic, and everybody will remember that scene for the rest of history. So I really love Final Destination 2. I'm very nostalgic for it. I watched it with one of my first girlfriends at the time. It was pretty cool. So I love the movie. My second favorite Final Destination. That highway scene scarred us all. It scarred a generation. I still get chills when I see a truck carrying a bunch of logs. Like I do. Iconic. My number 12 is Scream 4. The introduction to Scream 4 is so cool and so in its own head and clever, where it just keeps going and you think it's a movie within a movie within a movie within a movie, and it kind of zooms you out, takes you out of it as it goes along, and I just think it's so brilliant. And then what we get is a by the number, well, not by the numbers, but in terms of Wes Craven deconstructing meta slashers, Scream 4 really, really nails it on the head. It's got my girl Hayden Panettiere, who I love. It's got a lot of great character actors here. I believe Anthony Anderson is in this film as one of the cops. What's his name? Adam Brody, Emma Roberts, Hayden Panettiere, Rory Culkin is in this. Alison Brie. And of course you have the legacy characters of Arquette, Campbell, and Cox. And they're all back for one last time. Really, in my heart, one last time. For a great deconstructive slasher film that does more when you thought it couldn't do any more. Kevin Williamson and Wes Craven are a match made in heaven, and they bring us one final team up. This was Wes Craven's last film. I believe it came out right after My Soul to Take, which is also slasher adjacent. But great presence, Emma Roberts. I agree with you. Jolly Good 19, I'm with you on that. Jolly Good 4. Says, my only knock against Scream 4 is that the yellow cinematography is a bit weird, but all the same, I fucking love it. I gotta say, yeah, it does have more though. It was of the time, right, where things took those darker, more earthly or rusty tones. I do agree with you. But I still love it. It's still Wes Craven doing what he does best, and that's just destroying his own works and trying to understand where these crazy ideas come from in the first place, which is his own mind. And next up, my number 11 is Scream 2. I love the introduction to this film. I love the twist of this film. I think it's a really good mystery. Again, the kills are not great, but what I love these films for are the atmosphere. They do have atmosphere. Maybe you can help me on this. I'm not exactly sure where to place it. It's definitely dark, nighttime, but also juxtaposed against the security of the day and when the sun goes down. I don't know. There is an atmosphere to these films, albeit a bit dry. But I love the characters in all of these movies. I love how they continuously subvert and comment on the slasher genre. And I like the cast quite a bit. Liev Schreiber is in this as a character in essence from the first film. And I can't say much about it because it would be a spoiler. But Sarah Michelle Gellar's back in this. Jamie Kennedy, of course, is back in this. Jada Pinkett And what's it, Mackay or Taye Diggs in the beginning, I want to say? Or is it Mackay Pfeiffer? No, it's Taye Diggs. No, it's not Taye Diggs. It's not Mackay Pfeiffer. It's... Oh my god, I can't remember. What's the name of the guy from Scream, the beginning of Scream 2? Omar Epps. No, it's not Omar Epps. Oh, it is Omar Epps. Okay, it's Omar Epps. Thank you. Him and Jada Pinkett Smith in the beginning, I think, is a really clever subversion of tropes and really pushes the movie into new territory. Scream 2 is nearly as good as 1, in my opinion, yes. Or maybe more apt, the atmosphere of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yes, yes, that Joss Whedon kind of sleek suburban atmosphere horror. Sleek suburban atmosphere. I like that. I like that. I'll take that. Omar Epps. Thanks, Del. Thank you, Del, for the Omar Epps. I obviously get him, Mackay Pfeiffer, and Taye Diggs conflated, even though I can see all their faces now. Took me a second. But Scream 2... yeah, like I said, that introduction scene where they're in the theater and the killer sits right next to Jada Pinkett, who has a loud mouth. She's screaming at the screen, and as everybody's cheering and hooting and hollering, her death is drowned out amongst the chaos. And I just think it's it has a lot to say about our obsession with violence and what the fuck is wrong with us. Actually, Popcorn does a lot of this stuff before Scream 2 does it. I think Scream 2 definitely borrowed some. I think Wes Craven saw Popcorn, and I think he was influenced by Popcorn, if I'm being honest. For Scream 1, in terms of its conversations about horror, Scream 2, in terms of its theater setting, at least for the beginning of the film. And Wes Craven has no problem wearing his influences on his sleeves, like he did with the first 20 minutes of the first Scream, borrowing from When a Stranger Calls. Alright, and I really love that, for whatever reason, this keeps shutting off. Okay. So with that said, that is my number 11. We're getting into top 10 territory here, guys, and I am losing steam. I gotta be honest. I did not expect this to go on for this long. But I'm gonna try to maintain the enthusiasm for the last 10. Let's do it. Let's have a sip of kombucha. Take a deep breath. I agree with you. Some people, aka most people, are stupid and their opinions are dumb. They have a right to them, but they're dumb. Watch what you want to watch. Stop bitching. If you don't like it, stop bitching and don't watch it. It's pretty simple. 4 hours is losing steam. Yeah, I'm losing steam, man. Next up, we have the 7th Nightmare film. I'm sorry, the 6th Nightmare film. Nobody wants the 7th Nightmare film. Nope, it's the 7th Nightmare film. I get mixed up. Final Nightmare is number 6. 7 is A New Nightmare. I wonder why I get mixed up, because they're all called Dream something or Final or Nightmare something. But the Final Nightmare, or I'm sorry, A New Nightmare, takes the idea that Freddy has been killed. Takes the idea that the slasher is dead. All of the monsters of our dreams from the 80s and early 90s are dead and gone. They've been parodied. Freddy on a skateboard. Freddy, you know, in a video game. It's all goofy, over the top, nothing is serious. Wes Craven understands this better than all of us, and he personally stars in his own film to tell us what his mind is like and what he's trying to do with these films, and the power of fictional characters and the power of violence on screen, what it all means, how we should wrestle with that, how to reconcile that. It's an incredible monologue by Wes Craven. And he gives it himself, and I think it's powerful for that. And it's a perfect swan song to the franchise. And Heather Langenkamp is back playing herself. This movie exists in a world where Langenkamp and Robert Englund are actors who played in the Nightmare movies. The movie starts with them making a new Nightmare movie. The studio wants to make a new Nightmare movie. Everybody's getting called back in, and people start dying because, as we find out, that line between what gives an evil fictional character its power is fear. So we're afraid of it. But once we're not afraid of it, we do things to destroy it, right? To deconstruct it. Wes Craven did this himself. But what is happening by reinvigorating this monster, Freddy, people are starting to believe in him again, starting to fear him, and thus he is able to enter the real world. and these earthquakes are happening, which is just like these evil earthquakes of evil energy. And he starts killing people off in the real world. The real world. So it's meta real world. And guys, again, the writing here is phenomenal. It's not as much of a slasher film as the older films are, despite it having kills, a clear killer, a final girl, the ultimate final girl in this case, who puts a stamp on it, you know, puts a rubber stamp on it. It is proto-Scream. Yes, it is proto-Scream, and excellent. So I love it. Without Scream, we don't have, or without New Nightmare, we don't have Scream, and without Popcorn and a couple other films I mentioned, we don't have New Nightmare, which seem to have gotten Wes Craven to start thinking about the implications of his ideas and his work. It's a brilliant, deconstructive, postmodern horror film. And I hate postmodernism in almost every other realm, but in cinema, it seems to work when done right. I suppose what I'm saying is postmodernism can be done right. Just like some philosophy, postmodern philosophy can be interpreted correctly. Some of it is batshit insane. But yeah. Next up, we've got my second favorite Halloween film, the original Halloween. How can I leave this out of the top 10? I rewatched it, and you know what? I really fell in love with it. Before this fifth rewatch, I always told myself generic in the way that Psycho is generic. It's where the tropes come together, culminate. And it's where the tropes of the slasher genre culminate. That's what happens. It ticks all the boxes for the first time. Halloween does. I don't think John Carpenter was doing it on purpose. I think he created the idea of like the nerdy kind of virgin girl inadvertently, which is interesting, and I think reflects the time and maybe the cultural psyche, whatever it might be, the zeitgeist. And he claims he didn't know what he was doing, and I believe him. As somebody who's written stories and then shared them with people who told me interpretations that I could never have come up with myself, I can appreciate that. And I don't think he cares. I think he makes movies he wants to make and gets out of it. And I think that's partially why he's retired, because the landscape isn't quite as right for that kind of a filmmaker, maverick sort of filmmaker. Sadly. It's all very heavily controlled now. But Halloween gets everything right. The music is phenomenal and minimalistic. Everything about it is minimalistic. The camera work plays with space in only the way that I can imagine Kiyoshi Kurosawa to do so in the future, like with Pulse. Kurosawa plays with space in films like Retribution and Doppelganger and some of his other horror films in Kaido, Pulse, in a way that Carpenter definitely starts to figure out in this film, Halloween. And the language of the slasher film is really laid out in the original Halloween. Again, just scenes of nothing happening. Bushes blowing in the wind. Maybe there's something there. Did you see something there? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Maybe Laurie did, maybe you didn't. Maybe she didn't. Like the famous, scene where he's outside in the yard when the wind is blowing the curtains, the laundry that's drying, and then she looks back and he's not there. Is it a figment of her imagination? Thank you, Royce. I really appreciate the comment there. I appreciate that very much. But this film plays with your expectations in terms of spatial awareness, reinvents the language of the slasher film, focuses on teens, babysitters, focuses on a virgin as a final girl, focuses on the kill set pieces without the gore. I will say there's really no gore in this. It's all about the set pieces. The Up on the Hook is definitely an iconic one that was inspired by Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Iconic kills, not necessarily gruesome. In fact, the series was never known for gruesome kills. I'd say the most gruesome kills come in 2 and 3, probably. But I love Halloween now for what it is. I think it's a masterpiece. I think all the films I'm about to talk about are near or masterpiece. So, Halloween from 1978, John Carpenter, one of his best films. Not my favorite of his, but certainly one of his best and most iconic, and easily his most influential. Halloween is fantastic, and I love the way it ends. I love how Pleasance refers to it as pure evil. Again, it blurs that moral consciousness that we all have about people and what they are, and we understand that evil people do evil things, but they're still people. This film attempts to blur that line with the character of Donald Pleasance and says, you know what, this is not a human. This is pure evil. It's very interesting from that perspective. Yeah, it clicked for me on my last rewatch. I really fell in love with it. I did. And that's because, like I said, as I get older, I prefer the more traditional slasher films, and this is certainly one of them. It's iconic. I love it. I don't think it's a masterpiece. I think it's a near masterpiece. It's a 9 out of 10. But I much prefer Halloween 3. Agreed. I'm with you. And you can't kill the boogeyman. Exactly. The idea, and that means that you can't kill the evil. You can't kill evil that's in all of us. You only can keep it at bay. You could meditate it away. You could channel your energy into other things. But some of the most successful people are very, very tortured souls who have figured out a way to channel that stuff into creativity. I'm still working on it. I'm not saying I'm one of these tortured souls, but I haven't necessarily had it very easy either. So I've always tried to channel that sort of thing through art, and I've gotten close here and there. But I think Carpenter does it absolutely perfectly with Halloween, and the essence of evil is unkillable, and thus that's why I like the ending so much. They think they kill him, they shoot him 8 times, but he's not dead, you know, and he falls, and then they look back and he's gone. Can't kill evil. Good night, Jolly Good. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your rest. Next up, number 8 is Final Destination 1. I love Final Destination 1. I always have. I always will. I think it's a near masterpiece. It's a 9 out of 10. I think it is absolutely fantastic. I love the cast, the best of all of the Final Destination films. It doesn't have the best accident in the beginning. If this accident was swapped with one of the other accidents, I think it would work better. But here's my thing. The name Final Destination is a double entendre. Final Destination is a term that they use when you're flying. Our final destination is also Final Destination is all of our final destination. Death, the end of our lives. So it's a beautiful double entendre that doesn't fit with the rest of the series because the first one is the only one that deals with the plane, or I guess number 5 is too. But yeah, so I think everything about this film is brilliant. I agree with it's a brilliant conceit. Execution is brilliant as well. James Wong is the best at making death feel like an entity who is always there. I can almost see his face when these scenes are taking place. See its face, genderless, its face. Just, I could see that evil, that death just lurking, even though it's invisible and not there, and only through its machinations can we actually see it animated. And I love how Mousetrap, I've always said these kills were like Mousetrap. Growing up, I used to watch those commercials and go, oh, that's so cool. I need that. I need Mousetrap. And Death devises these Mousetrap-like death sequences, set pieces, that are just so suspenseful, keep you on you know what's coming, but the director Wong will subvert your expectation. When you think it's coming, it may not, and when you don't expect it, it may come, and he's just constantly playing with your expectation. This, we have a final girl, that's really one of the other deviations, that is a final boy. He's a guy, he's a dude. Devon Sawa, one of the great characters in the film. I think his personality and his spirit, really, like, he's very animated and he's very passionate, and I think that comes across the screen. He was great in Idle Hands and some other genre films. But I think the first Final Destination, yes, I'm nostalgic for it. Yes, it's one of the slashers from my era that I consider, you know, one of the greats. And it had to be in my top 10 at number 8. Final Destination is brilliant horror filmmaking. And honestly, ideas like that inventive and that innovative, are hard to find these days. Final Destination is a slasher, I've determined. FD3 is my favorite. That's a great one as well. The death scenes are Tenebra on steroids. Yes, Tenebra on steroids without... yeah, exactly. Tenebra. Oh, I love Tenebra. Talk about Deep Red and Tenebra. Next up, we have Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, my favorite, or my second favorite, Nightmare on Elm Street movie. It does compete with the first one on occasion. I think this is a nearly perfect sequel. I love this movie. In terms of fun, this is one of the most fun sequels to any slasher franchise, and really pushes the lore into interesting places after the second film had really went in a different direction. And Dream Warriors has a great cast of characters. I love the chubby black dude. I love the female characters. What's his name? Oh my god, chubby black dude. I'm forgetting his name. I feel so bad. Damn. Anyway, it's got a diverse collection of characters who I think are all a blast. And when they start dying, you actually really do feel a connection to them because they don't want to die. And they're quirky, broken characters who all have been having these dreams, and everybody thinks they're crazy, and you feel that really lowers your guard, disarms you to their fates. I mean, really creative, the most creative ways so far in the series for sure. Like the puppetry, the marionette sequence, and the television sequence, and Kincaid. Thank you, Kincaid. You're good with names. Kincaid, who is also in 4, he's carried over to 4. He's a great character. He's so there's an awkwardness to his performance, but it's so charming, a charming awkwardness, if I will. And he's fantastic. He's really one of the standout characters. Heather Langenkamp comes back as sort of the veteran in this to and Arquette, was it Patricia? I always forget which Arquette. Patricia Arquette is the new final girl. Langenkamp is kind of guiding these children through their dreams, trying to fight back, fight Freddy back. And it is just fantastic from top to bottom. Great score. This is when the series just became, this is the pinnacle of its coolness and the pinnacle of the power of Freddy and his terror throughout the 80s. And after this is when things start to get a little goofy and when the monster starts to destroy itself. But I love Scream 3 Dream Warriors, and I like that the second Scream kind of follows it in really interesting ways. Or in interesting enough ways. Next up, guys, my number 6 is Friday the 13th, Part 6. Part 6 is just top to bottom, quintessential 80s slasher. A lot of people prefer the final chapter. I prefer Jason Lives. Alice Cooper on the soundtrack. Tom McLaughlin comes back to direct a genre flick. He did a few genre flicks. He did One Dark Night. Sometimes They Come Back. And yeah, One Dark Night is great as well. Almost kind of cut the slasher, but it's adjacent. Sometimes They Come Back, an underrated little flick from Stephen King, the mind of Stephen King. But Tom McLaughlin hits the nail on the head, more so than any time in his career, in 1986. Reinvigorating this character after number 5, which I'm not a huge fan of. I think number 5 is interesting in certain ways, but what they do in number 6 in the beginning I think is brilliant. Lightning bolt brings back our dude, brings him back from the dead. He is now zombified. Supernatural elements strike the series literally with a lightning strike. And as Halloween shies away from supernatural and tries to ground itself in humanistic horror and fails, in my opinion, the right route was the Friday the 13th route. Undead, zombified, super buff Jason, who is here to do some damage to the tune of heavy metal music. And that's what the 80s was all about. That's why I love this film. I love the characters. What's his name? Tom Matthews is the main character. Tony Goldwyn's in this. I'm trying to think if it's Tom Matthews who plays Jarvis. I'm pretty sure. But this is the third Jarvis movie. So it starts as a kid. Second Jarvis movie with Feldman. Second Jarvis movie is number 5. He's one of my favorite parts of the movie. Tom Matthews plays Jarvis in the 6th film. And it's sort of like the end of that, dare I say, trilogy. Where in the 7th film, a new main character is introduced. And I like that they kind of run through. The bus sequence is one of the great slasher sequences of all time. I love Miguel Nunez is in the. Is he in this? I thought he was. Yeah, I thought Miguel Nunez was in Part 6. Is he in Part 4? Sorry, guys. My brain no work no more. Who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Joanna Man. You know what I'm talking about? Which one was he in, guys? Help me out. Help me out, chat. Return of the Living Dead. Yes, another. That's an excellent double feature. I agree. Sorry, we're coming to a screeching halt here. Juana Man. Miguel Nunez Jr. was in Return of the Living Dead and Part 5. Okay, Miguel Nunez was in Part 5. I thought he was in Part 6, but he's not. That's okay. He's a great character, a great little actor, though, from the 80s. And he was also in Juana Man, so there you go. But Jason Lives is badass, top to bottom, doesn't take itself very seriously, but that's why it's so good. It's still scary at points. It's funny at points. I love it. Is either 3 or 4. He's in 5, Del, so both of us got that wrong. And, all right, moving into my top 5, guys. I think a lot of you will be happy to see this one in my top 5. I rewatched it last night for the 3rd time, and it absolutely blew me away. I love how by the numbers it is, but everything it does in terms of by the numbers is textbook. Perfect. From the gore to the quirky, fun characters who you grow to like, to the wonderful, hazy camp setting, atmospheric as hell. Oh my god, the massacre scene on the raft is par excellence. I mean, rewatching that made me fall in love with this film. How that sequence is edited and shot, where each time he kills someone, he puts the shears up. I have goosebumps for the first time in this video. Goosebumps, look at that. The Burning is such a classic slasher with incredible effective effects by Tom Savini, who just gives us the very realistic gore, all with these great garden shears, which is such a cool weapon. And like I said, I love these slashers that use one weapon in a multitude of unique ways, and this one really, really does. It should have become a franchise. I agree, it even ends in a way that it should have become a franchise. This is so much better than Friday the 13th, in my opinion. It's not even close. I will say they have slightly different atmospheres. This takes place more during the hazy summer, and Friday the 13th more at night, where you feel that sort of mistiness of the summer night. But both, they're both different and both powerful in their own ways. I love the characters in this movie. I think every character in this movie, from Glazer, what's his name, Glazer, the buff, like meathead kind of guy, who they all talk like they're from New York too, which I think is pretty funny. It's got the guy from Seinfeld. What's his name? It's got a young Holly Hunter, young Jason Alexander, a young Fisher Stevens, who plays a great character. Larry Joshua. It's got a great cast, and follows Cropsey, played by Lou David. Great physical performance by this guy. It is the platonic ideal of a summer slasher, absolutely. And interesting stuff too. Yeah, so Cropsey, this guy is lit on fire in the beginning of the film as a prank. It gets out of hand. He comes back to wreak havoc. Very classic, very standard and traditional. So you know who the killer is. There's no mystery there. But it doesn't matter. Savini does the effects. Some interesting names here. The story was written by Harvey Weinstein. Yep. Produced by Harvey Weinstein, one of the early films by them. Bob Weinstein writes the screenplay. You know, they're awful creeps, but hey, they wrote a fantastic movie. It is what it is. Like I said, we're all capable of evil. Harvey Weinstein created the idea, apparently, and they got Tony Maylam to direct. So there's a ton of names. How Sean S. Cunningham sort of businessy, I shouldn't say that. Sean S. Cunningham's movie got ahead in the lane. I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure I could do a whole video discussing that and digging into why that might be the case. But I think this film is better on all grounds. It's even got the same effects guy. I mean, it's very strange that these were both made at the same time. I'll take the Canadian one, though. This one is so good, guys. So fucking good. And the Raft Massacre is arguably the best scene in any of these movies that I've talked about today, in terms of slasher sequences. Jeepers Creepers is also one of my favorite horror films, but I'd be a hypocrite if I called out Burning. Jeepers Creepers is one of my favorite horror films of all time, so I'd be a hypocrite if I called out Burning. Exactly. We're all monsters. Some of us give in to that out of weakness. Some of us maintain it out of some otherworldly spiritual force, probably. I don't know how I would be in a time of crisis. I know up to this point I've tried to be as moral as I can. That's because of my mother. But that's not how everybody is, and people gain power and they get weird and super creepy. And Clown House actually just missed my list because I don't consider Jeepers Creepers a slasher. It has slasher DNA. It's more of a monster flick for me, but a creature feature kind of thing. But Clown House is more of a traditional slasher with a killer clown in a house and obviously Clown House. But that was the movie that Victor Salva got in trouble for literally having sex with young boys on his set. So, and he went to jail for a few years and did his time and got out, and he's making movies. I hope he's repented. I believe in what's the word? Retribution. I believe that people can change. Most of the time they don't. They have to change if they want to change. And so enough on that. That's morals. That's separating the art from the artist here. But yeah, the Weinsteins had a lot to do with this. The reason we have is because of the Weinsteins, folks, whether you like it or not. And so it is one of the best slashers of all time. Number 4, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I rewatched this the other night. I love this movie. Not many films achieve the atmosphere that this film does. Talk about rusty, Texas culture, dying Texas culture. Rapid deindustrialization is reflected all throughout this. The horror of the Vietnam War mixed with the rapid deindustrialization of the Midwest and the West really reflects onto the screen here in Texas Chainsaw. This is a darkly comedic, like I said, with it's comedy. Its black comedy is buried so far underneath its layers of torturous horror that not many people can see it. But I think in the last half of this film, its influences become clear, like Spider Baby. I love Spider Baby. It's my favorite 60s horror film, probably. And its absurdity becomes clear. And every corner, every person this poor final girl turns out to be just as crazy as the next, just as crazy as the last person. Culminates in a great, creepy, funny, even awkwardly funny sequence of them at the dinner table. The creepiest character for me is the grandpa, who is like mummified and can only move his mouth a little bit, and he's like sucking on food and like it's giving kisses to the guy. It's so gross. I love the over-the-top young character, the young son character, the father who the final girl thinks for a moment is on her side but isn't, and of course the iconic Leatherface. I'm not sure if Tobe Hooper knew Leatherface was going to be this iconic, but anytime people hear that in America, they think of Leatherface if they've seen Texas Chainsaw. Even if they haven't seen Texas Chainsaw, when you hear that chainsaw a-roaring, it's time to get running. What I love about the ending of this film, too, everybody's seen it. I'm going to talk about it. It's literally a chase. So she runs into the dawn. Runs into the dawn. It starts at night, runs through the woods. It's dawn by the time she hits the road. She sees this truck. Truck gets out, wants to help her. This big dude who's just thrown into the action sees the Texas Chainsaw dude and is running around and is like, what the fuck? And he's trying to help this girl. They start running. He runs away. Another truck comes along. They get into the truck and they drive off as Leatherface is pissed off, and he's swinging and dancing with that chainsaw. Gunnar Hansen puts in quite the physical performance. First watch, I don't understand why this is hailed as a masterpiece and Franklin is annoying. Second watch, I see that why this is hailed as a masterpiece. Franklin isn't so bad. TCM, pretty close to the perfect. Third watch, this is a masterpiece. I kind of like Franklin. Fourth watch, is the best movie ever made, and I would die for Franklin. That pretty much from that. I think Franklin's a really interesting character. Pretty close to perfect. I love how this film ends. Absolutely iconic. Masterpiece of a film. Another masterpiece. Down, 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 down. Is Nightmare on Elm Street. I think Nightmare on Elm Street is the perfect culmination of all of the things that were giallo and slashers were doing in the 60s and 70s, as well as proto-slashers. And it culminates in Nightmare on Elm Street, which is a bit art house, but a bit American lo-fi slasher, and it brings us something more mainstream, and more accessible, but it gives us a playground in which the killer can do anything that the writer can imagine. That's the key innovation here. The killing takes place in dreams. So, the writer, Wes Craven, was able to do anything he wanted, pull from any of his nightmares. Anything goes. And that's what I love about this series as a whole. The playground for the kills, for the slashing, is unimpeded. It is the only thing that limits it is your imagination. So as far as you could push it, you could do it. And Nightmare on Elm Street really takes that to heart. It has some of the great kills from any slasher film in any film, in my opinion, any franchise. The bloodbath of the Johnny Depp violent sequence, the young woman being sliced apart while she's on the walls is absolutely iconic. The long arms coming to get Heather, the snake turning into, or the rope turning into snake turning into rope. I forget what it is. A lot of iconic moments. John Saxon is in this as sort of the grounding traditional figure, the father figure, who ends up understanding that his daughter is telling the truth after some time, after they lock her in her house as if that's going to help her. None of them believe, obviously, that what's happening is in her head. So it gives the people in the film a good reason to not believe what's happening, right? Usually it's like, oh, I saw this thing over there, and it's like, they did, but the people aren't going to believe it. Well, in this, it's like, in my dream, it's like, well, honey, it was a dream. Of course you thought this. It's just such a brilliant conceit. Time and time again did Wes Craven reinvent the horror genre with Last House on the Left. I'd argue with Hills Have Eyes. I would argue Nightmare on Elm Street. Scream, probably a couple times he does that. But in terms of creativity, this is one of the best. One of the best of all time. Awesome. Yes, it is a great movie. I've never seen it in theaters. I definitely wasn't old enough. I was -4 in '84. But I love the score. I love the theme, Freddy's theme. 1, 2, even the Freddy, 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock the door. This was a refrain for us growing up in the 90s and aughts. Freddy was such an icon. He had lost his power of fear, but he was still an icon that we looked up to. And finally got Freddy versus Jason. All right. Next up, my top 2. This is a film that haunted me when I was young. I used to see it at the video store. Mom would never let me rent it. Dad was okay with it, but Mom wouldn't let it slide, so it never got past Dad until probably the late 90s when I had a little bit more autonomy when the divorce was going on. And I used to see it in the theater, in the video store, and the image, the visage of a man in a winter trench coat with a hook for a hand, and this title, Candyman. And I thought to myself, Candyman, like the Candyman can. All I could think of was that song, and growing up watching Willy Wonka, and the stark, severe imagery with that playful title, Candyman. Ooh, that sounds fun. It's an interesting title, and one of the more important slasher films I think that we've ever gotten. I wish more slasher films had something to say in terms of social commentary. Some of these certainly do, if not a lot of the ones in my top 20 do. But this one has a slightly different tract. I've talked about some of the philosophical and moral implications of some of the other films, but this film, number 2, is Candyman. Candyman is a reflection of the fears, the paranoia, the experience of growing up in American housing projects. The dog-eat-dog nature, the very masculine, conservative way of living in those situations, because you never know when any day is going to be your last. In the 80s, obviously in the late 70s and 80s, this stuff in Chicago and in New York was real bad. And also, I'd argue going on now, there's a lot of similar things going on today with just young, disaffected youths. This is all past, like, gentrification. I know the new Candyman talks about gentrification a bit in a somewhat interesting way. But this was all about, what it means to put people, no matter what color they are, this is not a color thing to me. It just happens to, in this case, reflect mostly one culture, Black American culture. What it means to put people in essentially these concentrated living situations, in situations that are ridden with drugs and fatherlessness and a lot of problems that plague the Black community and plague impoverished communities all throughout our nation and still do today. Again, I don't want to make fatherlessness a Black American thing. Yes, it's a problem in the Black community, but it's a problem in all communities to a certain extent. And I hope my analysis on all this is right, or sounds right, and doesn't sound offensive to anybody, because that's the last thing I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to say is Bernard Russell, the director of this film, or Bernard Rose, not a Black man, was able to bring those fears to the screen. And Candyman is a representation of those fears, in my opinion. The visage of Candyman, the sort of lurking urban legend aspect of the reflection of the violence that takes place on a daily basis, the reflection of the fear that is permeated throughout these places, these projects. And as somebody, and I did not grow in the projects, that is not what I'm trying to say here. There you go, Del. But in high school, I hung out in the projects. I was part of a group of people good kids from the projects. There are good kids, of course. And I hung out with some of them, and they used to point things out to me and show me how things went, when not to look at certain people, when to walk certain places, when not to, etc. It was permeating with fear, even to the point where I felt it. And so yes, the film does have a tragic feel to it, and it was iconic. We like Del just said, we all used to, turn off the lights and say Candyman 5 times, and in the minimal hope that something would actually happen to break the monotony of everyday life. But Candyman is such a great film. I love The Final Girl. I think there is a lot to say there. The sequels I do enjoy, not as much as the original. I like some of the things that it goes into. Cabrini Green is the famous housing project here, and it was an infamous housing project. Even in 90s hip-hop growing up, there was a lot of talk about these kinds of projects in these neighborhoods. So I felt like it's part of the reason why I loved hip-hop so much, was because I felt like a lot of my fellow Americans who dudes I was friends with were growing up in situations like this. And yeah, I've done a lot of work to understand why, and that's a whole nother different thing. But I think this is a film that tackles issues that we still need to address in society. And we need to be open about it. We need to be honest with ourselves. It's not pretty. Nobody's perfect. No group of people is perfect. I hate that we group ourselves into millions and millions of different groups. Every ism has 10 more isms that it spawns. I grew up with people, with Dominicans who hated light-skinned Dominicans hated dark-skinned Dominicans, and that always baffled me, and my friend Ray had to put me on to as why that was, and it was just stupid colorism, just stupid, you look slightly different, you're not a true Dominican, whatever it might be, and all that stuff is sickening, and I feel like we need more horror films like this to explore those ideas, and in today's landscape, there's not much room for it, politically speaking. Political correctness has reached a pinnacle. I do think it's on the decline now, and I think the later 2020s and the 2030s are going to be our generation's 70s. I really do. I think there's going to be an explosion of creativity in the 30s, talking about all these issues that we're discussing now, and I think our country's going through a lot of shit. And I hope we make it out the other side okay. We'll survive, but I'm not sure what we'll look like. And I feel like horror films right now, and filmmakers, me included, and everybody, it's up to us to talk about the issues that we see, the things that bother us, and stick to our principles and our morals. And there's a lot of wacky stuff happening right now, but you got to stay calm and composed, and we'll be all right. We'll make it through. Sorry I get dark here, but the violence in slashers is a reflection of the violence in society. I strongly believe that. Number 1, I'm sure you all saw this coming, my most nostalgic horror film of all time. In 1997, Not All of Us Will Survive is the issue. Oof. Yeah, you're making me emotional here. I'm a very political person. I put a lot of... Yeah, not everybody does survive, and I hope we can make it out the other side. Let's turn this ship around here. In 1997, my family rented a movie. My mother was really into mystery films, and she saw this new film that was a bit of a horror film. She thought it would be kind of like Murder, She Wrote or something, I think. And we all sat around the television and we watched Scream. And I will never forget that day. It was a day. It wasn't a night. It was during the day. I was sitting on the floor in between like my mom's legs. I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. And I started on the floor watching it in front of the TV like I used to do. And then my mom would yell at me to get away from the TV because it's going to ruin my eyes. And she was right. And then I like scooted. As I got more scared, I scooted back further and further closer to my parents. By the end of the film, I was sitting on the couch with them. This film scared me shitless. That was way before I understood what it was. A deconstruction. A postmodern deconstruction of the slasher film. This was one of the first slasher films I had seen. And it was masterful. I loved it. It was so scary. The idea of a human going around killing another human was unheard of to my little 8-year-old mind. Unheard of. And the innocence was... I'd like to think that a part of my innocence was shattered with the film Scream. It really was. You know, the teacher gets... it's funny because there's a Mandela effect here. Does anybody remember Winkler's character getting hung from the field goal post? Because I do, and that scene doesn't exist. That's not how he dies one way, but I thought he got hung from the field goal post. In my head, I see it like it was yesterday, but it's not there anymore, at least. And maybe it was a false memory. I'm wondering if any of you guys remember that. The body hanging from the field goal post. The kills are not the best in any slasher film or anything. They're visceral. They're brutal. You feel them. The sound design is crunchy. It's there. It's fantastic. The opening sequence, again, homaging When a Stranger Calls, is brutal and fantastic. I remember when the guy gets his eviscerated. That left a mark on me, boy. I never understood how he was eviscerated. I guess he was behind him or something, and it's just his guts just fall out, and oh, was it disturbing. But I'm so glad my mom let me continue watching the movie because that was some of the more violent stuff, and some of the other kills were inventive and creative, but not necessarily violent. The ending is super violent when they're stabbing each other. I'm feeling woozy here, man. Matthew Lillard is fantastic. Skeet Ulrich is fantastic. All of the characters, Jamie Kennedy, Neve Campbell, they're all fantastic. And obviously, as I got older and watched this film more and more, I started to realize what it was. Not only was this a by-the-numbers, incredible slasher film, one of the best of all time, in my opinion, the best, but also a deconstruction and almost a parody in light ways, the smarter word is postmodern deconstruction, of a lot of those older slashers that I had seen up to that point. So I watched Scream first, then I caught up on all the other slashers, then I'd rewatch Scream and realize how clever and inventive and smart it was. And ever since then, the rest is history. I watch Scream once every few years. Absolutely love the suburban atmosphere of this film. I love the Dawson's Creek vibe. Yes, I do. I never watched Dawson's Creek. It was just such a part of our culture at that time. But Scream, the killers, the reveal is fantastic. Sorry if I just spoiled anything. The killer always comes back. All the rules are laid out, and it hits every note. Jamie Kennedy is such an integral part of this movie because he's the one that knows all the rules. He's us. He's the one that's seen all the horror movies, so that if we were in a situation like this in real life, we'd know how to apply what we've seen in horror movies. I actually think that there's some truth to that. We just live in a pretty peaceful society where we don't have to exercise those sort of instincts. And yeah, Scream is my number one, guys. It's one of my favorite films of all time, and my favorite slasher, my numero uno, Scream from 1996, Wes Craven. Wolf Creek, yes, Wolf Creek is pretty good. I wasn't too blown away my first time, but I do want to rectify that. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Sorry, I was raised Catholic. Holy crap. Just got a behind-the-scenes look there. Guys, that is going to do it. 300 minutes. Oh my God. 612, 180, 240, 5-hour live stream. Let's go, baby. I hope everybody loved this live stream or enjoyed it at least. I hope you all got some new recommendations. I hope this video continues to be used as a resource like my found footage video is. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Honestly, there was a lot of preparation. I did historical research. I watched so many movies. Please share this around with your friends. I am beat. I am beat. If there's one thing you could do for me right now that would help, share this around. Give it a thumbs up. Whatever you can do. Donate to the channel. Whatever you can do to help the channel out, I would really appreciate it. But at least hit that thumbs up. And if you're new to this channel and didn't really chat much but are still hanging out, feel free to hit that subscribe button and the little bell for notifications. Plenty more where this came from. I can't believe how well this went. I was able to balance the chat with my analysis very well, I think. And I maintained my eloquence, I'd like to think, and my articulateness as time has gone on. I am losing it, as you could tell. It's slipping. Time keeps on slipping. But yeah, anyways, guys, I really, really appreciate all of you checking this out. I'm not sure how many people we had in here at any given time, but it looks like 7 or 8, maybe 7 to 10. I really appreciate all of you very much. So thank you, Gungshi. Thank you, You guys are awesome. And we had some awesome and deep philosophical conversation about what the slasher is on a moral level, philosophical level. We peaked at 20. Okay, that's awesome. Very cool. Thank you for the heads up. And Dell, you also helped add to that conversation, and a bunch of you other guys that I'm forgetting. Dell on movies. We've got, I want to shout out all you guys that have been such a big part of the chat tonight. Royce Bunn, thank you. Jolly Good, thank you so much. Mr. Bob. Mr. Bob, what's up? I'm forgetting one guy. I want to make sure I shout him out. What's this guy? What's this guy's name? Mr. Bob, Mr. Bob. Sorry, guys. I'm just scrolling up. We have K-Mark. We have, what was it, Mr. Grotzko or something like that? What was it? Okay, well, I can't find that person. I'm so sorry. I wish I remembered your name, but I started calling you by your name there, your handle, and I can't find it. But either way, guys, I really appreciate all of you. I will see you all next time. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Peace out. Bored Cyborg is out. Good night, guys. I hope you enjoyed.